The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
The weekend has rolled around again on the Costa del Sol, and it is finals day again, Group F finals day. Today is a very special day because we'll find out who will be the last team to join the 6 teams already qualified for Championship Week, which starts on Monday. And I tell you what, this has been chaos. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League 2023, and it starts right now.
Su calle, a vivir su ambiente, ven conmigo, a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is quite a big day in this tournament, that's for sure, because it's the last day of group action. We've had 6 groups. There have been 3 days. Each is the final day of group action before we start Championship Week on Monday, which will be 5 days, Monday to Friday. In fact, in less than a week's time, we'll know exactly who will raise the trophy in ECL 23 and be the kings of European cricket. So we start the day with the 2 teams that finished in 3rd and 4th after the group matches here in Group F, and that is CIYMS of Ireland. They're taking on Oeiras of Portugal. The 2 captains a little bit earlier were with Rob Kemming. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Your call, Bernard. It's a score. It's tails. Bat.
So it is the Irish that win the toss. Their captain, John Matchett, has elected to bat first. So interesting one for me. They kind of had the Staggers on the chase yesterday in their first match. And so I think they just want to set a target and not really be encumbered by any particular score in mind. I think a big responsibility on their top 3. We saw McCulloch going up to 3 yesterday. He's been batting pretty well for them, but I think that Doherty and Van der Merwe have a big responsibility. And look, if they fail, you wonder who will step up in the middle order. Again, Matchett's a bit of a wild card down there. Haven't seen too much from him this week, but we know he's very capable. But I think there's just a slight difference in the style of middle order batter required in T10 cricket versus T20 cricket that has just found the Ireland team kind of wanting in the middle order a little bit. But they do have some pretty good spin options and pace options. I do think that whatever they have, they will be defending it with everything they've got. Let's talk about Oeiras though. I don't think they'll be too worried about that toss. I think they probably would have liked to have chased. We know that they started batting first as a strategy, but they kind of pivoted and they had chased really well lately. I think it's going to be a really, really close game. I think once again, you look at the top 3 or 4 from Oeiras, that is going to be really crucial. I think the Nick Smith's been very good during the series. I think Conrad Greenshaw's always a very important player. I think Faf Stoneman, watch out for him. He's a bit of a wild card. We'll also see him, I'm sure, opening the bowling with Junaid Khan for Oeiras. Let's talk about the conditions today. I can tell you, beautiful sunshine once again. We've been blessed with such good weather during this ECL. Hopefully it continues all the way through Championship Week as well. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 23 degrees currently. It's about 20 to get it started. Well, 2 teams, no love lost on the field. I think between these 2, they're going to play hard, but they'll play fair. Here's another very fair man to take you through the first moments of this one. Rico Full will get you to the first ball and tell you the news from the toss. In the eliminator is that it will be the Irish. They've won the toss. They're going to bat first. Over to you. 2 teams arrive. Only one will survive. Over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for Group F Finals Day.
Muchas gracias, Vinny Sandhu. Looking very dashing today. Hello and welcome. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal. Everyone, and buenos días y bienvenido de campo de Cartama, ahí en España, in Andalusia. Yes, hello, good morning. It is finals day here. Hope you have a wonderful Saturday with us. And the first match is going to be this. Well, it's a nervy eliminator, isn't it? Where we got CI, the champions from Ireland, Belfast, taking on Oeiras, the champions of Portugal. A late change there, and that's Adam Healy is coming into the side, and that's because of an injury that was picked up by a key player I think Coulthard will not be playing. He picked up an injury in the warm-up. They're going to miss his bowling. Expected scores, let's have a look at this first. 100 to 96 in favour of the champions from Ireland. But these two teams have met once before. And remember, Irish batted first that time, put 101 on the board. And the CI got the 93 for 7, so Irish winning by 8. On that day, Miguel Machado for Irish was key. He scored 48 with 21 with the ball. Francis Stoman took 3 for 18. But for CI, well, the key players was the batter, Carson McCulloch, almost got them there, didn't he? He made 40 or 25. But with the bowling, Alan Coulter took 4 for 7. He's not in the lineup. I think that's going to be a big sort of gap left there in the firepower with the bowling for them. He has been so good, so sensational, the quick bowler. So maybe I think the Irish champions here will be relying a little bit more from their spin bowlers, and maybe someone like Jacob Mulder will be the key for them. Umpires are ready, Charles Croucher and Joe Foster, as we get ready for this one. Asad Ali is the third umpire. Junaid Khan starts the batter with the ball. With the bat is Merv. Goes aerial, and he's going to get 4 runs straight away. 4 on the very first ball. And Jason van der Merwe, we know he's a powerful guy. I was looking at his arms this morning when he's warming up. I mean, he's got some laddus, I can tell you that. So if he gets hold of the ball, it's going to stay hit. I think the openers here are very key. Chris Doherty is the non-striker. Junaid once more. This time into the deck. They'll take the single. So Doherty will go and strike the face his first delivery. Junaid Khan, such a key player for the Portuguese champions. It's a player that I've watched and seen over the years, and he always performs on the big stage. This is the big stage. This is a big match. You'll treat this as a final. The winners stay alive on finals day. The loser, that is it. That's your lot. Junaid to the left-hander, Doherty. Doherty, well, plays his way. It's a nice shot. It's not an edge here. He plays at this, just guides it to the man at third, who is on the boundary. It's one of the 2 men that is out. A very good morning to Shrug, and also to James Stewart. Nice to see that a lot of youngsters on the day off from school are here to watching the cricket and trying to find the stats of all the players. Hello, good morning. Give us a wave. Liking it. Oh, well, wants to be aggressive. But a little bit of in-swing from Junaid Khan means that Jason not able to get that one away. Conrad Greenshields supporting a very good tash, a bit of much for Greenshields. Key player, I think he's going to be in this one. I think the likes of him, Smith and Machado, one of those 3 would have to perform as well as this man with the ball wide. He wants Jason van der Merwe to chase this one, but he doesn't, leaves it be. Just stops the shot at the last moment. As you can imagine, it's going to be quite tense out there. The importance of this match is huge. And this one sliced away, third man, getting into position, does his duty well, makes the stop. Good areas here from Junaid Khan. I think he knows that both batters are pretty keen to attack, or certainly Jason van der Merwe is, but he's not bowling the same ball twice. Really good variations. That's the quality of a good bowler, that he keeps the batter guessing all the time. As I would say, like a packet of Bombay mix, you don't know what's coming next. Now to the left-hander, good delivery, no run. Good over, top over, quality bowling. This is going to be a quality contest between these 2 giants. CIYMS, the champions from Arnold Belfast. Let's have a look at some of the top performers here. You can see just why Van der Merwe is key. 116 runs. McCulloch right there as well. He's going to be key, probably coming at number 399. Doherty, well, he's got a point to prove, hasn't he? But on the bowling front, you can see Francis Stoman, Junaid Khan, and also, well, from yesterday's performance, Group Patel was pretty good. And Patel is in the lineup this time round as well. Somebody who now joins me in our dream box is Mr. Vinny Sandhu, looking dashing, and he's got his golden shoes on, everybody. Maybe that's going to be a sign.
Yeah, it's my finals day shoes. Only the 6th time I've worn them so far in this tournament. Anyway, it's going to be Faf Stoneman to bowl over number 2. An inside edge onto the pad. Pretty good comeback, actually, when you consider the first ball was banged by Van der Merwe for 4. You think, okay, that's a scene setter, isn't it? But comes out of the over with just 8 runs. And so there's the puppy, Alex Maisie, chasing something. But yeah, I think in the end that's a bit of a draw, that first over. They do want the early wicket, don't they? Wicket's super important. Faf Stoneman's worked really hard in his bowling. That's something that I've noticed. He used to be a bit of a part-timer, but he's actually pretty good at both ends of the innings. Here he is, Sadokti. Pushes it a bit wide, give him a wrap, and everyone get out of position.
That's one issue that he has always had. I have to say, I was talking about this yesterday to Corey as well when he was in the box with me. He does bowl a few extras, and sometimes that can hurt you, and it hurt him yesterday. But when he gets it right, yeah, he's pretty useful. Just got to get the radar right. But having left the right combination there might just throw it off a little bit.
Not a bad spot to miss that one. This time it's carved away straight to point. Throw comes in. I don't think everyone knows about where it's trying to create that energy in the field. That's Miguel Stoneman. Picks it up and fires it at the stump. So I just think this is a good old-fashioned street fight between two teams desperate to survive in the tournament. I don't think anyone picked them as the eliminated teams. It's quite amazing. One of them will be out of the competition, out of the running after this, but both teams don't want it to be them. Shot, really good shot. That's banged, and that's 4. Classical cover drive by Doherty. There's a bit of style about this. The timing was there too. There's the boundary in the second over for COYMS.
Yeah, what a delightful shot this is. The fielder, Miguel Machado, does not have far to go here at all. Only a matter of meters, but that has been hit so well. No stopping that. Lovely shot. Shot of the day so far.
Made a beautiful sound off the bat, didn't it? Stoneman with a comeback. This time, struck again. Needs to be handled, and it is. One boundary in the over is not a disaster for the fielding team. Feel around that 100's the par. Really depends if someone gets in, stays in.
Yeah.
We saw Machado was the man the first game between these two that was able to do that. Probably the difference between the two teams. These two up the top for the Irish side. Very, very dangerous.
Oh, great stop. Really good stop this by Krup Patel. He's a bit of a unit, isn't he? But he's pretty agile. And this needed stop. It's a good delivery. He does well to get back onto it. And look at that. That's what you got to do. You got to throw yourself around. You got to want this. Everybody's got to want it. The whole team. And when you see fielding like that, it rubs off on everybody.
Well, if Alex Macey's the puppy, I think Krup Patel's the bulldog. He jumped all over that, didn't he? Last ball, the over come up again. Not a disaster. 8 off it. Make that 9, although they'll probably have a stab at the stumps. They go the long way. And 9 off the over. So bit of a draw on points for me through the first 2 overs. COYMS winning the toss and electing to bat in this eliminator. They are 17 without loss after 2.
Yeah, not a bad over. I'm liking the way that the variations are there. They're attacking the stumps, but you can see, especially from the opener, Jason Van der Merwe, he's out there to attack as well. He doesn't want to hang around. This is how the team's got to where they are.
Yeah, so 2-2 records for these two. The ultimate mixed bag. Bit of a surprise, but I mean, kind of getting used to being surprised here in the ECL. We had Ariana Keefe of Sweden topping the table ahead of Istanbul KSK, the real surprise packets of this group. So these two in a sudden death matchup. First up on finals day. Junaid comes back. Elevation in this pull shot. Just a single. Want to say a quick hello to everyone. Hello to Shrug, of course. Want to say hello to Kitty as well as watching from the US. Hello to Matt Hodgson. And mentioned, yeah, of course, some of the players not available for COYMS because of national duty, of course. It's been great to have them here. And yeah, hello to James watching from Estonia, to Giri as well. Nice to see you. To Lucifer, always nice to see you. And to Harshal. This is hit, and it's hit harshly. 1 bounce 4. And Junaid hasn't really hooped it as much as he does sometimes so far. So that's no problems for Jason Van der Merwe. Goes up, goes inside out, elevates it 4 more.
Intelligent shot. Still in the power play. It's the last over of the power play. Sometimes we see wickets fall in this over because of that. Batters are aware of the fact is if he the last opportunity to play shots like that where you're going over the infield, because he only got the 2 outfielders allowed out. There's nobody out there on the offside, but he nails that. Lovely shot.
This has gone leg side now. Another one bounce for Junaid Khan. Not really doing what he wants to be doing here. This one kind of comes in. To be fair to the batter, it's a very good shot. Went with the movement, gets another boundary.
Yeah, they applaud it. It's a good shot. Look, he makes the early movement, and Junaid, he just continues with his normal line. I think here he either changes it, bowls a slower one. He could have gone shorter, but because there's no movement this time from him, that just gets whacked away. And, well, Jason van der Merwe is on the move. This is a partnership they have to break. Remember, the first time we saw CI, it was these two batting, and they put, well, an unbeatable 84-run partnership to get that win over Ariana Kif. So you've got to break this partnership pretty quickly, because you've got to say that after these two, only Carson really has impressed with the bat. So this is a key breakthrough that they need here to Awari.
Tell you a little thing, they couldn't find that ball. This is a new ball, not a new ball, but a replacement ball. I think it helps, because Junaid wasn't getting that one doing what he wanted it to. This one might be lost as well, because that has gone miles, maximum hole. That ball had a very short shelf life, didn't it? 6 more.
If you think that is called this helps, Vinny, I think you might as well call SOS, because this is humongous. That is a monster strike. Oh, wow, they say. That is huge. Oh, he's a powerful man. Have you seen Van der Merwe's arms? Have you seen his arms? I tell you something. He hits the ball. It ain't coming back. And that's why there's another one that's been lost. Hey, get another box of balls out, guys. Because if he stays in there, he's certainly going to lose a few more. That was huge.
You've got to avoid further punishment in these 2 balls. I mean, if you can keep it at, say, 35, you know, it's not a disastrous power play for Warash. But CRYMS seizing an opportunity here with just the 2 outfielders. That was absolutely hammered. So much for that new ball. Here's another new ball. Goes with the hit. Get a single. So 33 without loss. This is an interesting game.
Yeah, this is important to see, and I think a lot of teams can learn from this. Just watch. Hit, go. Soon as he hits, that goes. And look how he runs. He accelerates. Yeah. It's like he's a sprinter coming out the block. That's the way you got to do it.
And got the instant response from his partner. Looked after his partner. He even told Doherty the ball was coming to his end. So now we see the lefty facing up with 1 to go in the over. Hello to John Gray as well. Nice that you can join us. To Tim and to Louis in the comment section. This is into the gap. This could be 4 more, and it will be. So good finish to the power play. CRYMS throwing down the challenge, and that's 3 overs down. It's 37 for none.
बहुत बढ़िया शॉट मारिया लेफ्ट हैंड डॉकेटे ने फील्ड ने स्मिथ ने कोशिश तो काफी की थी डाइव भी मारी but चौका लग गया 4 more. And yeah, you said it, it's a good power play. You're looking to get, I think, not a good, if you get into the 40s, you've done your job. So good morning to John Gray. So giving these mornings to everyone. James Stewart in the chat as well. And Liam Tate, thank you for joining us on what's going to be a super Saturday. And it's going to be a super Saturday.
It will be. It's going to be full of surprises. And here's a bit of a surprise bowling option we saw yesterday. Krut Patel coming on in over number 4. So that 3rd goes magical. They go from 17 to 37. It's a very different look now.
Patel was very successful yesterday. Don't forget, he picked up wickets in the first match that he really played.
Reaches for one that I think would have been a wide. Just a single at the moment. Down to Merwe. Oh, you'd like to have it the other end. Yeah, Junaid.
3 for 4, Krut Patel took yesterday. So, but the thing is, we know, Vinny, we've seen so many matches. What happens, not just what happens the day before, what happens the match before quite often doesn't happen in the very next. So it could be a completely different story, or maybe he's going to be, as I said yesterday, the secret weapon for Awarish.
Yeah, well, yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. That's the way it can go sometimes. This is a little stand-up sweep, but handled by Junaid in the circle. Need this breakthrough, don't they? I mean, this is the thing with the Irish batting lineup. We haven't seen that many of them be destructive. So these two, McCulloch obviously, we've seen flashes from others, but they're big wickets. Yeah, Krut's just keeping it pretty simple. Can't change the pace, I think, important. I think they were enjoying the ball coming onto the bat. a bit more from Junaid Khan. There's Mubin Tariq. He's carrying a slight injury, but he's in the lineup. Wonder if we'll see his off spin at some point. A little bit short, goes for it, doesn't quite get it, and he's gone. It's a big wicket, and Kroot does it again. Well, the Bulldog strikes, and they really needed it, didn't they? It was 40 love, now it's 40 for 1. Doherty goes for 13.
Yeah, just taking the pace off. Kroot Patel, the secret weapon, is launched, and a very good catch taken out there by Keegan De Silva. He makes no mistakes, just the little man, and they come into a huddle. Partnership you had to break. I said that earlier. These two, if they get in, can hurt you. And we know all about that. I think Ariana Kiff know all about that when they couldn't to break the partnership. They went on and did the demolition job over them. You can see a little bit disappointed is Doherty that he gets out there. I think probably just saying to himself, why doesn't he roll the wrist on it? Should have played a little bit safer. He'll go for the unlucky 13. 13 for 10, he's not lucky. That bat is going in the fire tonight. Well, I tell you what, it is International Recycling Day. That bat is going to be recycled.
Unfortunately, you can't recycle the innings. Yeah, Doherty, it means a lot to these guys. I mean, it's a cruel game sometimes. I tell you what he's trying to do. They're trying to hit a 6. Just miss-hit it. That's cricket sometimes. Anyway, they do stick with McCulloch in the 3 spot. Just pushes down. Some hesitation, but they'll get the single. I feel like that does put a bit more pressure on Jason van der Merwe now. Now he's lost his opening partner. But Kroot Patel wasn't even really in the 11 at the start of the week. Finds himself in a key situation and once again hasn't gone for runs. Jason wants a piece of him. He'll get a piece and he'll get 4. That was just a fraction short. It was a good shot selection, well executed by van der Merwe, who finishes the over with the boundary. So 4 overs down, this game still hangs in the balance. It's 45 for 1.
Crushing pull shot. That ball, you hear it clang into the stronger together boundary boards. Well, that's what both these teams have to be, because only one of them will continue. Only one of them will stay alive in the competition. It's a big day here. We're looking to see which one team will qualify from the group to join the others in Championship Week starting on Monday.
Good catch by Keegan De Silva as well last over. I mean, you've got to hold your chances when they come. That was a big moment in the game. It wasn't an easy catch. I had to get down and just get the irons a bit lower. I held on to it well. So now we're going to see some spin, and Nick Smith, he's going to bowl over number 5. His trademark sunglasses from the future. That's a good start, right in the block hole.
Yeah.
McCulloch's a big wicket as well. We saw him pull 27 off Metic Zaga over against Istanbul yesterday. Got his team in a winning position, but they couldn't quite close it out.
It's well bowled to McCulloch. This is the line that he struggled with, remember, against Istanbul. And remember, he gave the return catch to Adil.
Well, here's the thing. The Irish are at risk here in the 3 versus 4, but if they had chased that down, I think they would have topped the table.
Yeah.
And they'd be in the 1 versus 2 clash. So the fact they're not able to pull off that win against the Turkish team means that their tournament's on the line here this morning. Oh, gets it wrong, and this is going to go miles. Maximo. Not a good delivery from Smith, who just overcooks that one.
New balls, please, because that is a full toss. It gets banged out of here. And I'm just wondering what the height on this is like.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting replay.
And
I think that's probably all right. You look at the trajectory of it coming down. If you wind it back a little bit, you'll see.
Yeah, I think it's okay. He's also out of his crease. He's also leaning downwards.
Yeah.
And that's why it looks higher from, if you're looking at it from front on. But yeah, new balls is another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just checking. I'm liking that. So now the 6 is signalled.
Don't mind that.
So he's Carreras.
Yeah.
50 up as well.
Oh, that was a real spicy one. Gets a finger on it, so that's basically saves a boundary. Yeah, but Smith would have loved a miracle catch there.
Yeah, watch this. This gets absolutely walloped. And the power of that shot. I think that's the mind, that's the hand saying yeah, and the mind saying, are you silly? Get your hand out of the way.
Yeah.
Bit of both there. That was travelling.
Genuinely think that it saves 3 runs. Oh, well bowled. Just floats across and sneaks it inside the line.
Yeah.
What an interesting game this is. Honestly, very interesting game. I mean, if you can get these runs on the board, you put a lot of pressure on the team batting second. Big price on those top wickets.
Smith, can he finish well?
Goes straight. Does he have enough? Don't think so. Fielder comes around. He spills it. It won't be a boundary. It was a good effort from Machado coming around to his left. And he couldn't hold on. So a big moment in the game as the catch goes down, and that's the end of 5. It's 54 for 1.
Yeah, Machado, and look, it's a brilliant effort as we see him rocking and rolling, trying to hold on to it, but it slips out. That could be a big moment because that's Carson McCulloch, and we know normally he goes on and makes a healthy score.
Yeah, he does. Anyway, want to welcome you to the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. Corey Ruckers will join me a little bit later on. But yeah, right now, game in the balance, tournament in the balance. A lot of nervous players out there, a lot of nervous spectators as well. Hopefully you're enjoying us. Wherever you're watching from around the world, let's have a look at what's coming up today. We've got the 3 versus 4 matchup. We've got the 1 versus 2 coming up. Double chance, of course, for those top 2 teams. So the winner of this match goes through to qualifier 2, plays the loser of Ariana Keefe and Istanbul KSK. The loser of this match, of course, their ECL 23 is over. There's number 23, Krut Patel. Looking pretty cool. Just can't quite time him up most of the time, can they?
He's just getting the ball in the right areas because he's not giving you much pace. Getting a good bit of bounce as well. The batters have to be a little bit careful how they're playing. Got to try and get right on top or right under it, but he's not running short enough for them to get under it. So this is good so far from Patel.
Swings a bit too much. It's called a wide. Not a bad spot to miss though. Liam was asking about Nick Smith and and Machado for that matter. But of course, remember every team's allowed those 2 wild cards, and Smith's a pretty handy one to have at the top. Machado's also been good.
Good bowling.
Yeah, they'll just get 1. Yeah. Very, very tense at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering here whether someone like Jason van der Merwe will just say, you know what, he's got 3 more balls. Let's not get out to him. He's bowled pretty well. Take your hat off to him and then go after some of the older bowlers. Others are going to have to come back.
I don't know. I'd be thinking the obvious. I'd be like, how are we not banging this guy? I'd be like, I've got 3 more balls to smack him. What's he bowling?
He's bowling a very intelligent line. No, pace off. Look, just watch the, all right, this is called a wide, but watch the length. It's very difficult to go after that.
I don't know.
Unless you overcommit.
That's why I would have been stumped about 7 times by now. I wouldn't be able to resist. Enter the bat. He's done this pretty well as well. I've got him reaching at balls that are maybe wide. Don't know. Off the end of the bat for 1.
He's done well to leave 2 that were close wide, and 1 that would have been a big wide. He gets his bat onto it. Gets Carson McCulloch back on strikes. Lucky still to be there. It's dropped on 2. Difficult chance for Machado.
Another one that probably would have been a wide, but gets the end of the bat on it. All right, maybe he's the best bowler in the world, and we never knew it. Krut Patel. Hey, hello to Ramesh Satheesan, who's watching from Romania. Nice to see you, Ramesh. And also, Tyrone Peters has joined us in the comment section. Hello, Tyrone.
Hello, Ramesh. Hope you're well. And if your finger's working, let us know how you're doing.
How's he typing?
How's the... Yeah, that's what I meant.
All right, in the air. It's a false shot. And he's dropped it.
He didn't even touch it. Oh, this is criminal.
Oh, Macy just never picked it up, did he? Never picked it up. And so that's a big moment in the game. Van der Merwe's dropped on 38. He'll get a couple there. Oh, let's see where it goes wrong.
Just doesn't get anything on this.
Yeah, he didn't pick it up in the background or something. Anyway.
Oh, yaar, sir te and kapanya and kapala ball dispendiya phe. Well, maybe he should have the shades on. He may have seen that better. That is a huge opportunity. That's going to hurt you. And Macy, he's been given the ball straight away. And I like this. This is basically saying, hey, listen, there's only one way to get over it. Here, here's the ball. Get him out.
63 for 1 after 6. And here is Macy. And he's going to bowl it a length that they might enjoy. Get a bit of length here. The thing with Macy is, big fan of his attitude and you know, as a cricketer, he does tend to bowl a little bit short of that block hole, and it's quite drivable players that are in. Van der Merwe is in. Let's see what he does here. Again, keeps on a length, into the gap, should be handled. Fielding important, isn't it? Anyway, all you can do is pick yourself up. I want to say, big hello to everyone that's joining us. And Matt was asking, do we still have any of the killer pythons? Well, they're long gone, but luckily, we've had so many treats
Well, let's
from
just
the
say
players this week.
a wide ball, and maybe more than one. They decide not to take on the arm of Greenfield. Well, let's just say that the edible ones may not be here, but there's still a few lurking in those big bushes.
This is called a no ball for hitting the edge of the pitch, in fact. So it will be a free hit coming up from McCulloch. Macy, he's hard to be racing right now.
Got to make something off this, McCulloch. This is an opportunity for him to get going. I get a feeling he will.
No ball called. Okay, and it's going to be 6. Maximal.
Double trouble. This is a man new. This is a 7-up. Manos arriba, arbitro, because it's 6 runs. Not only is it 6, it's a no ball as well. So that's 7, and that's got to be a foot fault.
Yeah, had to be. Let's have a look. Was it a front foot or was it a back foot? Well,
Disaster
I don't know because
strikes.
let's get on with it. Another free hit. Catch isn't important. Just concede the 1. So just hanging on at the moment. Uerash and COYMS, their big concern, I suppose, going into this, how much batting will their middle order have to do? At the moment, doesn't look like a lot. They're building a very healthy total.
Oh, this is clubbed.
Yeah, really good batting because there was nobody's back at square leg. So he just thought if he got a bit of length, he could just swat across it. And that's exactly what he does. Well executed by Van der Merwe.
बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग कर रहा वैन द मर्वा कल भी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी की सी जेड़ा लास्ट मैच ਸੀਗਾ पंजाबी लायंस ਦੇ ਵਾਲੇ ताज दोबारा उतरा 50 maybe.
Now, bit of a top edge, hanging in the air. Stoneman's coming a long way, but he's not going to get there. Maximal as Van der Merwe reaches his 50 off just 21 balls. The 7th over goes magical, and you've got to hand it to Jason Van der Merwe. He's having a very good ECL at the moment.
Sí, felicidades de batador Jason porque tengo otra 5 carreras más. Muy bien.
Goes again and goes large. This one's still going up. Maximal. That one's not being found, to tell you that right now. 27 come off the 7th, and it's 90 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, new balls, please. This one has gone massively right into the forest behind us. That's a biggie, and that's one for the Killer Pythons.
Right.
Forget it.
One almost ended up in Portugal, which is our next location. Of course, we do have the ECIW, so women's T10 cricket coming next weekend on ECN. Now, after Portugal, we'll go to Cyprus for 2 weeks, then 2 weeks in Italy, of course. Quite a lot of the European Cricket Series this year, they will have internationals on the weekend, which is after the ECS final, so stay tuned. Plenty more cricket coming this year on ECN. All right, need to stop the bleeding. And here's Smith. Goes after it, but this should be gone. Fielder comes around and drops the catch. Well, Mickey Stoneman, he made good position. Just let it get a bit lower, and maybe McCulloch has a life now. These drop catches are going to be costly.
Oh, well, that's 3 huge drop catches. And Carson has been dropped on 2, and now 14.
Has another one, and he can't get there. It's going to be Maximal. 6 runs. Van der Merwe grabs the strike. He shouldn't have been on strike, and he swings his way into the 60s.
Oh, well, a bit of carnage here now, and it's a little bit of self-inflicted by Awaris, the Portuguese champions. When you get a chance, you've got to take it. The last over from Macy went for 27. And don't forget, before he got the ball, he put a very simple catch down. Oh, and that's another opportunity. It's just going pear-shaped. It's going to pot here for Awaris. They've just got to steady their nerves.
Yeah, it's a chance. The Green Shields part-time keeper really just needed to catch it. Didn't have to rush. Kind of spent it before he got it there. Still, you just feel this. It feels a runaway train. It's gathering momentum, isn't it? This innings. It's very hard to stop. Throws his hands at this. Just once. I mean, it's very tough. This is where, if it was basketball or something, you'd call a timeout. You know, you'd call a timeout. You say, hey, look, guys, you know, let's take a breath. What's done is done. We're still in a position where we can perhaps keep them to about 120, and we can chase it. But at the moment, you just feel like Uerash a bit flat because of these missed opportunities. Charges of this will just get one.
This is out on this one. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's almost like, I mean, time-wise, got a lot of time. You know, I'd be even inclined just to get just at the end of this over, say, hey guys, get here now, get together. Come on. We got, what, 12 deliveries to go. Let's make them good ones. Let's get back in this. Otherwise, they could really run off and get to a 130, 140 score here.
Hit pretty well, and this is 4. Nobody straight down the ground. So another expensive over Van der Merwe. What an innings from him in this elimination match. He moves to 68. And right now, we are in struggle town as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 103 for 1.
Vinny, are we going to talk, you know what? Are we going to talk, you know what, for Jason Van der Merwe? Because I tell you what, if he gets enough of the strike, and certainly he's had the luck, he could bring up the magical 3 figures here. He really could, the way he's hitting the ball.
Yeah, well, you need 32, and there's 12 balls left in the innings. Of course, he won't be facing this one. Mubin Tariq, he's carrying that slight injury. I think it's more of a leg injury than anything else, but he'll be coming on for over number 9 with his off spin. It's a slightly missed hit, but it won't carry down to Nick Smith. Just a single. It's a tough one, but yeah, it's actually one of the hardest things in sport when things are going against you to try and regroup as a team and to try and pull things back. And right now, this inning's going just the way the Irish would have wanted it to.
This over could go big. It go either way. He's out or he's going to go big.
Goes after it, and he goes big, goes large, straight down the ground. That flies into the España skies. 6 more, maximo time. Van der Merwe, he is in quite the mood here.
Yeah, this is another cricket ball that ends up on the beaches somewhere in Marbella. That is humongous. And this man, he is hitting it big at the moment. And, well, I tell you something, if he keeps going, that 100 is on. It is definitely on.
Dropped on 38, remember. Fairly simple chance, and he's almost doubled his score since then. Wants to go again, and he will go again. Maximo Mubin. He basically rolls the dice, but snake eyes for him as Van der Merwe hits 80.
Killer Python zone. That's big. Hit long, strong, and hard. Swad aa gaya aj ke nahi swere. Jabardasti batting. Jason Van der Merwe is turning on the style. Not only has he completed another half century, now he's looking maybe to get to the magical 100. How many hundreds have we had, Vinny, at the moment? Just the one this year? Well, miscue. Might get lucky.
Yeah, we'll bring up the graphic in a minute about the centuries, but yeah, at the moment, it's a bit of a rough one, isn't it?
Carson McCulloch knows that he can go wild as well. It's that time now. It's well bowled. He sees the batter move early, does Tariq, and follows him outside the off. So, I mean, despite what's happening here, this is still a good over. When you got 2 batters that are in, one who was, well, he was in the 70s when you're bowling to him. I think to get a good over in here, he's done well. 15 of it so far. Well, add another 6 to it. It goes magical. It'll be 21. Jabardast batting. 6 more. Well, he's just smashing them all over the place. And I'll tell you what, yesterday was St. Patrick's Day. It didn't start well for the Irish when they lost their first match in the day. But, well, didn't they come back strong? They lost to Istanbul, which was a massive surprise. They had to come back strong. They did come back strong against the Punjabi Lions. And maybe they had a bit of the amber nectar last night. It's serving them well today.
Well, the only 100 we've had this season is by Lala, also known as Mehboob Ali. He hit 140, the second biggest score we've ever seen, and he faced 41 balls. He hit the most sixes we've ever seen in innings. He hit 20 sixes in one innings. So 124 plus this. Stoneman comes back for the 10th. And intelligently, McCulloch says, you know what? You're on 87. Why don't you have a go and have a go at that triple figures?
Yeah, why not indeed? And, well, 8 sixes, 6 fours, 87 not out of 30 deliveries. Francois Stoneman wants to at least put an end to one possible highlight. In he comes.
Really got after the slower bowling, didn't he, Jason Van der Merwe? Now he gets the under edge. Thing is, he needs to face, I feel like 3 or 4 of the balls this over. The most he'll face is 4, barring no balls or anything like that. It'll be a tall order. I suppose he's 2 big hits away.
Yeah. Now, does he concentrate on whacking the ball to a boundary or just giving the strike back? I think you've got to think about the match as well,
Yeah, I think
not about individual
I
performance.
think you're just still trying to bat the way he normally would. And he won't get any here.
Well, they could. Oh, we'll be watching it now. I think this is worth looking at. This is worth looking at because I don't know if he gets the bat down in time. It's a little bit, I dare you. Go on, I dare you. And Conrad Greenshield says, okay then.
No, he's all right.
Just
Yeah.
a bit of cat and mouse.
And they think about a run. But yeah. Yeah, I think you've got to bat the way you normally bat. You're not on like 176. I mean, it's still a chaseable score. I mean, Irish will have to bat very, very well, but these kind of scores have been chased.
Yeah, they have been.
We're somewhere in the 130s. I think
They're
we're
not out of
here.
this by far. If we were talking 140, maybe.
Not a bad shot. Goes up and over. Slicing away. And they are going to come back for 2. Yeah, so you can see why.
Yeah.
That's you've got to do it this way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's individual milestones are nice, but I mean, this is where you've got to have that team ethos. And you've got 2 genuine batters there. You want to take the extra run.
Yeah, I mean, it's missed opportunities, really, that the Irish will have to try and get out of their heads when they come out to bat. It's only hit, but they'll go for 2, I think.
I don't think you do here because I think it's worth. Number 1, you're probably not going to get the 2 because it's probably going to be a run out anyway. And number 2, it guarantees you Van der Merwe on strike, which I think is not a bad thing. I think I'd pay 1 run to, even if it was a genuine 2, I wouldn't have taken it. I think it's time. Here's the curtain call for Jason Van der Merwe. He clunks it out this time. They will just settle for the 1. And so it'll be 130 on the button. What an innings from Jason Van der Merwe. 89 not out of 32 balls. He was dropped on 38. He ends up putting on another 51 after that. And really, it was a case of missed opportunities, really. And remember, yeah, we had the missed stumping in the middle as well. We had some other missed opportunities. But look, the Irish will be very, very happy, obviously, winning the toss and batting, getting those 130 on the board. But the Portuguese side, they have to kind of put that out of their mind now. If they bat well enough, then they've got the batting to do this. And it's do or die for both teams here in the Eliminator.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, you know, we know the batting capabilities of Conrad Greenshield. Smith has been fantastic. Machado is out there as well. Look, it's your final. You know, you knew you were going to be up against the fight. All right, hasn't gone to plan because of some of those missed opportunities, but that's the way the game goes. The same thing could happen when you're in batting. The key thing is power play. Go out there, be positive, go for your shots. That was a wicket, and he wasn't happy about it. Well, that bat was being recycled. It is International Recycling Day, so do your bit for recycling. Remember, it improves the water we drink and the air that we breathe, so everybody do your part. And, well, I'll tell you what, we recycled a few balls today as well because a few of them disappeared because this man was hitting it big and he was hitting it into, well, into fields all over the place. Well, that was a 50, but he wasn't done yet. And this is another opportunity that goes down. Carson, well, he was dropped by Machado and by Stoneman, so 2 opportunities he gave on 2 and 14. And Jason, well, he was dropped on 38 by Macy, and then Macy came on to bowl and was plummeted all over the place. He was taken to the sword in over number 7 when he went for 27, and then Conrad Greenshields had that difficult opportunity to get him stumped as well on 63. He goes on and finishes on 89 not out of 32, and it was supported well first by Doherty. Doherty then getting himself out. You saw he was pretty disappointed when he got out for 13 of 10. Then Carson McCulloch, 22 not out of 20, played the ideal supporting role. They've got the runs on the board, have the Irish champions, and let's see if they can defend it. But do remember, they are without their main strike bowler, Coulter, who picked up an injury during the warm-ups before the start of this match. Bowling figures there, the early success, Coop Patel. Take your hat off to Coop Patel. Didn't play until last night, his first match. He's continued his good form here. But Junaid, he went for a few. Francis Stoneman, I think he was tidy. Good economy rate from him, but it was hard work from the other bowlers. But, you know, you've got to feel for the bowlers. You know, you're only as good as the fielders around you, and with those catches going down, I mean, that's really hurt them. Mid-match summary. CIYMS, they have put the runs on the board, 130. So 131 required for victory for the Portuguese champions Oaris. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we return in around about 10 minutes time to see which one of these two teams will survive this eliminator and be seen again in qualifier number 2. Volvemos in 10 minutos. We'll be back in around 10 minutes time.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, where we've just been treated to a delightful innings from Jason van der Merwe, and as a result of that, he's put CRYMS in a very good, strong position. The champions from Ireland in Belfast, and that 89 of 32 deliveries was just sensational to watch. He's certainly been the top batter in this group, and posting the highest score by an individual as well. Puts his team, the Irish champions, in a good position. 130 they posted. So 131 required by the champions of Portugal or Irish to see if they will progress to the next stage, qualifying number 2. The team that loses this, that's it. Is done. They'll spend the rest of the time watching cricket and well, having some fun in the fan zone. But of course, it'll be a missed opportunity, and they'll be hurting that they haven't been able to get further. The team that wins, well, they'll have a difficult match because they'll be playing whoever loses qualifier 1. Let's get ready for the first ball. The first one played away. Take a single. So they do go for spin to start with. I was expecting this, I think. They're basically saying, well, okay, if you want it, go after it. Carson McCulloch did his bit with the bat. Now looking to perform with the ball. Well, may take the overthrows, but you saw the no was called straight away by Smith. So Nick Smith and Miguel Machado are the batters. Smith has been in fine form. Remember, he himself has made a fine knock of 70 in the series. And that's what they need here. They need him to go big. They need him to perform. McCulloch. He goes for it and he gets it out of the middle. Ball! Volley, kinna zona. Shaka Lagia. Well, I think this one wakes up the production crew. Boom! Shake it all about. Oh, that's gonna leave a little bit of mark on the ball. Well, the sheriff says it's okay. He went for it, McCulloch, went for the wicket-to-wicket delivery, gets dispatched. Smith, good shot. Gets a short one, and this one will go the distance as well. Manos arriba. Vidro, porque eso es 6 más. Qué golpe grande. Un golpe muy dulce, más dulce, de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras. Well, there's been a few balls that are going in that zone. This one, though, finds its way back as it hits the conifers and rebounds back to this side of the field. Smith, this is what he's got to do. This is what it's all about. 76 of 32 he scored, remember, against Ariana. And this one, they're taking him on. And that's good running. 15 off the over, a ball to go. Well, no, that was the last ball, beg your pardon. So 15, now that's the start you need. Well, keep going at this, you're winning the match, aren't you? No problems at all. 130, no problems. Smith is going to be key, isn't he? But Miguel Machado has got to play his part as well. So they go with spin, and it almost pays off. Just those 2 massive maximos were not part of the plan. Remember, no Coulthard in the lineup. Ah, isn't that nice? Well, that's a new visitor. I haven't seen that one before. And watch out for the snakes in there, though. Watch out for the snakes. So it says, I'll munch on the scorpions, but keep away from those killer pythons that are out there. So there you go. Animal lovers all around the world going, yeah, we have a bit of wildlife here. We've got wild boars as well, by the way. They come over it so often. Okay, who are we going with here now? Well, Adam Kennedy bowled very well yesterday. When he gets his Yorkers in, he was pretty destructive against the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. Starts with a wide. Kennedy. It's like a fine young player. Rico Full here at the magnificent Cartama Oval here in Andalusia, the region of Malaga. And joining me back in what can only be described as our dream box, our commentary position, is Mr. Maximo.
Best seat in the house at the moment. What a first over that was. Kennedy promoted, open the bowling. Gets short. Well, he's hit this onto his helmet. He's going to be gone. There's going to be a wicket. And so that's a big moment in the game. Smith just rushed by Kennedy in a slightly different role, but he does the trick and he gets the big fish. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, he edges this up either onto his shoulder or his helmet. It ballooned up in the air. It was a simple catch, and it's 16 for 1.
Oh, well, this is disaster, isn't it, really? Adam Kennedy, though, the player of the match yesterday for CRYMS against Punjab Lions of Nicosia. Took 3 for 8 yesterday, and he gets the key wicket here. And I wonder if we get to see this again. I don't know if this goes straight up in the air or whether it does take his helmet. I mean, maybe we'll get to see it better on the side view, but no mistakes by Carson McCulloch. Well, McCulloch was the one that was attacked, and this time he's the one who takes the catch. I think, yeah, it does. Look at that. Is bat, lid, and then out. He has no idea where it is. So wicket taken, huge wicket. Sometimes it's just luck, isn't it? Sometimes you need the rub of the green.
Yeah.
And talk about green, well, we know that is the team from Ireland. That was a lot of green about them yesterday on Paddy's Day. And probably didn't get too much of the luck of the Irish yesterday on Paddy's Day. Got a little bit there, Vinny, got a little bit there.
Yeah, because that can easily be edged over the keeper for 4. Lucky he's wearing a helmet in a sense, because if they hit him in the head, that would be nasty. But nasty result, isn't it, for Wearash? Need a captain's innings from Conrad Greenshields. Comes out at 3. Delivers this one first up and gets a single. Oh, John saying Kitty Humvee is in the crowd. Well, it's a kitty. I don't think it's the kitty. We saw a nice little pussycat there in the jungle. Yeah, well, they're at the rate. I mean, you got to stay at the rate or die trying. You don't want to fall behind 15, 16, 17. Then you're really chasing their game. Try and make the most of the power play. Machado batted well when these two teams met in the group stage. And he cracks a 6. Well, that's absolutely T-boned out of the ground. Maximo, watch out, Kitty. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a good hit. Just going for the short delivery, but, well, it's not quite a threatening one. It just hovers there in the right area and he gets pushed away. Don't worry, no cat was injured in the making of that one. All is good. Well, wax it away. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Vinny. You got to stay alive in this. You can't get intimidated. You got to keep playing your shots. Kennedy once more. Oh, he's gone wide here. Wide delivery. Still wants to bang it in short. Yesterday, Kennedy was successful because he was pitching the ball up. Yorker length deliveries. And that's what the young man's got to do here. Go back to what he was doing yesterday when he took 3 for 8 in that player of the match performance last night against the Punjab Lions and Nicosia. Oh, what a hit. What a shot this is. Well, we've seen, which one is the shot? There's so many good shots here. Is this one the shot of the day? He just whips his away. Well, Machado, don't forget when we saw him first up, he looked pretty impressive, didn't he? They've got the players that can do this. There's no doubt about it. This is a cracking shot. Just clips it away. So there they got a bit lucky with the wicket first up. Well, Machado now saying, well, you know what? It's time for me to turn on the style.
Right, Irish aren't the only ones that can go up a gear with the bat. We're seeing Machado striking the ball very cleanly. 2 to come in this second over.
Yeah, he made 48 of 21 deliveries in a player match performance in that victory against CI. He was the thorn in the thigh then. Can he be the thorn in the thigh in this one as well? Remember, ORS beat CRYMS by 8 runs in match number 3, 101 to 93. Machado made the difference that time. Can he make the difference this time? Kennedy struggling with his line, not getting the Yorker going. This over could go magical. They're right on track with the rate. Better.
Yeah, got it past the ball. I didn't realise that he did. So we'll get the single. Yeah, so it's the power play they wanted. You know, it looks like it'll be 40 plus. I mean, a bit early to call that, I suppose. But Still, just, it's all about, I said it before, batters getting in and staying in.
Yep.
And Van der Merwe did that in the first innings. And Machado's hoping that he doesn't waste a good start here. Greenshields to face the last ball of Kennedy's over. Cuts this away to the gap. He just loses footing there to fielder, so that's a bonus 4 as well. Kennedy does go magical in the end, takes the wicket, but bleeds 21. And after 2 overs, it is 36 for 1.
Yeah, the over does go magical. Cuatro carreras, 21 off the over. And look at the score on the board as well. 36 for 1 after 2.
This is how these two teams ended up in this position, 2 and 2. Weird kind of group, really. Punjab Lions, Nicosia, unfortunately for them, they couldn't get too much going in this ECL. Went out without a win. We'll see Ariana Keefe and Istanbul KSK going at each other in qualifier 1, the second match of the day, coming up around about an hour's time. Right now, very focused on this elimination matchup between two very good cricket teams.
Yeah, this is a big over. Still in the power play, the game for spin, and the spin that of the very clever and wily Jacob Mulder.
Yeah, this is a big bowling change. Do really well to get a single there. Oh, it's a good bit of backing up as well because they hit the stumps and deflected away. Mark Best doing the backing up.
Yeah, great work, great action.
Mulder's economy rate's been in the 6s, and that's even with an over kind of going off the rails yesterday. I think that they bring him on in the 3rd a bit earlier than he normally would, just to try and get that over in, which puts the Irish team back ahead.
Bold.
Going down the leg side.
Pushes it through, doesn't he? Yesterday what impressed me about his bowling was that he just kept his variations going all the time against the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. Picked up 2 for 19. Very clever, wily bowler. Very hard to pick.
He doesn't really turn a lot. It's a lot of leggies. Just kind of drifts in, has this overspin. I think against Mulder, you're pretty happy if you can just somehow wangle a boundary out of the over. I don't think you have to do anything crazy to him. There's other options, especially no Coulter in the lineup. You have to find another bowler. He's a weapon. They see again. So they'll just take the 1. That's very skillful bowling at the moment.
Watch the swing he gets. I know he gets turned. Watch how he swings in.
Yeah.
That really shapes in a lot. So he's shaping it in, then spinning it viciously away.
Yeah, I don't know about the away spin though. I don't think he actually turns it. I think it just kind of curves in. This is up. It's a half a chance. It won't be taken. It's a good effort from the fielder. McCulloch, he bats it, but he bats it out of bounds. It's 4 runs. And so they get the boundary they were hoping for in the 3rd.
Yeah, they get 1 boundary. They will love another. Yeah, Carson, ball's always getting away from him. He tries to forehand this back into the court. Not able to. 4 runs. What a match. What a start.
Yeah, now I don't think you have to do too many more risky things. Oh, it's good bowling again from Mulder. So he just goes for 7 in the over. And that's the end of the power play. But for me, we're pretty happy with the result of the first 3 overs. It's 43 for 1.
Yeah, that's the power play that they wanted. Remember I was saying that the power play is key. Get into the 40s, the 40 to 45 score on the power play and game on. But that's also the over, I think, that CI wanted. They wanted to keep that one low, and now they can spread the field. And now maybe they may go back to pace again. There may be a little bit more protection for the bowler.
3 magical overs. Just eked the score over the 100 mark. If you take those out, it's probably around 100 or so. If they were more normal overs. And that was kind of the result of some missed opportunities. This is going to be the left armer, Mark Best, to bowl over number 4.
3 for 12 yesterday against the Punjab Lions, and you can see another bowler that performed well. The left armer.
Steps to the ball, doesn't quite carry. That's well blocked by McCulloch. Just be a single, but you see, Machado certainly has that attacking intent. Doesn't even wait to have a look at Best. He gets down the wicket, gets it on the full. Good fielding though.
Yeah, he does very well. Look, has to put his body in the line. He knows that the catch isn't on. Does really well.
Greenshields tries to go downtown. Ends up sneaking it around the corner for a single.
You can see they're not allowing or not wanting any batter to settle in here.
Hits this into the gap. It's going, and it's 4. I think it's more good luck than good management there, really. He does get the boundary. Machado wasn't where he intended it, but he got it in a good spot.
I think this is Carson's ball for me. This is Carson's ball. He starts going and then he just stops. And, well, I think Carson was closer to that one.
But the thing is, you don't really know. And so once another fielder's going towards it, you don't want to risk a collision. That's one that's probably literally in the middle of them. So if you both go full pelt, all that happens is you end up cleaning each other up. Machado 21, then hits this down the ground pretty firmly. Straight to the long off though. That's a tough one because normally you call when it's yours, but that one you don't really know if it's yours or not. So the 50 comes up for Awarerush.
Yeah, I think it's one where Carson just said, okay, not getting in your way. Green Shields.
It's a good ball in the block hole. Knocks it out for 1. Very few dot balls at the moment. I think that's pretty important as well. Just normally finding the boundary or 2 in the over, scoring off most deliveries. Pretty much bang on the rate. I think when we see the red line in a moment, they'll be right on it.
Crucial partnership, this one.
This over's gone for 8, which is a win for the Island, unless this goes to the boundary. This time McCulloch gets the jump, but I hit that well. So 9 off the over. Not a bad one from Best at all. And after 4 overs, it is 52 for 1.
Yeah, good fielding this time. Carson continues his run and gets right behind the fielder. Slide and pick up Van der Merwe.
Let's have a bit of a look then at where we're at in this game. Good start. They've come down a little bit, but only a little bit. It's a pretty challenging red line. Basically 13 and over. But I mean, that good second over got them up. And yeah, look, right now they are right on that line. Because they are 13 and over. And that red line is at 13 and over. So now we've got Chris Robinson coming on to bowl. Wind's a funny one at the moment as well. It feels like it just switched around a little bit. It's kind of blowing all over the place. But anyway, let's see what Robinson can do. Not good over either way. Can put one team ahead. This is up in the air and he hasn't got it at all. It should be gone. It will be gone. And so that's the one they wanted. Machado got to 23. Didn't want to have a look at Robinson. Tried to go the first ball. Simple catch taken. It's Mulder that takes it. And so Awarerush lose the second wicket. Both openers now back in the pavilion, 52 for 2.
Yeah, Chris Robinson comes on and he wants to go for it. Doesn't get the contact he wants, slices it up in the air. No mistake from the fielder. And look at the celebration because he knows that is a big wicket. And what a good catch that is from Jacob Mulder. And I'm liking the way that the captain here, John Matchett, is using his bowlers. I think he knows that one good over from one of his key bowlers and the match really goes and swings in their balance. So he's not giving any bowler 2 overs. He's used different bowlers every over. He's not been worried about using a spinner or a seamer. I think he very cleverly deployed Jacob Mulder to bowl over number 3 in the power play because he wanted to keep it tidy. And now he's got the wicket he wants. I think that's a brave move from the captain and it's worked a treat.
And they're going for Faf Stoneman at 4. And well, these two out there in the middle, they had a very memorable partnership for Portugal back in the ECC. They're reunited. I think Faf, he's my number 4. He's a very good technical batter, actually. He's made big runs in the Portuguese domestic competition. It's just a matter of extending that. Saw him doing pretty successfully a few months ago in that international competition. But anyway, Robinson, what a start for him. That wasn't an easy catch. It looked easy, but this wind is all over the place. Well held by Mulder. Played out, and the thing with these two, they'll hustle as well between the wickets, particularly Stoneman. He's very industrious out there. It's also a good ball from Robinson. So
yeah, the Green Shields now, though, will have to become the aggressor, won't he? He's the one who's been out there longer, so he needs to take charge as the batter that's trying to get the 2 boundaries, so they need an over.
Pitched up, it goes for another skied ball, and another catching opportunity, and another catch. So Mulder does it again, and Greenshield falls on his sword now. Trouble in the middle overs for Awarerush as they lose their captain for 12. It's 53 for 3.
Yeah, well, that's disaster, isn't it? Not only Is he giving his wicket away there, trying to go for the big shot? I know I said he has to become the aggressor, but losing those wickets within a couple of balls of each other, that wasn't what they wanted. So now the two men that really you would have been looking to get close to this target, Miguel Machado, he goes, and a couple of ball later, the captain, Conrad Greenshields, parts again. Same combination. It is Robinson, the bowler, Mulder taking the catch.
It's Keegan De Silva coming out at 5. Like I said, they're not a mile behind the rate, but I mean, those wickets could be telling in the wash-up. Disappointment for Conrad, popular personality here on the network, but he's only able to gather a dozen. Couldn't get that in the middle, and it's 53 for 3.
Yeah, disappointment for a fantastic guy, great personality, great cricketer, and has done humongous work for cricket in Portugal, not just men's cricket, but women's cricket as well. So that's disappointment, but somebody could click here, and well, they could still make it through to qualifying number 2, but it's a big ask now.
To say it's an uphill climb is probably a bit of an understatement. Not a climb I'd be making without the right equipment anyway. Keegan De Silva, can we see some magic from him? Batting 5. His first one okay, but should be handled by the outfielders, just a single.
But this is one way you can certainly hurt your fingers as a bowler. You can get it sandwiched between the stump and the ball. But look at the technique here. Watch the throw on the bounce. And the bowler, just watch that hand, and out, almost.
Well, sometimes throws can be too good. That's probably one of them. But yeah, but Robertson, start of this over, said one significant over could change the direction of this game one way or the other. Certainly swung heavily towards the Irish during this 5th over. Robertson taking 2 for 2. Stoneman in a bit of an uncomfortable position now. Can't let this game drift too far. Just pushes, and he'll get 4. Wow, I didn't think he got that well, but the placement was perfect as he threads the needle. A badly needed boundary. The Portuguese trying to mount some kind of comeback here.
Yeah, well, Adam Kennedy pulls the handbrake, says to Angus Farrell, it's all yours. Farrell gets the dive in with the ball, beats him, goes to the boundary, 4 runs. It helps, but they need to join them up, these boundaries now. That rate starting to climb.
See if he can close out the over here. Robinson, been a good one. Stoneman hits it, but hits it too well. Now, I was thinking of a run there. I think Stoneman would have been fine. Keegan De Silva maybe not. So end of 5, and the score is 58 for 3.
Yeah, I just wanted to focus on how quickly the fielder comes off the boundary inside the 30-yard circle to back up. That's the standards that you need here. A lot of other teams would have taken the overthrow there, but not against the champion from Ireland, because the backing up is so good, it's so quick. They understand each other really well.
Might have been on, but yeah, I think you need both batters to go straight away. I don't think that De Silva was keen. Anyway, today's a very exciting day. I mean, they all are in the ECL, but particularly so because we'll finally be able to complete the picture of Championship Week, which starts on Monday. We have Hornchurch of England, Farmers of Jersey, Beveren from Belgium, Dura from France, Sporting Alfaz from Spain, and Pagacair also from Spain will feature. And the other team will be determined tonight, and wide open is Group F. I don't think anyone imagined it would be quite so close. Anyway, Kennedy, he's back for his 2nd over. First one went magical, but he has bowled well in the middle overs. And so, yeah, I was wondering how he'd go. Hustle here, but I'll just get one. I was wondering how he'd go opening the bowling. Obviously, slightly newer ball. He's been really good at just kind of jamming in Yorkers and endangering the stumps. But he, went for a few. Did get a big wicket though, and you look back. In fact, he did concede 21, but the fact he removed one of those dangerous openers was pretty important.
Yeah, and I like that first delivery. It's Fuller. This is what he did well yesterday. He attacked the stump. He was too short in his first over.
Tries to get funky. It's off the glove, and he's going to be gone. So now Faf Stoneman's gone trying to manufacture a boundary, but he couldn't get it off the wood. And he basically punches it up in the air. Doherty does the rest. And Where's falling apart now. It's 59 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, this looks simple, but I think this is all about reading the game. Doherty knows straight away what the batter's going to try and do here. So he's almost already on the move. He gets there early, takes a comfortable catch. Francois Stoneman will have to depart. and he goes for 5 of 4 deliveries. So things are not going well here, to say the least. And, I mean, unliking the imagination, unliking him trying to get that to work. It doesn't quite get it right. Never mind that one. According to Green Shields, didn't get a second chance. That was Francois Stoneman that departs. And,
Stoneman, yeah, I'll be disappointed. I mean, it's been a weird kind of week for Warish, hasn't it? 2 days ago, they beat the Irish in their first game and had their tails up. Then they lost their next 2. Then they came back and won their last game. It's been up, it's been down. It's been indicative of really what this group has been about. Well done to Kennedy, though. And you're right about Doherty. Anticipation is so important. Wicket keeping, or any fielding position, really. And he got the jump on that ball.
Yeah, I want to ask you about the wicket keeping. Maybe you can focus on it in the next delivery. When he's standing, you see a lot of keepers, the way they stand different. Some of them legs close together. He stands with his legs really wide apart.
Yeah,
I mean,
have a look. I didn't really notice.
So it's almost like is that because he's ready to launch whichever way he has to go?
Yeah,
or?
I mean, there's pros and cons. It gives you good stability if you've got your legs a bit wider apart. Yeah, and you're right. Let's have a look at the keeper here. I'll give you my 2 cents. This should be cut off. I think a 2, but it's not there. Yeah, look, it's an interesting one. He's basically taking up a position a bit like a slips fielder. So, like, maybe we'll have another look at him this ball. But, yes, what makes it tough for him then is then to take kind of multiple steps sideways. But then he might not have to. Now, I think what he does do in that position, he keeps his head really still, so he tracks the ball well. Another look at him here. This is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be 4. So, well, Keegan Silver's not giving up. That rate is up to around about 14 to 15 and over. And he's got Andani there with him now. And so Andani's a real wild card. We haven't seen the best of him. He's got a point to prove. Nice looking shot. Goes to the fence.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Brings up his first boundary. And it's nicely played. And Andani, I said this yesterday, he's a guy that we haven't seen the best of him. He's a class player. He really is.
He is. Oh, no, he's turned De Silva around. This would have been out, except he spiked it up and over the stumps. Yeah, I don't know how many bounces John Matchett's bowled in his life. He accidentally bowls one there, going for the run out.
Yeah, because that one just goes way over the stumps. Yeah, and Andani, we've seen him play in Portugal many a time, seen him score lots of runs. He's for a long time there was one of the class batters there. You can see the Bulldog, Group Patel, he's got his pads on as well. He's somebody else and that has scored. He's got loads of runs in Portugal, so they've got the batting here. But the thing is, they've got to stay up with the rate. That rate is closing on around the 15. You've got to still believe, got to still play these shots. And I think you've got to be assertive. Every shot's got to be assertive one. Not be thinking about pushing for singles, go for attacking shots.
4 overs remaining. This is skied. I feel like it's in no man's land. No one could find it. And so Keegan De Silva will get away with it.
Yeah, if anyone was going to catch this one, it was going to be the bowler, but he had to find it first, Chris Robinson. Robinson once more. Once again, it's well hit, but not the desired power or the placement to get it past fitters. Apologies, everyone, just losing our scoreline for a moment. I'm sure that a few gremlins in the works, but we'll have that up for you as soon as possible.
Yeah, I hope so, because I don't know the score, which doesn't help. At the ground, they know what's going on. This is up, and it's towards the fielder. He takes a brilliant catch. Unbelievable work. And that's a fantastic bit of outfielding, and it sums it up. And that's Mark Best out there. It was to his correct side, wasn't it? But still, it was low down. It was almost slipped catch-like the way that he launched himself low and to his left. And so, their chances fading away in this eliminator.
Yeah, this is quality, isn't it? This is what you expect from the Irish in the field, and we're starting to see it. They're putting on a show. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. You're simply the best. Oh, what a catch that is. Sensationally done. Superb work. And I like the way he's got his eye on it all the way. He knows how he has to take it. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause. Sensational.
Yeah, really good work. Anyway, Silva, feel a bit unlucky. And that one gets grabbed, but it's just top fielding, and that's been the difference, hasn't it, really? If you want to say what's been the main difference, I think in this particular contest, the Irish team have held their catches, the Portuguese did not. And now Miguel Stoneman will come in with a score at 67 for 5.
Robinson, what a performance from him. Well, he said he bowled very well yesterday. Well, he's got 3 here today as well.
A bad shot, first up. Just be a single.
Yeah, Miguel, someone. That's the thing there, isn't it, Vinny? I mean, we know a lot of these players, and that's why we're saying, well, this guy can bat, because they can. These two guys, if they could quite easily be opening the innings, Miguel Stoneman and Azar Andani.
Now, Azar doesn't get it where he wants it now. He's going to have to go. He never quite found his timing in this ECL, did he, Azar? But got to say, Robinson, he's having a real heater here in the eliminator. And they had to cover for the loss of Big Coulter. Robinson's come to the party with 4 wickets, and that makes it 68 for 6.
4 for 9. Great bowling. Good players, big players, good teams perform when it matters. And, well, the champions from Ireland are doing just that here now, aren't they? They had to come good when it mattered, and they are coming good when it matters. CI getting everything right, and Chris Robinson, he's got a ball to pick up a 5 here. 1 ball left in his spell. As we see, Azar Andani, he'll go for 6, just 5 deliveries, and another straightforward catch this time from Farrell.
Yeah, held it well. Again, holding the catches. And it was a similar one that went down in that region. And Van der Merwe had a life on 38.
Yeah.
Go on to make 89. So 1 shot at a 5-wicket haul. And Robinson would love to do it. This is Mobeen Tariq coming out to bat. I suppose you kind of still got to throw the bat at it. They've gone past the point of no return though. About 20 and over required. Robinson searching for a 5th. Well, he might get it, but he might not. I think it's going to be 6. What a shot. Maximal. Well, credit to Mobeen Tariq. He comes out and he tries to reverse the narrative, and he does to an extent. Nice shot first ball against a guy that no one else had really been able to get hold of. And that's the end of the 7th over. It's 74 for 6.
74 for 6, well bowled to Robinson. And remember, this is the one coming up next. This is both these teams a double chance to get into tonight's final. Qualifier number 1, Adriana Kith, the champions of Sweden, taking on, well, the surprise package, you got to say, Istanbul KSK, the champions of Turkey.
Right, so let's have a look. AO is in the team for Istanbul. Looking at that, you've got Adil Raza back in, that makes sense. Ariana Keefe, though, don't forget, they're the only team that beat Istanbul KSK.
Yeah.
Both those teams with 3-1 record. That's starting in around about 35 minutes as we start a new over. This one's bounced back over McCulloch. He can't quite climb the ladder to prevent the single.
Okay, I'm going to enjoy this contest, I think, because Carson McCulloch, after Stoneman gets a single, it's now to Tariq. Tariq is going to want to go after him. He's going to go after him.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, you got to.
Let's see who wins this battle.
On a wing and a prayer here. Bunch of 6s is all that can bring you back into the game. He won't get 6, but he might get 4. Thick outside edge, running away. Oh, that's a great bit of fielding. Where does it go, though? Back over the rope. That was pretty good improvisational work, but Farrell accidentally throws one into his own net. Tariq gets 4.
Well, he must be double jointed. I mean, how does he catch up with this in the first place? But yeah, he ends up, well, bowling a bit of a googly here. It's a tremendous effort.
Yeah, Paul Adams like. Now, up and gone. Another catching opportunity, another catch. And so it's going to be Tariq who goes 6, 4 and out. It becomes the 7th wicket to fall. COIMS well on top. It's 79 for 7.
It's what he had to do, really, isn't it? Try and take everything on, maybe get a bit lucky, but maybe, and you know, sometimes it works this way. When you see the dismissal of Nick Smith, the way he got out the first wicket to go when the ball came off his bat onto his lid before the catch was taken. That's the way sometimes it goes, and they just haven't had the rub of the green. And another day, somebody like this man, Mubin Tariq, could have smashed the ball to all parts of the ground, but, well, catch taken by Robinson. And what a day, what a morning Robinson is having. Usually, the night after St. Patrick's Day can be a bit of a disaster, can it, for the Irish? But these boys, I think they were well behaved, went to bed early after their bacon and cabbage, and they've come out firing.
Don't think they were taking any chances. Junaid gets a bat, hits this one pretty well, but picks out the fielder. It's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, with the Irish taking on the loser of the next game, Ariana Keefe versus Istanbul KSK. Irish will feel like they're clicking, but remember, I only really saw top 3 bats. This is launched high in the air. I feel like this is a catching opportunity, and another catch is taken. I'd love to know how many catches have been taken in this innings. Yeah, in fact, every dismissal's been caught, so that's 8 catches taken. And that is the difference for me. It's the most clear difference in this game, as it's Miguel Stoneman, the next man to fall. It's 80 for 8.
And Jason, he's not going to miss these, is he? They're the ones that we see them practicing all the time. A few people asking, CIYMS, what does it stand for? I can tell you, Church of Ireland Young Men's Society. It's a club, a very club that was, of course, started by the church, but now it's open to men and women of all religions and dominations. The club consists of 5 senior teams, as well as under 15 boys and girls, under 13 boys and girls, and also under 11 quick cricket squads as well. So it's a big club in Ireland, based in Belfast, and has had a lot of success over the years as well.
Yeah, it's the only way you get here, by having success. All Ireland champions in 2022. Here's Kruk Patel getting a hit. He's done some pretty special things in this ECL. Let's see if he has something with the bat. Now he tries. I feel like he might be in a bit of trouble, but he gets away with it. He'll get a run.
Yeah, Kruk Patel, the first time I saw him bat, Vinny, he was the, well, exceptional cutter of the ball. You give him any width, he cuts the ball so well. The thing is, though, of course, here, he just knows that whatever comes his way has to be dispatched. But the way it is here now, it seems very, very unlikely, doesn't it? They literally need, well, 2 magical overs, because they need 50 runs of just 12 deliveries.
81 for 8 after 8. And you can see he's taken a bit of a nosedive after they were ahead at one point. But yeah, you see the peak was when the wicket of Smith fell. Oh, they're a pretty guy to bring back as well. Yeah, so here's the thing as well. You can't take away the fact that Ireland have outplayed Portugal in this game. But, you know, Smith edging one onto his helmet. Talk about the luck factor. That's a bit of luck that went against them. And look, without that wicket, who knows if things would have worked out the same or differently. That's the beauty of cricket, I suppose. And elimination match like this, you only get to play it once.
Yeah.
I think the CIYMS hitting their straps just at the right time, and they'll get a lot of confidence out of this game, no doubt about it. I feel they can go all the way. This is a pretty nice looking shot into the gap. Looks like maybe the flipper from Mulder, but he overcooks a little bit. Junaid gets 4.
Yeah, plays it well. It is overcooked. It ends up being a full toss. Going quite a way down the leg side, but I like the fact that he's still prepared to play in the V. Doesn't go across the line and be tempted to go in the square leg area where there's a man waiting. Finds the gap. Nice shot. Powerful shot.
Bouncer. Oh,
that's a miss.
We might see the bouncer now. Now, I was asking Jacob about a ball yesterday that kind of was dug into the pitch and ended up going for 5 wides over and around the keeper.
How's that miss? It must have taken a bit of the back.
Yeah, no, it did.
It did, right?
Little French cut. But he said, oh no, sometimes it's bowl a bouncer because I get angry. Is he angry yet? Not yet. Yeah, this is well bowled. See, Kruk's expecting maybe some spin. Not going to get any. Oh, it's going to be a very interesting afternoon of cricket, I think, no matter what. But commiserations to Arash. I think they've come a long way. They had high hopes. This is the key match here. They haven't been able to play their best cricket. Haven't been allowed to, though.
Oh,
I think he's in when he's knocked the bail off.
The foot does stay down, and I think he's He's making a signal, Patel, for something. I think. Does he want the cap? Does he want to get rid of the helmet?
He'd be good at twister, Krut Patel, wouldn't he? That's the end of the over. It's 87 for 8 after 9.
Started so well, didn't it, for Irish in this chase? 15 of the first, 36 of the second, but that's when they lost that wicket of Nick Smith. Quite unluckily, you got to say, but even that didn't stop them. 21 then came off that second over. They finished the power play 43 for 1, still on top there. Brought the 50 up inside the fourth over, 52 for 1. But then, well, it was Robinson that spoiled the party. 2 wickets in his first over, 2 for 6 is what he took. And after that, really, that CI have never looked back.
Best gets his second over. Thick inside edge. He's going to run to the boundary. So Junaid with some consolation runs coming at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, and let's see if they can finish. I mean, look, you know, they want to try and make this respectable. They're into the 90s here now. A couple more boundaries. They could even bring the 100 up. That would be a good finish for Irish.
Yeah, I'll get some more consolation runs here. It'll be another boundary. All our French viewers, they're probably tuning in, waiting to see who will face Drua in Championship Week. They'll appreciate that beautifully executed French cut from Junaid Khan.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all about taking the pluses and highlights. Irish, they should not be disappointed. I mean, they will be disappointed, but they shouldn't be disappointed about the performance. They shouldn't be disappointed about what they've achieved here. As Best comes once again. This time he keeps it outside the off. Well, this one,
wow,
it's hit so hard, it smashes into the stumps, and still, well, it doesn't work its way through the stumps.
You know
Joe
what?
Foster was in the firing line.
I'm so glad that Joe went that way, because if he went the other way, I think this would have collected him, because he hits the top of the stump. Look.
Well, all I'll say on this is keep your eye on the social media, because we got the umpires to do a little bit of a warm-up this morning, and as a result of that, I think Joe Foster was alert and briskly got out of the way of that one.
Krut goes with a one-hand job and get a single, so it looks like they'll make around the 100 mark. They'll rue those drop catches though. I mean, even with their batting kind of falling apart, they still put about a ton on the board. There's 3 magical overs for me in the first innings. They were the difference. It was Van der Merwe doing the damage in those overs. This is up in the air. Called a no ball straight away. Now they might get a run out.
Well, if he wasn't so busy celebrating and saying, look how easy I took that catch, well, they would have got a run out here, because Carson takes a catch. He's acting pretty cool. No ball is called, and then everybody looks at him and says, hey, get the throw in. He gets it throw in, and then, well, Best, well, he doesn't do his best to try and stop it, because he ends up busting his fingers as the throw comes in. Now, it is run out, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you see the Krut, because Junaid doesn't run, because he either doesn't think he's out, or he thinks he's out, or just basically on the back foot. And he even has time to throw it up to himself. Does he get extra points for throwing it twice?
That is the cool. I mean, Patel, look, he thinks the wicket's gone. He doesn't realise no ball's being called. He's running back. And, well, I thought he got back, but he doesn't. Well, that you never see anything like it. You see a batter who doesn't realise it's a no ball. You see the fielder who doesn't realise it's a no ball. And then eventually the throw comes in and he gets run out. You've never seen anything like it. Only on the European Cricket Network.
Free hit next ball, so they go to 99. See if they can bring up the 100 here. Yeah, you'll only see this stuff on the European Cricket Network. I love that he threw it to himself and still had time.
Mr. Cool, Carson McCulloch, isn't he? Okay, put it down. Let him get 100. Nah, not going to happen. Okay, it's another wicket. And it's Best who picks up his first wicket. Well, he took a bit of pain from the throw from McCulloch to get the run out, which, of course, he gets fantasy points for. Well, he'll get a few more for this wicket as well. So he doesn't go wicketless. He gets 1 for 21. Awarish, it'll be, in the end, again, all out off the very last ball. 99. They finish on 99 all out of the last ball. But it's a very emphatic victory for the CIYMS team. CI, they say, callers. It's a win by 31 runs. And that means that they will play in qualifier number 2. Who they'll play, well, we're yet to find out, but we'll find out soon, because that qualifier number 1 is coming up next in around about 25 minutes
25 minutes away, so that should be an absolute banger, no doubt about it. And we'll have a look at the chase. It was going to be a big target, wasn't it? 131 for victory, but Smith certainly started with a bang.
Yeah, and bang, bang it was. And the production crew, they knew all about the intent because it was banging into them. It was banging into the conifers, but it was also banging into the helmet because unfortunately Smith placed it straight onto his lid and the catch was taken. But they didn't stop. They kept fighting. Conrad Greenshields, we know, was going to go for it. Machado played a good innings as well. But they needed the wickets, but they also at the same time, all Irish needed to play the big shot. That was a big moment because that was when Mulder took the catch of Machado. And it was that same combination, Robinson and Mulder, who got the second wicket. That over number 5 is when everything changed. Robinson, great over from him, that one, when he took 2 for 6. And, well, from there was no coming back. Tried to get eventful there. Did Francis Stoneman. Tried to do a little bit of the scoop, but puts it straight in the hands of the keeper. There were still a few boundaries, there were still a few highlights, they still were up and applauding. They still were hoping something could go their way as King and De Silva then went to this. Well, that was simply the best. What a catch it was from that man, all smiles, superbly taken. Yeah, it deserved a round of applause.
Here's the big difference for me, and I don't remember the Irish team dropping a catch. I actually don't think they dropped a catch the whole time, and Portugal dropped a bunch, and that just allowed COYMS to keep building pressure, keep turning the order around. Meanwhile, of course, with those big runs on the board, they were kind of pushing that run rate required out. Joe Foster may be a bit lucky to survive this, but Crook doesn't survive this. It's like the solo. If you've ever watched any GAA sports, hurling or Gaelic football, a solo, a little play it to yourself and then throws it in. And Bowler did the rest, and that was the last ball, so couldn't quite get the 100 in the end. 130 to 99. That's how YMS, they outplayed the Portuguese. They thoroughly deserve their spot in the top 3, and there are only 3 now in Group F that can potentially qualify for Championship Week on Monday. Ariana Keefe versus Istanbul KSK. Well, stop whatever you're doing. Make sure you're back here in 25 minutes for this one. Ariana Keefe won the toss. Darmenda looked confused, like he didn't have a plan. Eventually he said, we'll bowl first. Don't think he was planning on winning the toss. I think they don't care. I don't think whatever happens, they're going to play their way. Istanbul will open up with the bat. Remember, they defended really well yesterday. They even defended 79 against the Irish. But here, whereas the Portuguese champions weren't able to get the job done in the eliminator. 23 for Machado was good early. Smith was good early. Got caught when he top edged one onto his helmet. Double figures down the bottom. Tariq with 10 in quick time and 16 on out for Junaid Khan. Greenshields, again, his match win on his day, but he could only contribute 12. Look at the extras, only 3 wides and a no ball in the innings, and that no ball came late in the piece when the game was well won. So I think it was a very good team bowling performance, especially with no Alan Coulter in the lineup at the start for me. Chris Robinson, 4 wickets.
Yeah, he bowled really well. Then Chris Robinson, he impressed. Adam Kennedy picked up 2 as well as Carson McCulloch. McCulloch still once again underlining the fact that he is a key player. If they're to do well, if they're to go all the way, if we're to see them again next week, I think their performance and the performance really there of Carson is going to be absolutely key. But one thing I will say, Vinny, I think you've touched on it already, when you play these matches, when 2 top teams come together, an all-star cast on both sides, I think what's very important is when you get those chances, you have to take them. Remember that partnership between Jason van der Merwe and also Carson McCulloch. Both batters will drop twice. You can't afford to do that. If you don't take your catches in these type matches, you're not going to win those matches.
Yeah, and you can practice catching all you like. That's one thing, but I suppose when the pressure's on, they're the times it's different. You know, and unfortunately, Irish not able to hold their catches. Unfortunately for the COYMS team, who thoroughly deserve their place in the top 3 in this group, and they'll want to push even higher. Just quickly to all the Irish guys, we'll see you guys in Portugal soon. I know they'll be really disappointed that they went out this way, but they certainly had some highlights in there. It must have been a bit of a surprise packet of a group, to be honest. So you will be in Portugal soon. To Conrad and all the guys, keep going with your cricket, keep plugging away, keep improving. And I think if you look at the improvement of the Portuguese club this year over last year, it is pretty significant. So wishing them all the best. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you to qualifier 1. Like I said, stop whatever you're doing and make sure you're watching, because this should be a fun one. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico for Corey. He'll be here a little bit later on as well. We'll see you shortly for more Group F Finals Day action on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket League.
we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol Group F Finals Day. Today is the day that we determine who the 7th and final team in the Magnificent Seven will be in Championship Week, which starts on Monday. So now we get to have a look at the two top teams in the group based on their group performance. And a bit of a surprise really to a lot of people, maybe not to these teams though, who had confidence that they could work their way to the top. And it's going to be Ariana Keefe of Sweden taking on Istanbul KSK of Turkey. Should be a very interesting coin toss as well. Rob Kemming has the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in qualifier 1.
Your call.
Andalusia.
Eastern cricket.
We're gonna bowl first.
Gonna bowl.
So it is Dharminder Singh of Ariana Keefe. The Swedish skipper has won the toss and he has elected to bowl first. I mean, it looked like he wasn't really sure what he wanted to do. Maybe he doesn't care. He just has so much confidence in his team. And let's not forget that Ariana Keefe are the only team here in Group F that have actually beaten Istanbul KSK Spor, their perfect record yesterday. So look, the fact that they've put the Turkish team into bat means the Turkish team will get to defend. They certainly did that really well yesterday. They even defended 79 against the Irish side, CIYMS. I mean, quite an incredible performance. But I think that Ariana Keefe, they do like to chase. I think they're not too intimidated by chasing. They'll still go out there. They'll be super aggressive. Look, plenty of players to watch on both teams. I think that, look, for me, it's a matter of can the Turkish team put a competitive score on the board, and we need some more of their batters contributing. I think that has been happening slowly, but it's going to be a carnival, that's for sure. The top team in this match will go through to the final and qualify automatically. The team that doesn't win will have to go the hard way through qualifier 2, and that is a road that neither of these teams would want to tread. Anyway, Rico Full will take you through the first moments of this one. Qualifier 1 spot in the Group F final on the line. The news from the toss, Ariana Keefe of Sweden have won the toss and they sent in Istanbul KSK. It's over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the start of this match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. And here we go, qualifier number 1. Both these two teams have earned the right to have the double chance to get into the final later tonight. As you see, the Swedish champions, Ariana Keefe, they're making their way on to the field. They'll be fielding, and you see the two batters, the two openers, and that's Ishak Alek, and just behind him, Mohammed Fahad. Now they're hoping to give their team a good start with the bat. Fahad has been sensational. You can see that he's got a number of fantasy runs to his name. In terms of other batters, well, we haven't seen too much from Alek, but maybe I think Ali Turkman and Ozbek could be key here. Ariana Keefe are fancied to win this one, 95-88. Well, that's what the bat versus ball wall tells us. A lot to do with that, I think, is what happened yesterday when these two teams met. Istanbul KSK did bat first, and on that occasion they made 80, 6 wickets down, and Ariana Keefe knocked them off with 19 balls to go. One thing I will say though about that match, I think Istanbul KSK, going into that match as the only unbeaten side, they made a number of changes to give some of the other large squad an opportunity to have a hit and a bowl out there. So they're going back to full strength here now. They've had an incredible, historic run in the group. They have been the group sensation. Whatever happens, not just in this match, but whatever happens today, they will not be forgotten. They've already exceeded all expectations, and there's plenty of hype about them. There's going to be plenty of hype about this match as well. But Ariana Keefe, they're a strong side with some key players. Nasir Baluch, look out for him. He'll be opening up. He's one man that has taken a hat-trick in this tournament. I think Diraj Malhotra, he's somebody that could come big. You talk about big players coming good when it matters. He could as well. And the Button Dash is being in good form. Here's the first ball. It's nicely played away. Good field set though to the bowler. They've got that man out sweeping on the boundary. Not too many captains have deployed this field. They tend to go with third man back and long on. But he knows what his bowler's going to deliver. And therefore, got a man back there already, but they will be applauding every single run Istanbul KSK. And I think everybody that's neutral, they're their favourite side. They've got a lot of support. In comes Baluch once more. Swings at this. He'll take the single. And give the strike back to Alec. Yeah, Farhad by far has been the top batter for Istanbul. Batting hasn't been their stronghold. That's been the incredible thing about their story. I mean, if you look at the scores that they've scored, I'll touch on that maybe after this delivery from Baluch. In the air, and just gets it over the man at point. But once again, the sweeper out on the offside. Tie these things up. Yeah, just have a look at it. I mean, match 2, 85 was enough to beat the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. And then in the night match, they changed Awarich's 84, so they got into the scores of 80. Then when they beat the Irish champions, they got to 79 and defended that. And then chasing when they batted first in this fixture yesterday, they got to 80. So they've not scored big runs. They haven't scored big runs, and that's why Fahad is so important to him and to them, and that's why it's important. Well, there we go. There's some of those Turkish delights, and they've certainly been giving those delights. He's eating that one himself. Look, he's allowed. Tremendous person and personality, Mesut Zaga. I think he has provided everybody around the ground with boxes of Turkish delight. I think there was plenty of excess baggage when they came to Spain. Yeah, Mesut, thank you very much, and also to the Federation of Cricket in Turkey for providing us with a lot of those lovely sweets, and the Turkish certainly have delighted us. Quick delivery from the bowler, Nasir Baluch. No run this time. Yeah. So yeah, just going back to, and you'll see that we'll have some stats thanks to Ravi and Shazad on the top players, and Fahad is up there more or less by himself with the bat. Chance, and that's out. And Fahad, well, I said he's probably up there on his own with the bat. Now he's not going to add too many more to that. That is a huge wicket. That's the one that you wanted. And Nasir Baluch, he silences, for the moment anyway, the Istanbul team and their supporters, as that is a huge wicket to get. I mean, he's normally so fluent. I mean, the shot looks good, doesn't it? But he just doesn't get the right contact. No mistakes from Sahak. So Sahak takes what is a routine catch, but an important one. No catches are easy. That's the wicket you needed to get. And Mohammed Fahad, he falls for 5 or 4. Now it's going to be very difficult, I think, for them to get themselves to a big score. And remember, they haven't scored big runs at all. In fact, 87 is the highest that they've made, and that was chasing the 84 for Irish. And they did that with 8 balls to go in match number 5. And there's those stats I was talking about, so you know how much that's going to hurt them. Fahad, 121. The next highest batter was Ozbek, but more of a bowler than a batter, you'd say. He's on 49 and Ali Turkman on 44. So it's going to be a big ask for them here now. And they don't go with any of those two at the moment. They go with Shamsullah Ishan. Ishan into the firing line. It was the end of the first over as well. 7 for 1 it finished. A bit of swing there. Not a lot of pace from Pawan Kumar. But he was pretty sensational yesterday, Pawan. I think he's one to watch out for with bat and with ball. He's grown and got better in this tournament. Scored a quick fire 30 of 12 deliveries in the win against Istanbul yesterday, scoring 30 very quick runs, and he was the player of the match as well. As a result of that, gets this one through as well. It's just those variations. Gets the variations in. Go back to the packet of Bombay mix. You just don't know what's coming next, and that's what he does. First ball really slow. This time the batter comes out to him, misses out. I just think this is where Istanbul, I mean, they've done a lot of things right in the field and with the ball, but with the bat, I just don't think they've been getting the right batting out there. I think somebody like, you've got to go with Ozbek. The captain himself has to get out there early as well. I think those two batters have to be there. And don't forget Mesut as well, who's at the moment out there eating the Turkish Delight. But put the Turkish Delights down, Mesut Zagar, and get out there as well. They're your batters that when they're out there can get you quick ones. They're the batters that you should have in the power play. I mean, Fahad, yes, definitely, but go with something like a Zagar or an Ozbek out there. Ali Turkman maybe to come in 3 or 4 dots at the moment. No runs off this over. 4th ball about to come up. And they do go for the single here. Plays this with soft hands and gets a single. And applause, as it'll always be, from Istanbul KSK, the Turkish champions. They've been amazing, haven't they, through this series? They've so many highlights already. It's almost like every match they won a final. Every match they won was like finals day on the European Cricket League. They've earned their right to have this double chance. Big shout of no this time from Alec, as Ishan desperately trying to get off the mark. Ball to go in the second. And this is where it hurts you. This is why I think they're a team that are finishing with scores in the high 70s and early 80s. They're just not making use of the power play. You can't, for me, you can't have the likes of Ozbek and Captain Turkman or Zagar sitting on the bench. So, oh, he's running nowhere. I mean, I think this time there probably is a single. But just have a look at the non-striker. He is leaning on his back, expecting somebody to come out and bring him a box of Turkish Delight. It's not happening. I tell you what, one man who's not delighted is Ishan, because he's still not off the mark. End of the second over, it's 8 for 1. As we have a look at how both these teams finished, so Ariana Kirpal winning that match number 9 yesterday and beating Istanbul did, because of net run rate, finish top of the table. Go back to the action. A bit of a swing and a miss. Balut just getting this one inside. And yeah, Istanbul side on the same number of points. They finished second in the table. Only 1 run off that last over. That hurts them. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, makes his way back into the commentary box.
Yeah, looking forward to another over of Baluch. Has 1 wicket to his name already here in qualifier 1.
And this one is hit pretty well. And, well, I think this is going to be a tight call. Does this go all the way or not? Well, I think they're checking. Yeah, let's have a look. Is it going to be the case of Manazari? But I think it might be,
I think it hits the rope. This will be super tight. I reckon it hits the rope.
Yeah, that's 6 runs.
Hits the
Put
rope.
them up in the air like you just don't care. Watch for the roar. Wait for the roar. Silence, everybody. Wait for it. Wait for it. I'm going to make him roar. I'm going to make them roar. I'm going to call it. I'm going to make them roar. Ball! Come on. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. That's 6 runs for me.
Definitely hits the rope.
That's 6 runs for me.
There you go.
There we go. And there's the roar.
Yeah.
And, well,
Good
shot indeed. Perfect timing. Alec turning on the style. Well, he defends this one. That's well played. It's a good delivery from Balut. Right up there.
Slow ball.
Slow delivery.
Straight to the slow ball.
I'm liking that from Fahad as well. Hasn't made an impact out in the middle, but now trying to do it vocally by supporting the team.
He's stuck with Asan at 3. He hasn't really done too much during this series.
Gone. And, oh, well, first he hits the ball onto the stump, then he hits himself on the head. Says, Aaki kar ditta, pagal ho gaya ke. Well, you gotta sometimes take a bit of a chance, and Ishaq Alek goes for this one, gets it all wrong, beaten by pace. I think that's clever bowling. The ball before was a slower one. This time he fires it up, he ranks up the engine. He goes to Karjest, our car partner, and says, give me a quicker one. He gets a quicker one. The batter not up for it, plays it onto the stump, gone. And then he says, bang, what'd you do that for?
Yeah, you can see that. I think it's bat onto back hip onto the stumps, and then now headbutts the back of the bat for good measure. Frustrating, but both openers now back in the pavilion. It's 14 for 2.
14 for 2. 2 balls to come in the over from the dangerous Nassar Baluch. And he gets a small round of applause. New batter now comes in, and this is where I think it's important. So I guess not too many balls have been eaten up, but the captain, Ali Turkman, is out there now and looking to get a bit of a partnership going with Ishan, who's yet to get off the mark. Hits it well, it doesn't carry to the fielder. They'll take the single. Pawan Kumar is in that position, but sees it drop in front of him, makes a good stop.
Bit of a hole at the moment, aren't they? The Turkish side. I did say after day one, what goes up must come down. Well, they weren't listening to me because then they hopped over the Irish, but then they've come back to earth with a thud. And it was Ariane O'Keefe that were their kryptonite, Istanbul KSK. Now they're running into him again in this qualifier 1 matchup.
Gone. Absolute beauty. Absolute beauty. He destroys the stumps with the last ball of his spell, and this is where he's been absolutely fantastic. Kinni Soni bowling. Dande par ke rakh dete. This is devastating. This is a very spicy, very quick delivery, and Nasser Baluch bringing a little bit of masala to finals day.
Well, here's the thing with Ihsan. They persist with him at number 3, and now he has 3 ducks. He's yet to score a run in the series, and he gets absolutely rock and rolled. I mean, those stumps are all over the place. Stumped Sakimbo, and Baluch, he only had 1 more ball to bowl. Ihsan couldn't negotiate it. He's the 3rd wicket to fall, and it's 15 for 3.
Yeah, it is. Well, he's gone, and he only uses up 3 balls. He's had 3 balls. He's had 3 ducks in the series as well. He just hasn't worked. But once again, I suppose, as you would say, Vinny, he doesn't use up too many deliveries, does he? 15 for 3 at the end of the power play.
Let's think positively for Istanbul. They are not going to have to deal with Baluch again. I'd say he does do some damage, doesn't he? 3 for 14. What a series he's having. Such a weapon. Devachan Dash going to get a bowl here in over number 4. And look, we did have a Swedish side, Albi Zalmi, in the championship week last year. Ariane O'Keefe probably saying, hey, we beat them, and they made it. So, now I hope to make it as well. Start of a new over. Of course, power play is over, so you can have up to 5 outfielders now. But yeah, Albi Zalmi met Ariane O'Keefe in the Swedish T10 final for this ECL place, and Ariane O'Keefe won pretty comprehensively. So, Mechet Zaga right now coming out for Istanbul KSK, coming out in the 5 spot.
No run, just hits it too well, doesn't he? And Deraj Malhotra makes no mistakes this time. Is he going to come good for the Swedish champions on finals day as well? We know he's got the potential. Hasn't really clicked yet. Zaga, good shot for nothing. This time plays it with softer hands, just pushes it out on the offside, takes a single. But of course, Ariana, they are not going to be bothered about singles at the moment. Devachan Dash, he's trying to grow a bit of a tash.
Oh, well, we won't see as many moustaches on the field now that Warish have been knocked out.
Dash once more. Goes aerial, and he's going to get it. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka. A little bit of Turkish delight for you as well. The founder of the European Cricket Network, Daniel Weston. I think this is where you protect the equipment.
Yeah.
He picked up his laptop pretty quickly, I think, there.
Yeah, he's minding his own business, and has a cricket ball flying his way. Counter-attack's on.
Uh-oh. Trouble. On the Iba. Get up. He gets there. Oh, well, he hasn't do it like a cockroach that's been stampled on, but he still crawls his way over the line. Mechet Zaga, all of the Turkish delight that he's eaten, all of that energy was used up in getting back home there.
The army crawls back. That's what happens here. Have a look at this. Zaga is nowhere, and then he had heaps more time. Look, he's still out. He's literally crawling back.
Oh, look at the smile on the face. Oh,
Look,
dear,
look,
oh, dear.
He's literally crawling back. Oh, and he's made it.
Oh, well, that is crazy. I tell you what, if one team has given us highlights to put a highlight reel together, is these guys. How he gets back there, well, it wasn't the best of throws. Well, that's not the best of shots either. I know they've got to play some shots. That's the end of the over. An over which sums up European cricket pretty well. It's a frenzy of action, entertainment, drama, and, well, sometimes a little bit of comedy thrown in there as well, just for extra measure. End of the over, end of the fourth, 23 for 3.
I actually feel for Zaga there, because I've done that. I've basically tripped over running a run and had to, you know, fall, and then it's a form of swimming, but land swimming, where you basically army crawling your way. You don't have time to get up. It'll take too long.
I like the way, the first time I saw it, it looked like he dived, but dived short of where he wanted to be.
Very short. You do see occasionally people diving and coming up short of the crease, which is funny for other reasons. But I mean, the bowler there, Dash, he had way more time than he realised. He probably saw him diving, saying, "Oh, he must be close." He wasn't. Anyway, what a moment.
Sahak into the attack. Hit firmly. Work to be done by the fielders. And deal with it pretty well.
It's even cost him. Zaga can hit a long ball. We've seen that. He's been so improved this year over last year, where he captained the Zeytinburnu Zafer club from Turkey.
Oh, this goes all the way. Bolle. Manos arriba, Vidro, arriba. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And captain Ali Turkmen turning on the style.
Oh, that was pure. That was absolutely top-class ball striking. Watch the follow-through. That ball went flying out of the ground.
Classy shot. There he goes out in the offside, but has he found the fielder? Yes, he has. That's a really, really good catch. Fantastic catch there from Gulami. What a great catch this is.
Very good fielder, Gulami. And this is actually a pretty clever bit of bowling as well from Zahat. He didn't give him the same length to drive down the ground. It's a little bit shorter, so he had to go squarer. But again, catches win your matches, especially on finals day. Gulami does really well. The ambidextrous fielder uses both hands and protects that ball. Again, he stop drops, he rolls. And so Turkmen is going to go 6 and out. He's going to have to go for 14, and it's 30 for 4.
Yeah, really good bit of cricket there all around. First of all, a fantastic shot from Ali Turkmen. The ball before. For me, the shot of the day, you know, everything about that shot was exquisite. And then the change of length from Sahar, so quality from him. He still wanted to go big, and Gulami had a lot to do. A tremendous catch, a great bit of cricket, all in one snippet there. 30 for 4, 2 balls to come in the over from Sahak. New batter makes his way out there, and it's Adil Raza. I'm liking it that Adil is coming higher up the order here. I mean, they could have gone for Ozbek, but I think Adil Raza maybe just gives you a little bit more stability. And hits this pretty well, nicely controlled. Doesn't just concentrate on power. It's about keeping the ball down and getting the placement right. Gets a single.
Got to say, the Ariana Keefe strips, I love them. I love the kind of the pinstripe design, kind of wave on them. One of my favourites.
Well bowled. I think this is just drifting down leg, but he's got to get back. Oh, does he get back in time here? They're going to go upstairs
I
here.
reckon he's in big trouble here. It's a classic hit on the pad. Go looking for a run that's not there because you're nervous about giving out. But I've got a bad feeling about this.
He's got lucky once, we know, when he was stranded in the middle. This time I don't think he does. Let's slow this down. I reckon he's out here. I don't think he gets the bat far past the line quick enough.
Oh, that's out, I reckon.
He's gone.
Oh.
He's gone.
Oh,
well, make
between
it.
frames.
There the ball is hitting. Look at the ball there.
Yeah, I know.
Look at the ball.
It's between frames.
Oh.
He's in there just. I think you got to stick with the on-field call now.
Oh, yeah, what's on field? That is so close. I mean, look at the shot before this one when the ball is at the stumps with the barrels are still on. They're going with on field, not out. Well, he gets lucky twice.
Oh, he's so lucky. Where's he going? And he still looks over his shoulder.
He's looking over the wrong shoulder. Look, watch this. He's looking over the left shoulder. He's not even looking where the ball is. He's so lucky still to be there. He's so lucky.
He needs a rear view mirror is what he needs. I don't know why he's looking over his shoulder. I reckon that's probably out, but it's between frames, so you can't give it out. He gets super lucky with the shutter speed. Nah.
Super lucky indeed. Okay, we continue. Over number 6 starts. Punches is out nicely. The timing is good. The placement is good. It's 4 more runs. And Adil Raza gets his first boundary. This is a very, very important partnership. And Mesut Zagar has had luck on his side on 2 occasions. Can he be the man that gets him to a score around about a 95 to 100?
Yeah.
That will is one that they'll defend and maybe able to defend well. We know they're great defenders.
They defended 79 against the Irish team yesterday, don't forget. And Raza coming in a lot higher than we've seen him earlier.
Yeah.
We've seen him listed 11 at times, but I mean, he's a pretty handy bat. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us on our social media at European Cricket. And I'm loving all the messages. Keep them coming in to me at Mr. Maximo, particularly Instagram. That's something I'll check during the day. And you can also get Rico at Rico4 at Instagram or Rico.full.1 on Facebook. Back to the action. Here's Dash.
Firmly hit. Work to be done for the fielders. They're not going to get there, you know. And maybe if there was a bit of a dive and slide there from Madhu Varapu, perhaps. But that is a powerful hit. Couple of pull shots that Raza has played here now, which is sending out a message to the bowlers. Don't bowl short to him. Don't bowl short.
Exactly. Raza cracked that. Perfect timing and perfect placement. Hello to Avinash Pai. Nice to see you in the comment section as well. It said, looks like Zaga got saved by a frame. I couldn't put it better myself. But Raza making a difference. And we know that Ariana Keefe, they are high risk, high reward batting unit.
Wide ball. Right area to try. Right here to try and get the ball in, because I think they're realising that perhaps Adil Raza is probably not as strong out on the off.
So here's the thing with Ariana Keefe. They could chase 140. They could also fail to chase 70. So they're that kind of team. So they're going to play their own way.
It's nicely clipped away. So Adil Raza just doing a little bit of dancing inside his crease there. But, not enough to put the Bachchan dash off that much. The single taken.
There's been some action in this one already. I think I said it towards the end of the last game. I said, drop what you're doing. Make sure you're watching every ball of this qualifier 1. It hasn't disappointed so far.
Just doesn't get his feet going in the right direction. It's the right shot to play for that delivery, but he just needs to take a little shuffle outside the off stump and then play it. He's too far away from it. Dash will be looking to get the last delivery in exactly the same spot again. The last delivery of his belt. The last one of this over number 6.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really nice to have Adil Raza and Mesut Zagar batting together, because they struck up a friendship. That's how Adil's actually playing for Istanbul in this series.
Edge. Oh, well, he dives under it. I think he dives under this. I mean, he has to go early. He has to anticipate. But the ball, I think, actually goes over his glove.
I think it's a pretty good effort, to be honest. Like, I don't think it could have really gone further. We'll see what it looks like. It's a big deflection. And the keeper, Virk, let's have a look at this one from this angle. It's going to be a remarkable catch. It's almost past him by the time he gets there. So, whatever Adil said to Zagar, it worked as he nicks a boundary. And after 6, it is 45 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte. Otra vez for Zaga. Well, more luck for Zaga. Mesut Zaga, it's certainly his day. Mr. Nice Guy. Well, if you're a nice person, if you're a nice bloke, when nice things come your way, well, plenty of nice things or plenty of luck is coming the way of Zaga at the moment. Raza, though, is starting to show his class.
Sahar comes back for his second. He's bowling to Raza.
Has he got enough of it? He's got the placement, and he gets a boundary as well. doesn't really try and wallop this, does he? He doesn't go Captain Caveman crazy style. He's relying on the placement, and it is placed beautifully. 4 runs.
Yeah, I suppose you've got to give him credit for that. I mean, he seemed in control of the shot and seemed to place it there. Wasn't a huge gap between the two outfielders, but he found it. Becoming a pretty important impact innings here from Raza, 14 off 6.
Okay, they put another man in that zone now. So long on mid-wicket. Square leg in that area, still goes for it, and well, fortune favours the brave. It's cuatro carreras más. They're up on their feet, Istanbul. They're whistling, they're clapping, they're banging pots and pans together as this one goes to the boundary as well. 4 more as the 50 comes up.
Yeah, the luck factor is important, and that is just luck, really. Raz will take it. What a game so far. We had the army crawl back. We've had keepers flying all over the place. Raza, 18 now.
Take another to wide. And, you can see Raza just leaving those ones alone. That's good from him. And the bowler's trying to get it outside the off, not to allow him to hook or pull.
Yeah. Waza had another expression about how close that one out was, but I won't read it out on air. Sahak really goes the journey.
Well bowled, takes the pace right off and gets it on the money. Raza making that early movement, but dealt with well by Sahak.
Low full toss, hard one to get under. You could see that. Had the 3 fielders now, and that kind of long on, deep mid-wicket, deep forward square leg region.
I'm calling for spin here. I'm calling for spin for these 2 batters. They're moving early, take the pace right off it and say, want to hit it, go for it.
We still haven't seen Gulami, the ambidextrous spinner, bowl at all. I think he's a pretty good bowler. Well, he's an aside, so he's an option. Also got Rahatullah supposed to bowl some spin.
Yeah, I'm calling for pace off here, especially the way Raza is batting as well. Zagar, can he get this one away? Goes for it. But they've got 3 men out there now patrolling just that area of the ground.
Good bowling from Zahar. He's so good at jamming the ball in that block hole. And you can see right now he's keeping it pretty simple. He doesn't really go a lot to change the pace around that. He says, look, I'm just going to keep putting the ball in that region, and you're going to have to do something quite special to get a boundary. And that's what he's gone back to after the early issues he had in the over.
Struck firmly. Malhotra should and will stop it. In comes the throw, and that's a pretty tidy spell from Sahak. Picks up 1 for 20, and the score at the end of 7, 57 for 4.
Let's have a look at what's on the program today. Already we saw CIYMS of Ireland overcome Wales, the Portuguese champions, in the eliminator. So CIYMS are waiting for whoever doesn't win this game between Ariana Keefe and Istanbul KSK. Of course, whoever does win this game is straight through to the final later on tonight. That'll be under lights. And they will play the winner of qualifier 2. So, yeah, huge. One of these teams will be in the final. We don't know which one just yet. And right now, not prepared to call it. With 57 off 7 overs, we're going to see Srikanth Medavarapu for Ariana Keefe bowling over number 8. Big 3 overs ahead. Istanbul, if they really get on top of things here, they could maybe still crack the 100. If they don't, they could probably end up kind of stranded in the high 70s.
One hand comes off the bat as Raza plays this. He's getting a single, getting a little bit predictable here, and that's why this field has been set. I'm surprised to see that long on is very straight to Raza. I would have him a bit wider, but anyway, he's not on strike here now. Zagar. But, can he sneak another one to the boundary? Well, it's in the air. It should be taken, and it will be taken. A very comfortable catch taken by Sadiq Sahak, who's well, just showing that he's an all-round class act. He's bowled very well, and now takes the catch, and the luck, if you like, of Masid Zaga comes to an end. That's not a bad thing, because I want to see Osbeck out there now.
Yeah, I think that never really happened for Zaga. I mean, you look back, he survived a couple of times, close calls, close run-out calls, but he wasn't really able to do too much while he was out there. He does try to hit a lot of 6s. He doesn't hit one here, hits a boundary in his 7 off 10 balls. But yeah, I think it's time for him to step aside. It wasn't his day with the bat. And he's the 5th wicket to fall, 58 for 5.
Yeah, so the bowler, Varapu, gets the breakthrough. But this man comes out, and he's a very talented player, Uzbek. The more I see of him, the more I like. And I know he's probably listed down more as a batter, as pardon me, as a bowler, as opposed to batter. Left arm, bowled beautifully, bowled for me, the ball of the tournament so far. And he can hit the ball pretty big. He likes to start with a 6. And what's he going to start with here? With a 6. Well, there you go. Manos arriba, 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 árbitro. Porque eso es 6. Es una bomba. 6 más.
Well, have a look at this. And there's some good fielding on the field today. There's also some pretty good fielding off the field. Well, have a look at that. Now, you've been exposed. Get him out there. One hop off the road. And he goes the old one hand, one bounce rules. So this is definitely out in the backyard. So very nice bit of fielding. Good to see plenty of fans in for finals day here.
Yeah,
in Group F.
loving it. I'm liking the old, the Argentinian looking sort of chair. And a nice touch there. And Sahak is now having a chat with the bowler. But yeah, I mean, Uzbek, this is what he does. You know the song, it started with a kiss. Well, with him, you'll have to write another one. It started with a 6. That's what he likes to do.
Yeah, we're loving that work. Big hello to everyone in the fan zone. Hopefully you're well. Saying hello to you from the commentary box. And plenty more action coming up today as well. Anyway, one hand, that's the way we do it. That's the way we do it off the field. Only need one.
That's the way
You're
you do
due
it when
for
you're
one.
catching
You're
at the
due
moment.
for one, except yours hit the...
Mine would have, well, I had a few
internet out.
obstacles to try and get to it, but if I got to that, would have sandwiched my hand.
I'm glad you were here because Corey would have jumped out the window and forget
You would have been holding
three
his
stories
legs.
up. Anyway, here's the comeback ball from Medavarapu.
Nicely dealt with by Uzbek. It wasn't there this time. Pushes, gets a single.
Corey's like one of those kids that, you know, you have to have him on the like the leash, basically.
Yeah, the
safety
elastic
harness.
one, yeah.
Because he would jump out of the box to try and take a catch.
You know he's desperate to take one out
I
anyway,
know.
because you taking one down here. Western has
Taking a
taken a real
couple, yeah.
humdinger. So, yeah.
Over the wicket now to the right-handed Raza.
Raza keeps going in the same area. I'd like to see him hit straight, and I know that he can. I think he's got to be looking to get sort of inside out and be looking to get it over the man at cover, looking at deep extra cover to go for the boundary. But so far, though, he's there. He's got a partnership going. He's made 22 off 11 balls. Uzbek, he's the danger man. I think these two really the last real threat with the bat. Oh, goes for it, and he's going to get it. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Boom, 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 shakalaguea. Eyo. Well, beautifully hit. He's powerful, isn't he? He gets right under it. Sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. And they're back on their feet again. I should say sweeter than a box of Turkish delight, really. What a nice shot that is. And brings up the end of the over. And the score moves to 72. 72 at the end of 8. Super hit.
Medavarapu, big over. Big finish to the over, really, because they end up going for 15 instead of 9. So that makes a big difference at this stage. And what could be a low-scoring match, we don't really know. It depends how the second innings goes, of course. But with 2 overs to go, 72 for 5. Let's see if they go for a slightly slower option here. I thought they might, but they've got plenty of options, don't they? I think they might go back to Pawan Kumar here in the 9th, and he only conceded 1 run when he bowled the second over earlier on. Bowled a really good one, 5 dot balls in there, and just the single. So, yeah, 72, like I said, if they bat really well from here, they could maybe still get the 100. If they don't, they might get stranded in the 80s.
Isn't it a lovely day to be here at the Cartama Oval? If you don't know where we are, the A7059 between Cartama and Coin, come on down, finals day, and make your way to the fan zone, because the Victoria Sylvesters on a day like today are going to be absolutely delightful.
And here's the thing, if you have something like Google Maps, for example, which most people do, you can just type in European cricket, Cartama Oval, European cricket, and it'll come up. And even if you're not near us, you can actually see where in the world we are. So we'd love to have you. And Rico, thanks for getting the road right, because remember when you said it wrong earlier, and there's still people that are stranded somewhere near Madrid, I think. Anyway, this is ups in the air. Won't carry to Medavarapu. Keeps it to 1, or does he? They should go again here Oh, that's not great awareness from Osbeck, but then again...
Oh, behave yourself now, Raza. Come on, behave yourself. Thanda ho, thanda ho. Ye game na thanda ho ke kheli diya. Yeah, cool down. You got to be cool. Frio, frio. Kamate, kamate. Yeah, it's getting hot. It's getting hot and spicy like the weather. Getting hot, hot, spicy in the middle. Well, he throws his bat. Well, it is recycling day, International Recycling Day. We've already had one bat recycled. We're going to get another.
This ball is huge because it depends who was right in that argument or not. Because if Osbeck hits this for 6, he's just going to say, what's the drama? Instead, he pushes a one that they probably should have got last ball.
I like the fact that they're running pretty wide of each other to take that
very out of character little toys out of the cot moment from Adil Raza.
Wasn't it just? Can you imagine after that he says, hey, Humps, I need to change my bat. He's got a little crack in it.
I love that both bat throws we've seen on the field have actually been teammates, annoying teammates, not the other way around. That's the pressure of qualifier 1.
Here we go, Pamankuma. He's been good, hasn't he? Look, just 3 runs off his spell so far. Hits it well, but once again, this is the thing with Raza. I know he's there. He's scoring, not at a bad rate, I suppose, but he's become predictable now. It's easy to set a field. It's fine playing that shot if you're clearing the men, but he hasn't been able to clear them, has he?
Credit to Kumar, though. That was kind of a slower bouncer. It wasn't on pace. And so Raza had to wait for it, couldn't quite time it up. All right, Osbeck, he's going to try and hit this into the fan zone. Let's see what happens.
Well, he's going to lose his stumps. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball as he knocks over the stump. Jagade Hotte style. Osbeck will have to go.
Yeah, and he does kind of favour that leg side a little bit. This looks like he's trying to hit this over long on. But, you know, credit to Poan Kumar. I think he's bowled really well in this series, and he tilts back the off stump. See, Osbeck, you know, question about his intent to send that over the ropes, but he'll go, and it'll be the 6th wicket to fall in the 9th. It's all happening as usual. It's 75 for 6.
Yeah, and Osbeck, as he walks off, well, he didn't waste too many deliveries, 14 or 5. One thing that he said to the new batter that goes out there, Ilyas Atatullah, it says, don't upset him. Don't make him angry, because Adil Raza, when he's angry, starts to throw his toys out of the pram. Atatullah, he is the new batter. So they're having a little chat together. Adil Raza saying, we've got to get every run we can. He's absolutely right. Look, the one thing I will say here is that Istanbul KFC are on track to posting the sort of the highest score that they managed to score so far, whether it's batting first or chasing. So just got to keep believing, haven't they? Got to keep believing. Dot balls won't help, but that's a very good delivery. You see it, Atatullah. It's probably, Raza's probably said to him, look, just get bat onto ball, try and take a single, but this one is right at his body, good length, and literally can't get anything onto it. And Raza once again goes up to him and says, remember what I said? He's probably changed his mind now. He's probably said, look, a ball to go. Now I'm telling you, swing hard, just go for anything, because I don't want to take a single. I want to be on strike for the last 6 balls.
Big ball coming up, last ball of the 9th. Ouch.
Oh, well, they do run. I'm surprised here, Vinny. Why would you run there? It's the last ball of the over. Surely Raza wants to be on strike for it.
Yeah, well, sometimes he wants to strike, sometimes he's not fast. That one hits him in the belly button. And a bit of social distancing issue. But it will be the end of the 9th over. So the score is 76 for 6.
Yeah, just look at the bowling figures there. Nasir Baluch was the man that started everything off. 3 for 14, magnificent. Remember, he's a bowler that took what I would call the perfect hat-trick the other day. It was quite sensational. And sometimes magical things happen. And remember, it was, well, a brilliant performance from him. 3 for 7, player of the match performance, because also blasted 38 or 12 deliveries. He's a sensational player. Here comes Malhotra, a little bit of Malhotra time to bowl the last. And it's a big swing. We're just asking the question, well, this could be a cheeky stumping here. Now let's go to the side camera to have a look at this. Just have a look at this foot. Is this a cheeky one? Keep an eye on the gloves as well. Gloves are good. Watch the foot. Does it go up in the air here now? Does he keep the foot down? He waits for it. He waits for it. And... ooh, well, you make up your own mind. Is that foot down or not? I think he's okay here. I also think he's maybe just waited a little bit too long. What do you reckon, Vin?
I think he's got long toenails and he kind of drags it more than lifts it. Yeah, so I get where he's going with that. Smart wicket keeping. Anyway, more importantly, stop ball. Malhotra, who has just he's had a bit of a mixed bag with the ball. He's been entrusted with his 10th over.
Keeps it inside. That's not a bad delivery. And the keeper thinks about taking the bails off this time, but decides against it. The foot stays in, but good bowling. 2 dots. Well, I was saying they may be going to get to a higher score that they managed to get to so far. Well, that's all changed, isn't it? With the wicket going down. That's a Tula. Does get back to the ball, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. They're into the 80s. Into the 80s. Raza will settle for that. He probably would have wished for just a single so he could get on strike. But that's why I was, yeah, I mean, that helped. But that's why I was surprised he took that leg by of the last ball, because we've seen 2 balls wasted. Well, Tatula, though, has to hit the next one to the boundaries.
In a Grady 80s situation, we know that Istanbul defended 79 against the IYMS yesterday.
Hits this well, and they're going to get another 4. Listen to the roar. The Turkish delight is up and about again. Oh, they're loving it. And we move to 84, so maybe still they will post the highest runs they've done so far in this series. What a lovely shot this is. That's a great shot off the back foot, and it's very hard to get power into that.
Crunched it, didn't he? 2 to come.
And, well, the perfect lob. Will they go for 2? They'll take it on. Raza will get there.
Fumbles.
Yeah, fumbles. Fumbles the ball, fumbles his shades. Not a good look on camera for Kumar. Well, he is human after all.
Now, wherever you're watching from around the world, I'll let you go boil the kettle in the break, but make sure you're back and you're comfy for this second half, because it's going to be explosive. Game on. Here's the last ball, the 10th.
Well, it gets played away and catch is taken. Well, we'll let you see that again. And guess who? Well, one man who makes his own personal highlight, Khalid Mohammed.
Yeah, I think it might be a rare 2-handed catch. We know he doesn't like putting both his hands in the air because of the extra energy that he expends when he does that. But this one just falls into his gravitational field.
It's because he's been on the hype, and he's had a few hypes, and he takes a hypersonic catch with a little bit of a hype light for him. Nicely taken.
Pretty nimble across the ground. I really hope he bats in the top 3, because, you know, he's my favourite. I have no issues with that being known. It will be the end of the 10 overs. So Istanbul KSK, 86 for 7. Pretty good second half. Remember, they were on the ropes. They lost 4 wickets in the first half. Only had 31 runs in the first half. They rebound to get 55 off the second. So, yeah, for me, you look at these 2 teams, probably 10 under par. But still, we know that this Turkish team, they'll be fighting with every atom of their beings to try and make it straight through into the final. And neither team, Rico, wants to run into the Irish this afternoon.
Absolutely, the Irish are pumped. And, well, 87 was their personal best. They almost got to it, just 1 short. But, yeah, they are known as the great defenders. They will defend this no matter what comes. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here. Well, the few youngsters around the ground. A lot of kids doing a bit of training here. Well, there we go. That's the Turkish delight. That is what we're powered by, says Masit Zagar. Well, I tell you what, it gave him a little bit of energy that he needed. We'll see that highlight coming up in a moment. But they were up and about. It was a good start, wasn't it, for Hard getting the boundary, but then he gets cleaned up by one man we know has been on fire, Nasir Baluch. He has really bowled well, picked up 3 wickets, and this was the batter not just hitting the ball onto the stumps with his bat, and then hitting his bat onto his head. This was an absolute beaut. What a delivery that was, knocking over the stumps. Then some efforts in the field, wasn't able to stop it. 6 more runs. They were up and about again. But one man who needed to be up and about was Masit Zaga. He goes down, but he gets up again. Well, not quite. He crawls over the line. Well, how about that? That's one way to do it.
It was like watching a baby giraffe just being born, and he was trying to make the ground, found a way to do it. You could see there are a few face-in-hands jobs over in the Istanbul dugout. But then, look, the runs came, didn't they? And I think you can't underestimate the impact of Adil Raza batting a little bit higher. Yeah. 24 off 13. I think he's super important there. Turns out to be their top scorer. I mean, Ozbek made an important contribution as well. This is where Zaga got lucky again. I don't know why he turns around. Just run. He didn't, but he
I-
made it, and he was saved by a frame here, I think.
Yeah, I reckon the Turkish Delights he's on are the ones that have got a bit of liqueur in them, because he was certainly on something. He was falling about all over the place. But, well, this was a good catch taken, wasn't it? I think Kumar certainly has been good. But then Ozbek comes in, and you know all about Ozbek. He starts with a bang. That was blasted out of here.
Yeah, good crowd fielding as well. Toys out of the cot time for Adil Raza. He'll be put to his bedroom for 5 minutes after that, after the game. But, you know, when it came down to it, you know, both these teams mean so much to them. And that was a bit of an awkward bounce. That leaked to the boundary, getting the runs they wanted in the last. So we're running out of resources. They do get 2 boundaries on Malhotra. Having said that, you know, Kumar bowled a really good ninth, only went for 4, 10 in the last. Malhotra closing it out, 86 for 7. Adil Raza, like I said, he batted a little bit higher than we've seen him, 4 boundaries in his 24. Apart from that, you see pair of 14s, Ali Turkman and Murad Ozbek and Ataullah with a couple of handy ones late on. Pretty disciplined bowling, though, when I think about it. The fact they only give away 2 wides in the entire innings, they weren't giving away for free. But that man, Nasser Baloch, what a series he's having, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. He's been brilliant with the ball. Well, we've seen everything, haven't we, in that one? We've seen, well, a bit of woodwork flying, not just the stumps, but the bats as well. Yeah, 3 for 14 for Baloch. And what about that spell from Pawan Kumar? For me so far, he's my player of the match. Just 4 runs conceded in the 12 balls he bowled, and he's been very good in the field
and
as well.
he bowled this second and second last, so that was a very good effort just to keep it down in the 80s. Also wickets for Sahak, Medavarapu and Malhotra late in the piece. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes with the second innings. Both teams battling for that automatic qualification place. Well, the loser of this game, they're going to run into the Irish, and they have woken up as well in this group. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Enjoying the break. See you shortly for the second half of Qualifier 1. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Buenas tardes, mi familia, and welcome back. Bienvenidos. Aquí en España, de provincia de Andalucía y de region de Malaga. This is the Cartama Oval. And, well, we're right in the middle of Qualifier 1. One of these two teams, Ariana Kif or Istanbul KSK, will book their place in the final. The other one will have a very difficult match in Qualifier number 2 against the Irish champions, CI, who made a good statement this morning when they beat Oaris in the eliminator. The way this one is poised at the moment is that Istanbul KSK have got to a score which has been all about them, is in the 80s, grade 80s, 86 or 87 will be the target. They are the great defenders, Istanbul KSK. Can they do it again? Can they be magical in the field once more and set this place alight again? Cartamania has been, well, storming around the world, and these guys, Istanbul KSK, has certainly been part of that this time round. They've been magnificent in the group, and well, will they get their place booked in the final? First time of asking, or will they have to try again later against the Irish champions? The same, of course, applies to Ariana Kif. You heard Mr. Maximo say they're a side that this sort of score, they can knock it off in around about 6 overs if they get going. They really can be that powerful, but on other days, well, that power doesn't really spark, and they can be skittled for a score of around about 70. Which Ariana Kif are we going to see here today? The openers are ready. Pawan Kumar, he's already had a good afternoon out there. A good batting performance gives him a player of the match performance for me. Ozbek has other ideas. Starts with one just outside the leg stick to Kumar. Can't be LBW. When he gets it right, Ozbek, oh, he can be lethal. He gets the ball wide outside off and it comes in. You can see there the late swing he gets. And I think Kumar knows what Ozbek can do. So, here we go. Ozbek. In the same areas again, but just a little bit too leg-sided at the moment. You can see Kumar, he's trying to meet the ball before the swing comes in. But the issue with that is, especially with these ones on the leg side, what he's doing is he's stopping himself playing the shot on the leg side, also spawning a wide. So he's far better off for me when he picks the line that is going down the leg side, is going back in his crease and try to whip the ball away, or better still leave it, because it's a difficult take for the keeper as well behind the stumps, Munir Wakas. And that's what I'm talking about. But this time he just allows it to go through. Wakas does well. Good stop from him, smothers it. And well, gets some well-dones from one or two of the players around him. And I think that was Fahad that gives him a little gentle pat on the head. It says, well done. Ozbek has got to get this ball starting wide outside off and coming back in. Can he get this one right? Better and respected by Kumar. They don't have to go mental. It's only around about 9 and over to start with, or just under 9 and over. Dot balls will help. We'll bring it back. Another man who's back is Mr. Maximo. You're looking dashing today, I must say. I'm loving the blue. I like the shirt and the golden shoes. Are you trying to make a? Yes. Are you trying to get the golden ball started?
My finals day shoes.
In the air, but it will go all the way. One bounce, 4 runs. Good shot to play in the power play, especially when you got mid-on inside the 30-yard circle. And they're up and running. First boundary of the innings.
Yeah, what a shot. Now, you said they don't have to go crazy or they don't have to go mental. They will anyway. So that's because that's the way they play their cricket. So they don't care if they're chasing 80 or 180. They're going to go large. And whether it comes off or not, we'll have to find out. Kumar is away with his first boundary.
Swing and a miss, and not the way to try and stop it for the keeper. And almost lays it onto the fielder. This would have been the craziest bit of team fielding you'd ever see.
Yeah, well, I mean, they go straight away off the pad, but it almost fell nicely for Mohamed Farhad, but he couldn't pick it up. That would have been a chance, I think, if he picked up and hit the stumps.
They did make a change in the field after that boundary was hit. They did a swap, so the long off has now gone inside the circle. So you've got mid-on, and the mid-off has gone onto the boundary. It's nice to see that the Irish boys are sat watching the match. Maybe get a shot of them soon.
Nice ball the first then. Ozbek.
And he gets sent back. And that's a good call. And that's where the calling and the looking of the batters is important. You can see Kumar saying, no, 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 no. Dash responds.
6 for no loss after 1. Yeah, nice to see the CIYMS guys just chilling out. Don't think it was quite the biggest St. Patrick's Day they've ever had on the festivity side of things. 93 matches since a golden ball. So we're in the nervous 90s right now. Probably a few nervous players out there at the moment on finals day as well. Oh, it's always exciting, but also a bit sad when we hit the 100 matches without a golden ball. Of course, you are in control of the last golden ball. Pajiba Blasters beating Martha in Eliminator 1 in the ECS Malta, the domestic T10. But we're still waiting for our first golden ball at this European Cricket League this year.
Well, Malta, we know, it's a golden ball haven, isn't it? I think we had 5 there. It's quite incredible.
It was a rush.
Yeah.
It was a gold rush.
Gold rush.
It was a gold rush to start the year. So I'm sure we'll get a few more. I mean, this is right in that zone as well, isn't it? So here we go with over number 2. And it's going to be the captain, Ali Turkman, to bowl it.
Edge gets it over the keeper. And the third man back on the boundary comes across and does well.
What a field position. I mean, he's so fine there. And he's there for like maybe a top edge that flies a mile. But I mean, 99 times out of 100, that's 4. It's gone straight over the keeper.
Yeah, it's well stopped. Ali Turkman makes a change to the field straight away. He doesn't want what Uzbek has. He's got nobody back straight. He's got a man behind square on the boundary. And also the third man who, as you mentioned, is very fine. Okay, he makes a change now. So he obviously wants the field changed to dash. Mid-on goes back, square leg comes in.
Oh yeah, aggression, I like it. It's like controlled aggression. We've seen a bit of uncontrolled aggression as well earlier in this game, but yeah, Turkman, he's a guy that plays with his heart in his sleeve. Yeah. Jams that one in.
Yeah, look at that. Says, you're going nowhere, sunshine, you're going nowhere. Dash looking to get off the mark. And it's another wild swing. There's more work to be done by the man on the boundary. Well, they've got the field right so far, haven't they?
Yeah, on another day, that's 2 boundaries in the over for sure. But he does really well down there to keep it to 1.
Yeah, just looking at Ali Turkman, he's looking at his thumb a bit there when he stopped that ball. I'm trying to see if there's maybe a little cut or something there, because he seems to be nursing that hand a bit. He just picked up a bit of topsoil from the ground and rubbed it in there as well.
And that'll help.
Still making, okay, he's saying to his fielders, hey, come on, you know where you should be to the different batters. So behind square goes back again and long on back into the circle.
Huge over this one. They're all big, I suppose.
Whips away and chases on. And it's going to go to the boundary. And they're getting each other's way here. What happens here? Well, this is European cricketers showing that they can do a bit of hurdling as well. This goes wrong. I was just about to say to get the field perfectly right. And just watch this. Who touches this? Somebody? Wow.
No, it's no communication. I mean, probably Zaga's calling there. I don't know if he calls loud enough. He says, look, mine, mine, mine. Get out the way, because the other guy was always chasing it. And they spoil each other, essentially.
Yeah, goes down with his legs to the slide. The ball ricochets off the knee, goes over the boundary anyway. But at least they avoid clashing into each other. So Kumar picking up a second boundary. And it's a short delivery again. Now, I reckon there's going to be no ball because he's bowled 2 of them. Yeah, right. It is. And I was worried about this one because don't forget he bowled 1 short one earlier, which the batter got a bit of edge to and only went for a single. So he bowls another. It's the second one over the shoulder, and it gets called correctly.
And it was probably over his shoulder anyway. But Turkman's saying, hey, but he charged. But I mean, you have to judge it at the crease. It was even higher at the crease. Ayo comes in to give his 2 cents. It's quickly refunded. He's sent back to his position in cover point. Anyway, this will be a free hit coming up. And it's a big moment in this match. Kumar on strike.
Oh, it's going to be another no ball. And, well, now he's bowled a full toss. I think this is... Does he go for the slower delivery? He does.
Ball gone wrong.
Gets it wrong. And the batter, gets that hits him on the hand. Hope he's okay, because sometimes that can really wedge the fingers onto the onto the handle. So just losing his line slightly now. Adil Raza having a chat with Turkmen as well.
He was quick to apologise there, Turkmen, as well, to the batter. There's no intent in that. It was just a slow ball gone wrong. So we're still on a free hit.
Hits this hard, gets it over the top, chases on, and Ayo gets the flick back. Where's he ended up? He's going to the bar. He's having a few refreshments. He's having a Victoria. Come back, Ayo. Come back. Baby, come back. Well, how about this, Ayo? He's had a sneaky Victoria on his way.
That's incredible. They've got a third umpire here. It does seem in to me. Have a look at Ayo. Ayo ends up literally up the stairs. Now we'll have to probably have a bit of a look at the bowler's end here. Is he in? Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, he's well in.
I don't think I've ever seen all the stairs hurtled. That's amazing.
Full of energy. There you go. Okay, Turkmen. Gets his man, gets a wicket. He's going to be absolutely pumped up about this. Pawan Kumar, he does go. Well, he gets it wrong a few times. A couple of no balls in the over, but you know what? It's what we're going to see from Istanbul KSK. They're going to keep trying. They're going to keep hustling. And you can see that they all gather around here together to have a bit of a chat. And that man on the left of your screen there is going to be pretty key as well with the shades on the back of his cap. Adil Raza, his spin could be pretty crucial, but what a good delivery. I think it just clips a bit of the pad on the way through and onto the stumps. They get the breakthrough. They get the dangerous Kumar.
Yeah, and it does. It just kind of slides off the pad, and Turkmen is fired up, isn't he? He wasn't listening to anybody. He was laser focused, and Kumar, who's had a good game, he'll only managed 11 in the reply. And Ariana Keefe now 16 for 1.
And they go with Malhotra. I mean, we've seen them at this point sometimes get Nasir Baluch out there because I know he's in cracking form with the bat at the moment. But they're going with what they would normally do here, Malhotra, and they're probably feeling, look, he's got to shine at some point. Now is as good as time as any.
Yeah, now Malhotra is a pretty good player. Hasn't done too much this week, but 2 overs down, 16 for 1. Now, what do? They're going to go to Zaga in the third. I want to say a quick hello to Chris Smith, who's watching, as well as Wazza, and to Egan Dantis, I should say, pardon me. Also, John Gray hanging around, Luke as well, and a few others. Anyone I missed? Let's get ready for the third over.
Hits this high in the air and, gets put down. He's throwing himself at this is the fielder. And that's Turkmen. Throws himself forward. He gives the apologies. But look, this is a tremendous effort from Mohammed Turkmen.
Yeah, well, it is. He should hold it. He gets 2 hands to it. Just spilt it at the critical moment. He does well to get there, but he catches it at a pretty comfortable height. If anything, he didn't have to run in as quickly. So Zaga creates a chance, but it's put down. Yeah,
and well, Debajan Dash is not a guy that you want to give opportunities to. Down on one knee, up in the air, taken, and his Malhotra will go, and he'll go first ball. He'll go for Masit Zaga gets the breakthrough. They're doing what they do best, putting the pressure on, tightening the screw, looking to defend 86 and book their place in the final. Can this incredible story, this incredible European cricket story continue? A little bit of cramp for one of the players out there. I think that's Ali Turkmen. But 2 off the big fish sent back. Malhotra, okay, hasn't really clicked, but we know he's a classy player. Goes for it. And Masit Zaga, he loves these celebrations. Malhotra, nothing to celebrate.
Yeah, you got a feel for Malhotra. Cops another golden, but I suppose, just uses up the 1 ball. Took on the mid-on, but couldn't get the contact. He's a talented player, but only 30 runs in this series so far. This brings Hardik Vick to the crease. That's the kind of cricket they play. Like I said, you were saying earlier, no need to go crazy here, but I said they will go crazy anyway. And you can see that's the shot of a man that wants to get this done quickly or get out the way. So Dash survives the chance. Malhotra doesn't, as Masit Zaga takes his first wicket of qualifier 1.
This one is okay, he sneaks it in. It was an interesting looking shot from Vert. I'm just wondering here whether whether they've made an error here and you just go with Nasir Baluch and say, look, you go in when there's no pressure really. If they lose a few more wickets and send him in, well then there's pressure.
Yeah, it's a good point. I suppose only batted 4 people so fast on the 3rd over.
Oh, this is out. I'm sure this is out. Yeah, it is out. I'm sure there was a noise on there, and it's been confirmed by the umpire. So not only have we seen Malhotra go for 0, now Hardeep Vert will go for 0 as well. And this fairy tale story looks like for now it's going to continue, because Istanbul, KSK, get another one. Hardeep Vert has to go to the far end of the ground where the lake is, the lake end. That's another.
Pretty good catch by Wakas, because he's had a few that haven't carried. I think he's probably actually a little bit too far back there. But he gets forward, he jumps forward, which isn't an easy thing to do. He gets under it. Certainly the ledge on it. I think that Hardeep gave it up as well. He was already heading off. So, and the famous words of Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. They create 3 chances, they take 2. And, well, the big man for the big moment, Khalid Mohammed, strides out purposefully at number 5.
Mohammed, hard-hitting machine. Ese hombre es un máquina que quieres. Le golpas fuerte. And makes his way out there now. And this is all about go out there, hit big, take a bit of tension off. If he doesn't work, well, then I think they are in the spot of bother. 17 for 3. But yesterday was the 17th of March. It was St. Patrick's Day. Well, the Irish lost it first, but then came back with a win, and they won earlier today as well.
All right, what an over this is. Here's Khalid, he'll be swinging.
Gandhi ball, not a good delivery down the leg side, and Khalid latches onto it pretty quickly. He's like he's squatting a fly. Says, get out of here. 4 runs.
Yeah, you don't want to bowl into his zone. Doesn't have to do much except waft at it. Wind's just picked up in the last couple of minutes as well. Can't really tell you which direction it's going. I'll just say all of them. But yeah, good observation. They're 17 for 3, 17th of March yesterday. Zaga, though, he is a very expressive cricketer, isn't he? We saw him crawling to keep his wicket alive in the first innings, making an immediate impact with 2 wickets in the 3rd. His last ball, the power play.
And it could be another wicket, and it will be bye-bye Khalid. 4 and out. Masid Zaga takes the 3rd wicket in the over. He finishes with 2 for 5. Ariana Kif are now 21 for 4 at the end of 3 overs.
Well, Khalid, you know that he treads the fine line between aggressive and reckless, and I think we know which side of it he lands on this time. He just tries to heave it to mid-wicket, top edge. Nicely taken once again, 2 catches in the over for Munir Wakas. And surely that forced them to send Baluch out there. As Khalid, well, practices a slightly more correct shot, but that wasn't what he offered. Does get a boundary though, gets them 4 closer. That's the end of 3 overs. It's 21 for 4.
Well, the man who was giving out all the gifts to everybody, Masid Zaga, well now he's been gifted himself with 3 wickets, and I was right. So Ali Turkman did pick up a bit of an injury when he stopped that bullet that was hit back to him. But he said, no problem, look at that. He said, no problem. They said, Skip, you okay? Yeah, no problem, no problem. As well, one captain, we focused on Ali Turkman. Now we focus on another captain who comes out there. Dhamindra Singh is out there to see if he can lead his team into the final.
6, 10 and 5 in the power play. Yeah, interesting, they still don't go to Baluch in the top 6. I mean, we're out of the power play now. Sometimes there's some batters that don't want to bat in the power play. They don't really want to face the first bowlers, essentially. They would rather kind of wait to those middle overs. So I suppose you are going to get another over from Turkman here. He's nursing that finger injury or hand injury on the right hand. That is his bowling hand. Still, game on.
Yeah, very much so. Just have a look at this field here now. We're outside the power play. So immediately he puts 2, 3 men. Look how straight the long on is here. So long on very straight. Yeah. Mid wicket, square leg.
Here we go. 4th over.
And this one is trying to get it in that gap between square and man on the 45, but doesn't quite manage it. It's a single. Have to rebuild. Bit of rebuilding has to happen here. Dash and the captain out in the middle.
Nah, they don't mind building on a shaky foundation. I think they'll be building upwards as quick as they can. Two players they got to get if they're going to win this game, Istanbul. They got to get Dash and they've got to get Baluch.
Yeah.
If they don't get them, I don't think they can win. That's my analysis. They stick with that fairly straight field, and now they're moving across to the other side.
Yeah, to the left-hander maybe, but hang on a minute. You know, he's coming back again.
Hokey pokey.
Yeah, I think he does need to be on the other side.
They can put one more out. They've got 4 outfielders at the moment, and they haven't realised it. Anyway.
Yeah, this field, they've got to get it right. Don't look right to me at the moment. Just push and go. Well, the non-striker has to negotiate the bowler, then negotiate his own partner. Well, he gets home eventually.
Yeah, I think someone's picked up now. You can actually have an extra man out. Have a look at this, though. Helps to know where you're going. Oof. Seen that happen before.
Yeah, so now they go to a very orthodox field, apart from the long one being very straight, I guess. Again, just angling this into the pads of the batter, and the button Dash at the moment is being kept pretty quiet. We know he's a hard hitter. He batted very well yesterday, didn't he? When he scored 51 of 19 deliveries in that win against Irish.
I would say hello to Terry as well. He's in the comments section. You see swing and a miss from the skipper, Dharmender Singh. He said, well, after what the Czechs did to the Turkish national team in 2019, Turkish cricket was thought of as the bottom of the barrel in Europe. But no matter what happens today, not anymore.
Absolutely.
What a fantastic achievement it's been from this Istanbul side.
Yeah, ditto that. They've been absolutely fantastic, haven't they? And they've been magical to watch. And they're being the neutrals' favourites. Battle of the captains. Turkmen to Singh. And Singh will take the wide.
What do you think about this decision from the captain to put himself in at 6?
I just think, and I think I've said this about a lot of the teams, and I've said the same thing about when the Istanbul were up there. When you got good batters and they're in form, you got to use them. And when the aggressive batters, use them in the power play. For me, Baluch is batting far too low. And you can see he's going to get another wide here. That's fair enough, but you're trying to. What you're trying to do here as the captain, you're trying to say, we'll just keep him back for when we need him. But the problem with that is well, if you use him earlier, job done. Job done.
It's like putting out a fire that shouldn't have started.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
I've got a couple of things. I mean, I don't mind a captain taking responsibility, which I suppose that's a positive thing. Yes, he's a left-hander, which kind of throws the bowler there. So wide down leg side. But I agree. I mean, don't want to let the game drift too much. Dharmender's just probably thinking that he's like a good option to feed the strike to Debachan Dash, and maybe doesn't want to have the two big fish, if you like, out there at the same time.
Yeah.
He thinks, okay, I can get here. I can just bring a little bit of stability to this chase, because they are an explosive combination of chemicals. He's the key batters.
Nicely played. Extras. Just got to be careful with the extras here. Ali Turkman, you saw he was very disappointed with himself the ball before that one when he bowled another wide. But I'm just wondering how much of that maybe control issues he's having because of the injury to his hand. He gets to that pretty quickly, but the batter was always in. Now this is important for me. Dash at the moment, 6 balls, 4 runs, hasn't quite got going.
Hasn't faced much though, to be fair. He's only faced 6 balls out of 23 in the innings.
That's this one away. Should be stopped, and oh no. Well, I think this is the fielder. He delivers a dummy. He delivers a dummy to the man that ends up on the deck. So this is where Ozbek does the dummy, and Ishak Ilek just gets totally bamboozled by it. It takes a bit of his foot, that's what it is, and then ends up going over the hand of Isaac. So that's a gift, really.
It really is. Third over, plenty of wickets in the third over of this game. Look, I think it's just a genuine misfield from the fielder in front. Ozbek, I think it was. You know, the backup fielder's there as a backup, but
should have been fielded the first time. So 32 for 4 after 4 overs as they try and creep back towards that required rate. And looks like we'll get some spin now in over number 5. Adil Raza coming into the attack with his leg spin.
Yeah, good time to employ Raza. I think you're still requiring Ariana, that is, over 9 and over. The field can be pushed back. It's up against a batter who hasn't really got too much bat on the ball at the moment. Dash hasn't really got going either. So it's a good time to deploy it. And Raza has been good. Remember, that victory, famous victory against the Irish, was all down to this man. He came onto bowl after the over before, was smashed for 27, and he picked up an incredible caught and bowled, getting out Carson McCulloch, and with that wicket, a sealed victory, a famous victory that'll probably be talked about for a long time against the Irish. In the attack, he comes, Raza.
Here we go.
Gets worked away by the captain, the left-hander.
This is right in the balance right now. Yeah, that 3-run misfield essentially be costly. That dash, it's time for him to put the foot down a little bit. I mean, he is the opener. He's one of the premier batters in the lineup. He's facing a very good bowler, though, in Raza.
Asking the question, but you can see Dash is, well, he's absolutely no worry look on him. He knows his foot, or believes his foot has stayed down, and it has stayed down. So the stumps have been taken by the keeper, Munir Wakas. It's just extra work to be done.
Be careful he doesn't reach in front of the back of the stumps. I think he was close to doing that, but he was just okay. And Dash takes on a pretty good ball. It's just someone stepping over the pitch microphones that you're hearing right there. Don't worry. It wasn't me. Shuffling under some blankets in the commentary box.
Stefan Gooch puts the stumps right. Stefan Gooch and Asad Ali are the umpires. Catch it is the shout, but they're not going to catch it. They're not going to catch up with it. It goes over the fence. Big hit, 6 runs. There's a risky shot to play because he's playing it as the ball is moving as well. So he's playing it against the spin, but he gets enough of it. Watch it.
Yeah.
Hits it hard enough, though.
You don't realise you're doing it because it's so instinctive as a batter, but he's actually factoring in a bit of turn into that shot, and he gets a bit of turn. He judges it right. He gets enough bat on it to send it over the extra cover boundary. Maximo time. In a low-scoring contest, those 6s, they feel like they're worth that little bit more.
Yeah, Raza moving everybody around one on the offside, puts an extra man out on the off, brings in mid-wicket. So the batter will target that area. Misses.
Yeah, good call, Rico. You're spot on. And they're forcing him, or not forcing, they're encouraging him to play a more risky shot.
Yeah.
By hitting against the spin and hitting across the line.
Well, he has to get the field right now here to left-hander. Maybe that's another reason why Dhanindra Singh comes out. He just knows that maybe if he can get in, just by him being there, left and right combination, just toys around with the field, plays around with the line of the bowler as well. Take another single. So he's bowled 2 short deliveries really to Raza on another day. A left-hander would have been putting this in the bar.
This is such an interesting match. Last ball of the over coming up. I feel like it's been a kind of a draw so far. Maybe this settles it.
Yeah, that one will help. They needed a magical hit, a magical end to the over. They do. And the Bhasan Dash, he's been pretty quiet at the moment. And in fairness, he's been kept quiet by some good bowling. But he unleashes. This one is right in the slot. Thank you very much. Lovely jubbly. 6 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. And he took it on against the spin. But sometimes it can help because when you get it really good because it almost meets the spin and sends it out of the ground as we get to the end of the 5th over. The score is 47 for 4. And let's have a look at Championship Week, how the card is looking. 6 of the 7 teams have been decided. The 7th team decided tonight. Saturday Night Fever from the Cartama Oval. It's down to 3 possibilities. It could be either of these 2 teams, Istanbul KSK or Ariana Keefe, or it could be CIYMS, the Irish side. Stay tuned. because there's plenty more cricket coming your way on Group F finals day.
They go back to, was it Zaga? Why not? Look at those figures. And, it just holds his shot slightly to the captain. I think it's the slower delivery from Zaga that has been quite fruitful for him. And just gets respected there by the captain of Haryana. But Dash, having hit the last ball for 6, will probably be thinking that maybe that it's time for him to get going. Shouldn't be too worried about the rate required at this moment in time. And well, this is right in the wheelhouse. And well, okay, does he go over the rope here at all, stay inside? Oh, well, he sort of paddles it. The thing is there, when I look at that, if he's able to do that, why don't he catch it? That's what I'm going to ask.
The thing is, he lands outside the boundary, but where does he take off from? We can't really see. I feel like it's all right, because he lands on the rope, but by then the ball's gone.
Yeah, I think he may have taken off from outside, but I mean, look at the the action there. Sensational work from Swim
Adil
Production.
Raza has actually said, and I think he's jumped from the rope.
Yeah, I think he's taken off from the rope. I mean, I think they're all saying, well, hang on. I mean, if he is saying that, he's got to be more vocal about it.
Yeah.
They're not going to get the boundary.
Well, maybe he said it, maybe I did. But anyway, nothing conclusive. And in those situations where there's nothing conclusive, then the fielder gets the benefit of the doubt. And so I guess it goes down as a good stop.
But when you look at the way he did it,
He was
catchable?
jumping backwards. Well, he was jumping backwards.
okay,
And also, it's easy for us. We can see where he is. He's watching the ball. You got to remember that. He's not watching his feet.
correct.
Because the number one thing with those is you actually got, if you're going to catch it, you actually got to remember to catch it. It's not just about throwing your hands up and hoping for the best.
In the end, I suppose it makes a good stop.
Yeah.
Zaga, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? 3 wickets so far.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he?
What, they're changing it for groups?
He's a lovely guy,
That's
a
bullshit,
fantastic person,
Maybe they've increased it from there.
and very passionate about the game, and very passionate about showing the world just how cricket has developed and grown in Turkey.
Should have caught it anyway, to be honest.
Here he goes.
Should have thrown it back up.
Hits in that direction again, and this time, well, he does the same thing. Well, he's like leaping around. But look, I'm looking at Vinny. When I'm seeing this, I'm seeing a catch. I'm seeing a catch.
That one I'll give you. But I mean, again, he doesn't know. If he catches, he doesn't know because he's kind of jumping. He doesn't know where he's going to come down. He can see after the ball's gone. Safety first is what he's thinking at this stage.
No, but catch it and throw it back in the air if you're not sure. I'm seeing that. Maybe the first one, okay. That I think is an opportunity.
You're probably right, but he just probably doesn't even want to risk it.
But the reason why I'm saying you got to try, it's Dash.
Yeah.
If it was one of the other batters, I don't worry. But it's Dash.
Yeah.
You get Dash out, you get the game maybe.
Takes us into the 6th over. Interesting one. 50's come up during the over. It's 52 for 4.
Yeah. Great spell of bowling, you got to say, from Masit Zagar. I think he's been fantastic. 2 overs, 3 wickets, 10 runs. He's kept him in the match. But this one, Vinny, is one of those. 2 wickets in and over. Istanbul become favourites. 16, 20 in and over. It goes to Haryana's favour. There is so much in the balance.
They're right on the red line right now. They are right on that red line. And yeah, it's going to be big. And look, no Baluch yet. I mean, he's still an ace up your sleeve. You feel like you've got to play it at some point. And now, look who it's going to be. It's going to be Mene Ajegi Ayo, who's back into the lineup. Had a thumb injury that kept him out of last night's game. So, a big moment for him to come on. Serbian national cricketer coming on in the 7th.
Good start. He gets a good bit of shape on this as well, you know, right on the money.
Right up in the block hole. Well, good bowling. Yeah, I wonder if it's even entering Dharmender's mind to maybe make a strategic change.
Oh, no ball. That's too high. And he gets called straight away. And the only thing with this one is, I mean, when you see it so high, I think, all right, he's moving down the leg side. You've got to try and get bad on it. You know, straight away, you know you can't be out from
Also,
it.
if you're a fan of keeping all your teeth, though, that can be one that costs you if you're not wearing a helmet out there.
Yeah, good point. It's
If
not
you
got a
top
lid
edges
on.
that into his face. All right, free hit. Big opportunity.
Hits it pretty well. It goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kinna sona. Shaka Lagya. Captain Saab. Shaka Maria. Looking to get his team into the final. Well, is this the over that Ariana can take control of the match?
Yeah, what a shot from the skipper. Had the immunity cloak. And he's saying, well, who needs Nasser Baluch? I can hit them myself. Drags himself into double figures. Ayo with the comeback ball.
Well bowled. That's really good bowling because he's looking at what the captain's doing, looking at where he's moving, looking at where his feet are, and he's saying, you know what, if you're going that way, I'm going to put this over here. You're not going to get anywhere near it. And that's exactly what happens. Well bowled, good comeback.
Yeah, moved away from it, you're right.
Thing is, though, if you know that's what the batter's doing, then you don't want to be bowling it there because that's where he wants it.
Yeah.
But it just gets a single there this time. Dash. Well, he's been patient. How patient will he be? 22 of 13. We know what his capabilities are. I think at the moment he keeps looking at that rate. It's around 8 and over. So he keeps telling himself, I don't have to go crazy. I don't have to go crazy.
Ayo is actually a dual international. It's also played international cricket for Nigeria.
Well, this will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Qué bueno. Qué grande. Eso es una máximo 6 carreras más.
Gets the length wrong. You think about the first ball, the over. That was how to do it. He got it right up there on the crease. The batter was forced to jam out. Now Dash getting into his business, isn't he? And he gets that little angle in that helps him just work it to the leg side. Yeah, but so Ayo, interesting. He's played for 2 different countries because his wife is Serbian, and that's how he's qualified to play for Serbia, which he does currently. All right, last ball, the over.
Hits it firmly. This is going to be 4 runs. 4 más, 6 and 4. Hungry for more Dash. That is the over they wanted. And that is what I was talking about. 1 over, maybe 2 wickets in one, or an over that goes for 16 plus. That changes the context of this match, and it comes, and it's Ayo is the one that they target. He'll go for 18. Ariana now are 17 runs away. End of the 7th over, 70 for 4.
So can't fill this in just yet, but certainly they're in the box seat now, needing 17 off 18 in this last 3 overs. But the winner of this game goes straight through to the final tonight. The loser will have to play CIYMS, and that is not going to be an easy proposition. If things roll away, it looks like they're rolling. It'll be a rematch of yesterday's game between the Turkish side and the Irish side, that the Turkish side held on 79-73, pretty low scoring affair. But stay tuned. It's a bit of a break between this game and the next game. It'll start in around 1 hour and a half from now.
Who would you go for here? The game with Raza or Uzbek?
Let me get back to you on that.
No, you can't. Now you're going to say Uzbek. Obviously you're going to say Uzbek as this one gets smashed and it goes big. Well, they're up and standing. The umpire puts his hands up in the air like he just don't care. 6 more. For me, you have to go Uzbek. You've got to go with the man you know can deliver. They go for Raza. And he gets attacked, and this time the captain, he goes the full Monty.
Yeah, it's gamble to go back to the spin for sure. I mean, the left-hander probably doesn't help. How about Mender, though? I said taking all the responsibility himself. And he's come up with some very handsome blows.
Well, only the wicketkeeper believes there's something on this. Eddie Raza says, oh, chup kar in the ball there. Kuch nahi hoya. Kamalte.
Raza's wishing he bowled this one first ball. Back to the action.
Up in the air, opportunity taken. No mistakes at all from Ishak Alek. So Adil Raza picks up a wicket, maybe the same way like he did against the Irish at a key moment. He's still got one established batter out there though. It is the captain, Daminder Singh, that goes. He's put his team in a good position. And, well, with somebody like, it's got to be, I suppose, Nasser Baluch, maybe, that comes out now. Yes, it is. You think that from here on in, they should bring it home. So well batted by Daminder Singh. Bahut achhi batting, Kitty. 20-run finale, and he lays a very good foundation for his team to progress into the final. But funny things can happen. We know about Istanbul. Well, when they get one, they normally bring up a few others afterwards as well. But this man, Nasir Baluch, has been quite outstanding.
Yeah, pulled it back from the beyond before. Don't know about this though. I mean, 2 big hits and this game's over. Raza does get a wicket. Now he's going to have to deal with Nasir Baluch. And let's see how aggressive he is from the get-go.
Well, he goes big, and he's going to lose his wicket. Yeah, what a great catch. Baluch will go first ball. And what a great catch this is from, I think that's Ozbek, that's back there, the man I was saying. I like to see him with the ball. He walks in, realises it's going past him, and then casually walks back, holds his shape, holds his position, gets his balance, takes the catch. Baluch will go. This match is not done yet.
Would you like a side of late drama with your main meal? Because there might be some on the way. Baluch going first ball puts Adil Raza on a hat-trick. So we thought this was done and dusted. Sadiq Sahak will replace him to face the hat-trick ball. Nasser, unfortunately, went for the fences, couldn't quite get it. So it's 76 for 6.
Well, the man who last got a hat-trick is the one that puts the bowler, Raza, on one. He'll go for 0, but yeah, that's a Baluch, 3 for 7. That's a pure hat-trick. We also seen William Peatfield off the Independents in the European Cricket League also pick up hat-trick. But what about the top 2 there? Well, you saw Regina's, and we both saw Umar Tariq.
Yeah, Umar Tariq taking 2 hat-tricks in their single innings. That's not a misprint. Had everyone writing into me saying, hey, you put that guy on the list twice for the same game. You know why? He took 2 hat-tricks and he took 6 wickets.
And Regina taking that one in the,
that was a great
the
moment
women's
as well. Really.
ECIs. And remember, more ECI action coming up here after.
Yeah, ECIW action coming up next week.
after
Anyway, right
5
now, hat-trick ball, Sahak on strike.
Well, gets a fair bit of turn on this, but a little bit short. Works away. He'll take a single. Sahak gets himself off the mark and puts Dash on strike. Now, this is important.
Yeah.
This is important. I mean, what we got left? A ball, last ball of Raza. Dash on strike. Dash. Well, he's the man that holds the key here now.
Just take a single unless it's really Gundy. You can't resist.
Oh, well, he's not listening. Well, you know the way these guys play. He just throws everything at this.
Never change. That's the end of 8 overs. The score is 77 for 6.
Quite amazing, isn't it? The first ball off it went bang for a massive 6, and I thought, uh-oh, that was the error you had to go with Ozbek. And then after that, the next 5 balls, a wicket, or a couple of wickets, and just 1 run.
A bit of the Dow Jones about that line, the white line. The odd stumble, but then trending upwards. But they'll be hoping for a crash. Istanbul, KSK, and it is the main man, Ozbek, coming back in the 9th. Let's see who they've got to bowl the 10th. No, because, yeah, Ayo didn't work out too well. I wonder if they've got some other options they might consider. Should we get that far? That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, what we at here? 10 required of 12.
I'd have someone else saving a single here to Sahak. I think you're trying to dot him up a few times.
Ozbek, can he stay away from the leg side? Well, he can. Gets an edge. Well stopped. In comes the throw, but they get the single.
Oh, here's the battle, then. And they're playing from well behind here, the Turkish team, but they've done it before. It's going to be Ozbek to Dash. And how Debashan handles this could determine whether his team go through or not.
Fielder does well. Oh, well, they're taking it on, and oh, this is going to be out, I think. I think this is going to be out. They're taking the single. Of course, Sahak is running to the danger end, so Dash is safe. I don't think Sahak is. This is so well done, really so well done.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone by a mile. I think it was a bat plug, not that we ever got that far. Interesting that he actually went for that end. I would have been tempted to turn and throw it Dash.
Yeah.
But I mean, what he does do, he saves the run. You can see it was just a hit and run job from Dash. So he doesn't do it with his bowling. He does it with a bit of underarm work. Ozbek can pretty much do it all, this guy, can't he? And, well, late drama is served. Sahar run out for 2. It's 78 for 7.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about taking that run on is, okay, I know it's not the key batter running to the danger end, but new batter will go on strike.
Yeah, they'll get an extra minute for that. I know some people are concerned about the clock. I think they'll be all right. Not sure if that extra minute's gone on yet.
How cool was Mr. Miyagi there?
Oh, yeah.
Osbeck, isn't he a Mr. Miyagi?
He's certainly all-knowing.
It's a wax on, wax off. Mr. Cool knocks him over. Osbeck, is he going to be the hero here?
New batter on strike, Metavarapu. I mean, he'd be nervous. Good shot.
Yeah, does well, doesn't he? Just gets back on ball. And Ariana, well, they're biting whatever nails they got left here at the moment. Everything to play for here. One of these two teams will make it through to the final tonight. Will it be Ariana Kif, the champion of Sweden? Will it be Istanbul KSK, the outstanding, unbelievable team from Turkey that have already, well, exceeded all expectations?
Wow, that's good work by Metavarapu. Make it someone else's problem.
It's a really nice shot. This is going to take some stopping. Beautifully fielded by the captain, Ali Turkman.
Great fielding under pressure. And now, you know, if we get to the last over, they're going to have a problem about who's going to bowl it. Do they go back to A or not? That's a problem they want to have because they want to just get there first. Metavarapu, again, he's just thinking, get one, get me to the other end. I don't want to be here really at the moment, staring down Osbeck.
Plays this nicely. It'll be just another single.
Good shot.
What does Dash do here? If it's there, does he go for it? Does he take the single?
I think if I'm thinking clearly and I'm Dash, and who knows if he is or not, I'm thinking get one. If it's really there to hit, then go for it. But the thing is, they're going to have to bowl their 5th bowler or a 6th bowler in the last over.
Yeah.
You don't want to get out here if you Dash, and you don't really want to dot to expose Metavarapu, although Metavarapu's looked good so far. Big ball coming up.
Well, he gets the single, which is probably a good move. It puts him back on strike. So, end of the 9th. Tension in the air. Tension around the Cartama Oval in this qualifier 1. There's two teams battle to make it through to the final. Which one will it be? And right now, it is 82 for 7 at the end of 9.
So they need 4 for a golden ball, 5 for the win. And so you can see that if there is a tie, we haven't had one yet in this ECL, it'll be decided by golden ball. We'll decide who goes through to the final straight away and who has to go through CIYMS. Yeah, well, a lot of people are having a think. And well, looks like a movie star there.
Oh, has he gone camera shy?
Hiding behind the sunglasses. Well, here's another guy.
They're just,
Look,
I like
okay.
this. That ball has passed hands about 4 or 5 times. Everybody, you have it, no, you have it, no, you have it, no, you have it. Well, in the end, they're going with Mohammed Fahad.
Can't work if everyone wanted the ball or no one wanted the ball. Anyway, so you've got 5 to win. If you score off every ball, you can't lose. Field's back. They're so happy if Dash just takes a 1, and they're hoping they can get on top of Metavarapu. But I think you're going to have to start seeing a few more fielders in and trying to cramp the batter, trying to prevent that single. All right, here we go. 5 to win. And it's Fahad with the ball. And that'll do it. It's done. Now he comes up, he rocks in, he bowls an off spinner, and it's all over. Maximal time. And would you believe it? After all that setup, he just needed 1 ball, and Dash was done. He'd done his dash, and Ariana Keefe, the Swedes, through to the Group F final.
Yeah, just took the 1 ball. I think that ball was passed around from one set of hands to another like it was a hot potato. I don't want it, you have it, you have it. And in the end, Fahad said, give it here, I'll bowl it. And he flights it up there, Dash. I think he was going to be looking for 1 ball to send away. He knew that a boundary would win it, and he does. So Ariana Kif, the champions from Sweden, have booked their place in the final, not without being given a damn good fight by Istanbul KSK. They almost defend it, they take it into the last, but it will be the champions from Sweden, Ariana Kif, that will book their place in the final later today. But what that means is that Istanbul KSK will have to do something they've done already. They'll have to try and beat the Irish 1 more time.
Yeah, they will. It's a big mountain to climb, but I mean, they've had to climb some big mountains to be here in the first place, and that is qualifier 2.
The match coming up, starting in about an hour and 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network and all of our associated international broadcast partners. Mariana Keefe, well, they'll be really happy to see that. They're through to the final. They'll play whoever can win Q2. Well, cue the music and let's see this chase. We knew there'd be drama. There was plenty of it. And the Turks, they came out firing.
Oh, yeah, they came out firing. And they threw everything at it. Ali Turkman, the captain. And a few things that went against them. And Ayo, well, he was going up there and having a bit of a cheeky one as he came back down from the bar. But Ali Turkman got the early breakthrough. That was important because Pawan Kumar, you know, he can be pretty dangerous. There was love in the air as well. And, well, that one was unfortunate. Diving forward, trying to take the catch. And that was Dash, remember, when he was on one. What an important moment that was. That was Mohammed Turkman diving forward and trying to get Dash. Wasn't able to pick up the catch. And that ended up being a decisive moment in this match.
Yeah, look, I think for the most part they held their catches. Khalid Mohammed came out. We know the way he plays. He swung one away to the leg side boundary, but he wouldn't survive the next ball. He scooted up in the air. I mean, Zaga was brilliant through this middle period. Really kept the team in the contest. He took 3 for 10 off his 2 overs. I think Wakas kept very well. Took a couple of good ones. Adil Raza, a bit of a mixed bag for him. They timed him up a couple of times. Again, those sixes in a low-scoring game, they're even more important, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, the thing is, though, about that, I mean, there were the little moments there, I think, when Raza on the boundary. I just think, you know, one of those opportunities was to get Dash. You've got to try and catch it, and he's just palming it forward. I think you take that catch, you win the game, possibly. This was a big hit from El Capitan. And that was against Raza, and I thought, oh, maybe that's a mistake bowling Raza there. But Raza, give credit to him. He then picked up a wicket and only gave away just 1 other run in that over.
Yeah, so it came down to the wire. We thought it might. Ozbek, and when the time came, he held his nerve a couple of times. But, yeah, they did go to Raza before they went to Ozbek. But then Ozbek, you know, did push it to the last anyway, so they each got an over in. The biggest issue was who was going to bowl the 10th. And in the end, Fahad, well, he rolled the dice, and let's just say, I think it came up a 6 as that one disappeared. Dash sends his team into the final, and his teammates were loving it. So, yeah, Dash didn't face too much early on, but he did rebound really well. Came up with the big shots when they needed them, 40 off 20 in the end, the top scorer. Dharminder Singh had a pretty interesting innings as well. Again, was there, just kind of turned the strike over, 20 off 17. And Baluch turned out to be a bit of a bust rather than a boom. He went first ball. Medavarapu, credit to him, he only faced 2 balls, but they were important. He looked confident. He was able to score off both and give the strike back to Dash, who finished the job. 3 for 10 Zaga was brilliant, wasn't he? 2 wickets also, Adil Raza, and 1 to Turkman. Ozbek bowled really well without taking a wicket, didn't take a run out. But yeah, Ayo's over was costly, wasn't it? He went for 18. They didn't go back to him. They went to Farhad. But ultimately, that shot in the total, I should say, in the Grady 80s didn't quite stand up.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, that's been one of the things we said, the concerns with Istanbul. They're just not getting enough runs on the board. The batting is an issue. But I think they can make it better, and they need to think about that in going into that qualifier number 2 against the Irish. Just got to tweak the batting order and get some of those bigger hitters up in the power play.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Rico, great job by you. I know that you're going to go back and maybe enjoy the rest of their finals night from the Sunset Beach. We'll see you on Monday for the start of Championship Week. Corey Ruckers will join me after the break. It's a bit of an extended break. We'll be back in 1 hour and 10 minutes with the big clash, a rematch from yesterday. Istanbul KSK of Turkey taking on the Irish club CIYMS. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. We'll be back very, very shortly with more action on ECN. You're watching Group F Finals Day in this European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol Group F Finals Day. Plenty of drama has already happened. Plenty of drama still to come as we head into the second half of Finals Day. So now it's time for Qualifier 2. Now this is the loser of the 1 versus 2 matchup. That's Istanbul KSK of Turkey. They are taking on the Irish champions CIYMS, who won that sudden death eliminator earlier in the day. They finished in 3rd position. Now the two teams that finished 2nd and 3rd in the group stage will do battle for the right to meet Ariana Keefe in the final later on tonight. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains. It's a big toss. Let's see who wins it.
You're cool. Heads. Heads is cool. It is heads.
From the toss is that John Matchett has won the toss for CIYMS and the Irish team will bat first. Makes sense to me. I mean, they batted first earlier this morning. They sent Oeiras packing the Portuguese champions by putting 130 on the board and just applying that scoreboard pressure. I've got to say that Van der Merwe was brilliant opening the batting, though he had a couple of chances along the way. He struck the highest individual score in this ECL so far, 89 not out. I think Doherty's a big wicket as well. I like that right-hand, left-hand combination up the top as well. The question for the Turkish team, can they get those early wickets, get into the middle order? And we know the Irish team have struggled a little bit once they've lost wickets, but the difference this morning was they didn't lose any. They lost 1 along the way, but McCulloch has been pretty solid and he's batting 3 at the moment for CIYMS. I think the Istanbul KSK, they would have liked to have batted first. That's how they beat the Irish team yesterday, beat them by 6 runs in a bit of an upset, but it's all to play for with a spot in the Group F final on the line. Ariana Keefe are waiting for the winner of this game. Well, I've been waiting for this guy, Corey Rutgers. He's finally arrived here on Group F Finals Day. Well, Corey, hopefully enjoyed your rest, but now it's time to wake up because with that spot on the finals on the line, I can tell you that it is the Irish team. They won the toss. They want to put on some big runs. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of Qualifier 2.
Hello and welcome back everyone around the world for this T10 match. And it's a big one, Istanbul KSK versus CIYMS from Ireland. And what is a do-or-die encounter? One of these teams will be going home in around 90 minutes time. The other will be off to the final tonight under lights at Cartama. And looking forward to this. Haven't they been good, Istanbul KSK? But CIYMS coming good at the right time. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups. And, well, let's talk about that top 3. Van der Merwe, Doherty, McCulloch, or however you say it, and match it at 4. It's up to those 4, isn't it? We haven't seen too much batting after that. The question mark will be, can Istanbul KSK take some early wickets? Supercomputer's saying it's going to be a close one, and I think it will as well. Both teams have had moments in the tournament, and the question will be who can answer each other's matchups the best and find the right answers at the right time. Good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India. Vifanko and everyone on the chat. Good afternoon or good morning, wherever you might be. And welcome back to all our network providers out there. Hope you're ready for this one. Should be a good game of cricket. Istanbul KSK, unbelievably, still in this tournament. They've shocked so many. And there's a man on your screen, a bit of a crowd favourite, AO. Watch him split step and walk here, and one of the most attacking fielders I've seen out there. So we're almost set to go. It's going to be Jason Van der Merwe on strike, who played a match-winning innings against the Portuguese this morning. So last few adjustments to the field. This man's been so good, Ozbek. Don't know where he's come from, but he has bowled really well, batted well, looks good in the field. All-round star player. Going to be operating with a 3rd man and a deep mid-off, so we're almost set to go in this match. The umpire says play. Here we go, ball number 1. Wraps him on the pads and just be a dot ball to start. So this is a really, really big match, obviously. We will have to say goodbye to one of these teams, and neither of them want to go home just yet. smelling the final just around the corner. The Swedes are waiting there. Ariana Keefe played a pretty good game before, won comfortably in the end. How good's Osbeck been? Really talented bowler. Mode, leg side, gets down, keeps it to 1. The start of this game feels so important. We know that the Irish team's been probably extremely reliant on the top 3. No one else has played an innings of substance, has to be said. So can they get some early wickets? Istanbul KSK and get ahead in this game, or will it be Doherty and Jason van der Merwe? They're going to take it away. So a slight adjustment to the field. Looks like one more didn't get across, so 5 men on the leg side in the ring, and there he goes. So just paying attention a little bit late there as he jumps across our screen. So left-hander on strike. Always handy to open up with the left-handed, right-handed combination, just to change the fielding angles a bit. Deep mid-off and deep third man, the 2 boundary riders. Pulled hard, straight to the fielder. Oh, he has a throw, does it? Oh, I tell you what, that could have been a huge moment. Van der Merwe backed up a little bit too far. It's a game of inches. Every inch counts, they usually say. How close was this? Yeah, tough to tell from those angles. Spring Productions delivering the goods once again. Oh, it's a player miss this time, and the keeper goes, with the pad stop, not using the gloves. Got to enjoy that. And just goes pad, and keeps it to a dot. Doherty looking to hit that through the leg side. Cut, nice shot, gorgeous shot. It's in the gap and you can't turn and chase. You've just got to dive at it. And it goes for 4. It's the first boundary in this qualifier 2, the preliminary final, and it goes to Doherty. Nice shot, really good batting. A little bit of width offered and he pounced on it from Osbeck. Can't stress the importance of early wickets here are needed for the Istanbul team. Pulled, doesn't get it. Ao, one of the best fielders we've seen. Fumble. They'll get a single. So that will end the very first over. It's a pretty tidy one in the end for both teams, and the score at the end of one is 6 for none. We have a look at both the lineups, and this is why it's so important for them to get some early wickets, because as you can see, Van der Merwe at 205 runs, and the other men as well are the leading run scorers. That's the top 3. But they're going to be up against Osbeck, Raza, Zagar, who have all got 6 wickets apiece. So I'm sure one of them will be wanting to top the wicket charts. And a little bit later, it's going to be how do they defend themselves against Mulder, the leg spinner. He's got a really good flipper, a bit of a top spinner as well. And he's a sensational bowler, and I'm sure he's going to have a part to play in this game. So over number 2 now. Turkman with the ball in hand, the skipper. Hit hard, straight to mid-off, and just lets that go through to him for a single. Does Osbeck, doesn't attack it. Brings back on Van der Merwe, and what an innings he played this morning. Yes, he had a little bit of luck, but he sent the Portuguese packing, unfortunately for them, who will be disappointed. They had a good tournament, and they looked like they had a good team, just didn't click at the right times, and some catches maybe let them down today. If Van der Merwe plays a 20-30 balls, you just know how destructive he can be. Up and over. Thanks for coming. 6 runs. It's a gorgeous shot. And that's the first big one of this match. The opening pair getting themselves in here. And that's a gorgeous looking stroke. Van der Merwe reminds me of the old South African batsman, Richard Levy. He's very strong. Just whacks it. That's a gorgeous shot over wide, extra cover. Up in the air, huge moment. Can someone get to it? Oh, he shells it. Oh, it's massive. It's Van der Merwe as well. And these are the moments can either send you home or get you right into the tournament. Unfortunately, it's been put down by Atula. He made good ground. It went over his right shoulder, but he spills the catch. And, well, put that down on your little notebooks. Van der Merwe has been dropped on 7. Oh, boy, that's not someone you want to put down. Seems to be his day at the moment. In the air, and that might be goal. Ayo's the quickest man, but he can't get there. And when it rains, it pours. He gets dropped, and then he puts the next ball away for 4. Big moments in this fixture. Sometimes you have days at the office where you get a little bit of luck and you try and cash it in. That's what Van der Merwe would like to do now. High in the air. This is tough. This is real tough. It might even go for 6. It will. Well, it's a little pick-me-up shot, and it just kept on sailing. Unbelievable. I thought he hit that straight up and just kept going and going and going. And it goes for 6 in the end. This is a dream start for CI now. And you can see why there's some smiles on the faces. So after the dropped opportunity, a 4 and a 6. And he strays down the leg side, just trying to over-adjust. Van der Merwe getting confident here. Sometimes it's just your day, and it feels like it could be for him. Pulled, and he gets it. That's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. So in the end, the drop catch is going to hurt them massively because the over turns into a big one. It's 24 off it, and the score is 30 for none. This is what's happened today. This is what's remaining for the day. We're at the qualifier 2 stage. Ariane Keefe booked their ticket to the final a little bit later tonight. And looking forward to seeing who's going to join them as I welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandhu.
Thank you very much, Corey. Nice to have you in the commentary box today. Yeah, so Ireland, their club CIYMS, twice they've won the toss, twice they've batted, and twice they've come out of the blocks pretty fast. You can see it means a lot to these guys. They'd love to be able to stay here and extend their Spanish adventure.
Hey, that kookaburra turned into a cat.
That'd be cool. I tell you what, there'd be a few cats roaming around if that's how it worked. It's
good little sun trap there.
We always love a bit of the National Geographic Wildlife Watch from our crew at Spring Productions. Right, here's Zaga. He's coming off 3 wickets in the previous game. Bowled really well. They've got to do something and quick, don't they?
Yep. Yeah, starting to look a little bit dangerous, this opening pair again. Oh, it's short. It's a Gundy ball, and it gets the treatment. The opening pair are clicking today for the Irish, and they're racing away in this one.
Yeah, what a shot. And the boundaries just keep on coming.
Yeah, not looking too good at the moment. 34 off 13 deliveries altogether. We know that their bowling's been really good, Istanbul KSK, but the question marks to be, can they chase up north of 100? I'm not so sure.
They've only lost 1 wicket today, CIYMS as well. I mean, that's the way to get into them. You have to kind of expose the soft underbelly of the middle order. They're very capable. I just don't think they've had too many opportunities. This is going to be bad, and it's going to be 5 bonus runs, a bit of a gift. And oh, Zaga gets it wrong initially, but Wakas couldn't handle it on the second bounce.
Yeah, just not working out for them at the moment. It's a poor ball down the leg side and lands in an awkward spot for the keeper, so it's a minimo. And since that dropped catch, the runs have just piled on.
18 and over the current rate. This power play's up and out of control. Yeah, I know what you're saying about can they chase those kind of big runs. I'd say it's unlikely, but I feel like nothing's impossible with this Turkish team. Hey, just before we go any further, I've got a couple of big thank yous. Firstly, Tony Redden, thank you so much for the homemade Irish soda bread. It was delicious. We enjoyed it, and I shared it with a little bit of the crew.
I haven't had any yet.
Let's go back to the action here. This will just be a single. So yeah, big thank you out there to Tony. Look, the other thing I want to say is congratulations to our very own Shazad Mansour, who is celebrating his wedding today. So
congratulations.
Shazad, hopefully you have a wonderful lifetime of happiness. And of course, we already know you're going to get a lifetime of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. So have a great day. Enjoy your wedding day. See you back at work soon.
Does that mean we don't have a statistician for today?
We got a few people covering Shazad. Takes 3 or 4.
How many hours is he allowed off?
I think he'll be allowed 1 for the wedding and 1 for the honeymoon, but he'll be back in 2 hours for the next game.
Well, very nice indeed. Congratulations, mate.
40 love. This was the score earlier. And it won't stay on it for very long because that is absolutely mullet. I think that's gone all the way. I'm going to call it Maximal. Let's wait for the confirmation. Just a little bit short. And even though he's down the track, he's still...
That's 4.
I'm going to have to... Oxium. I'll just take that Maximo back and I'll say cuatro carreras because that was faster than a speeding bullet. At real time, I thought it went all the way. Still, another boundary for COIMS. Now happy to follow up with just a single.
The question can be, will they be able to pull something out again, Istanbul Cascade? Because right now they're being taken to the sword, and it makes me worry for their tournament life.
And the question always has been, you know, like we said the other night on Monday, what goes up must come down. I mean, Istanbul KSK, they were undefeated through the first 3 games. They put a few rotations in game 4 last night, and they haven't won a game since. He's outside the leg stump, scramble through for a leg bite. But, I mean, they need to find something, and as you know, and as you and I have covered a lot of cricket together, Corey, never call a game in the first 5 overs because things can change and change pretty quickly.
Absolutely, completely agree. But if they do not get this man on strike out soon, Van der Merwe, it will be game over. The way he's batting and the way he's hitting the ball, so dangerous. Still no one back on that leg side. He might come across his crease here and try whip it.
Again, he makes a step down the wicket, and this one I'm pretty sure does go all the way. Let me try another speculative Maximal as Van der Merwe moves into the 30s.
Yeah, he was eyeing that spot up just as he was about to run in, and that is a Maximo, 6 runs. So, unfortunately, they shelled him. They dropped him, and he's cashing in.
Don't know what it is, but they've just struggled to hold the catches, the Irish opposition today, as we get to the end of the power play. 52 without loss.
Yeah, what a fantastic power play. It really is. Only 6 off the first, remarkably, and then 2 magical overs, 24 and 22 to follow it up.
Trouble right now.
Yeah, it's big trouble. They need a wicket, Vinny.
Yeah, they're going to go to Adil Raza, I think. This makes sense to me. You've got to change something. You've got to change the type of bowling. Whoever it is, you're trying to bowl well, regardless. But yeah, 52, I mean, say, what's your best case scenario? If you keep it at 8 and over from here, you know, get a couple of wickets, then that's 56, 108. Yeah, maybe it'll be a parish kind of score, but even that many, you feel, that's Istanbul KSK still be behind at the halfway point. Here's Adil Raza, who played in the ECL last year for Carlton, the Scottish team. It was nice to have him batting with Mechet Zaga earlier on today as well. And actually was pretty handy with the bat, Adil. Now he's going to have to come on to Doherty, who's left-hander. So yeah, Adil Raza can bowl the one that kind of goes on and goes the other way. See what he does here, the left-hander. Top spin than anything else. Van der Merwe is keen to get on strike. You can understand why. He won't get a run this time.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision to bring the spinner on, see if he can change the pace a little bit, pick up a wicket, desperately needed wicket it would be.
Next one is to Ayo, and he cannot handle it. Well, like a 4th division goalkeeper, this one bounces about 2 metres in front of him, and he just wafts the hand at it. Look, it wasn't easy, but it seems like everything at the moment going against the Turkish side.
Yeah, I reckon it might have spun just a little bit as well. It's an awkward one, but he probably should stop it and Well, they've been so brave, Istanbul KSK, this whole group stage. Can they fight back once more? They're going to need to right now.
Doherty launches this into another universe. Well, I've got no idea where that's going to come down. That is a proper hanger. A sky shot from the keeper back. That was power.
That's massive. That is really, really big. And, well, they brought the leg spinner on to try and cause something different. That was a wrong and going across him, but it was in the slot, and that's huge. What a shot.
Quite a remarkable shot, because you have to do this kind of internal calculation about where you think the ball's going to spin and how much. Whatever he did it perfectly. Now he gets one in the block hole. Just get a single, but his horse is bolted. They're playing catch-up, Istanbul KSK.
There's a lot of damage that's already been done. I mean, there's still 6 overs after this. They're looking at 140. I don't know if Istanbul have the cavalry to chase something like that. They've got to take some wickets, have a big last 6 overs with the ball.
Irish cricket fans hoping for something to shout about after going down to Bangladesh in the match today. Right now, the T10 form's been very good.
Was it ODI today, was it?
Yeah, went down by a fair margin from what I saw. Can't quite time this one. You heard OMG from Van der Merwe, who wanted to send that into the jungle, and said he just gets a single.
Yeah, it does bring on the left-hander again, who's starting to tick as well. It's looking good here for CI.
Yeah, this over's not a disaster as yet. It's gone for 12. 1-6 was miles in the air, but Dil Raza gets one more crack at Doherty. Wicket potentially can spark something for Istanbul. Charles Croucher, bowler's end out there with Joe Foster. So 2 Czech-based umpires handling qualifier 2 today. He wants it again. There's more work for AO, who did something unusual earlier. He tried to field the ball and ended up at the top of the stairs. Right now he stays on the field, and at the end of 4, it is 65 without loss.
Yeah, this is a dream start. Dream start for the Irish club team. Everyone was saying today, if they get that top order to click, you still got to look out for them, and they've clicked in 2 games consecutively. They are climbing north and climbing in the right direction for them.
Yeah, bring your climbing gear. That's quite the slope. On 162 pace at the moment. What did you get up to last night, Corey?
Not too much, actually. A little bit of a dinner. Yeah, relaxed. Was going to go outside, not to. Just easy. Caught up on some rest. It was nice to have the evening off and the morning off.
Yeah, there's some of our other players. Some still in the tournament, some not.
Where are the Portuguese, actually? That's what I'm worried about. They've probably...
Junaid's hanging around there.
Find me the Portuguese, because I guarantee Conrad and a few of the fellas have had a couple in the last few hours.
They're mostly down in the domed area. Well, that load all of our crowd here today. And yeah, there's Buck Stoneman, the Werris manager, chatting to Judith, our head of administration. Anyway, here's Meni Ejegi Ayo in over number 5. Starts with a big wide. Now handles it.
Oh, that's my worry. There's the group you got to look out for.
They're being fairly sensible.
Yeah, they're being fairly sensible. I know Conrad pretty well. I dare say a few of those boys in a couple of hours might be quite vocal.
You'd hope so. Biding their time. You know, they're bitterly disappointed. I mean, 4th in the group doesn't really give justice to some of the cricket they played.
Probably an overachievement.
I think all teams are improving. That's pretty obvious. Ayo.
Shot.
One that's chopped away, and somehow this is going to go for 4. We'll talk me through this one.
Just good batting. He's just watching the line of the ball, and he jars down on a wide Yorker, and he actually splits the gap perfectly. Really, really good batting. Right now, CI have just found their batting boots on the right day at the right time, and if they're going to bat this well, they could go all the way, Vinny.
I said they've only lost 1 wicket in 14.1 overs today, so yeah, you're going to have a good time. And bit of bookends about this, because the very first game, it was a large opening partnership against Ariana Keefe that set CRYMS up for the win. Doherty on strike. It's 1 and 4. Yeah, close. This is the kind of ball he jammed out last time. Question is, where is it when it passes the crease? I think he's a bit lucky to get away with that one, AO. Probably feels like the umpire's owe him one or two.
Yeah, big fan of the Tash as well. Look at him.
Yeah.
What a player. Plays Serbian international cricket.
I'll tell you a bit of backstory on him that you might have missed earlier. This is cracked away to backward point on the boundary. So he actually has also represented Nigeria in international cricket. Then he married a lady from Serbia and now resides in
That
Serbia.
must be one of the more peculiar double nation
The old Nigeria,
representative.
Serbia. And as we established on a bet that you won, you cannot play for more than 2 nations in your life.
Right, there's the Cypriots.
Yeah.
So that'll be
there
it for
soon.
him. There won't be a third nation, unfortunately.
Unless they change the rules one day, maybe.
You never know.
Yeah, Cypriots enjoying the weather. Normally this is where I say enjoy the sunshine while you can, but actually there's a fair bit of sunshine in Cyprus probably most of the time. Look at AOGing everyone up.
I think they've just lost it a little bit here. There's no point in place. They've kept 5 on the leg side, so they're just under the pump and making a couple of little errors.
Puts us on a length, just knocked away for 1.
Probably the first time in the whole tournament, Vinny, they've been really under the pump with the ball, and the bowling and fielding's been the 2 reasons why they've gone so far and surprised so many. It's not looking too great at the moment. Can they get a wicket? Can a piece of brilliance in the field, something just to liven it up again?
Goes after this. Just a single.
Yeah, just the one there. Doherty not getting that one out the middle. Van der Merwe is striking at 300, having a day out.
He's been so good. He scored 89 not out earlier on.
So what's he on? 125 not.
125.
Not bad for a day's work.
Yeah, not too bad. Some people wouldn't score that many runs in a season. Ayo hasn't been too bad here. Gone for 8. Trying to close out the over without any further damage. This time pull hanging and just over the fielder. It was good effort from Ali Turkman, but he couldn't quite fight gravity enough to get a finger on that. Takes us to the end of the 5th over as well. The score 74 without loss.
That's Van der Merwe's day. It just feels like it, doesn't it? He balloons that one perfectly. He's still there, and well, after 5 overs, it's all CI.
Want to say a big hello to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Corey Ruckers with me in Qualifier 2 and to take you through the final as well. Championship week starting Monday.
Yeah, excited. Very
the squad's
excited.
starting to come out, a few little changes, but I mean...
Well, there's actually quite a bit.
Yeah.
I went and had a look with Project Manager Sam. I think Beveren's got 5, Jersey's got 6. I know unfortunate news for Pack Eye Care. Mohammed Babar's had a family emergency and won't appear for Pack Eye Care either. So they've lost the MVP. Hornchurch have gained a couple. All of a sudden, it's wide open.
Yeah.
It is wide open for finals week.
As wide open as you get.
Oh, well.
Victoria Cervezas are on. Here we go. Osbeck's back. This is up in the air and it's straight enough to get the result. Maximo Van der Merwe takes down Osbeck. Not something we've seen too often in this series. Osbeck brought back to try and break this partnership. Instead, he goes the journey.
Yeah, Van der Merwe's just clicking, isn't he? It's his sort of day. He's so powerful. I don't think that was anywhere near the middle of the bat, and it still went for 6. Osbeck's been so good this tournament. Can he find something?
Probably a chance if there was a fielder on that angle.
Yeah, not many people put him straight, Vinny.
Goes a bit straight turn now. Goes back, punches off the back foot. He kind of overcommits, but
Yeah,
no run.
so that's big news. There's a lot of changes
Yeah.
going on, and
No, Babar is huge.
huge. They've just lost they've lost Mohammed Yassin as well. So there's Pack. Okay, but I saw Beveren's list. Interesting, they've got 5 changes as well. So Hornchurch though, look out for Hornchurch. I think they're coming strong.
Bit more of an idea what they're up against now, I think, as well. This is cracked through the
Shot.
offside. There's nobody back there. You mentioned only 4 in the offside, so a few gaps as Van der Merwe races to 47.
Yeah, gorgeous. Good batting. Absolutely spanked it. It was over-pitched, and well, another 4, and these 2 batsmen are taking it away from the little team from Istanbul.
Just knocked into the offside. Let's say quick hello to Max O'Dowd, who
What's he got for us?
got a question in there for you, I think.
No, it's not more a question, it's more a statement. He's yelling it out. How would you say that, Vin?
Is it Oranje
Bitter. Yeah, it's the
Oranje
King's
Bitter?
Day festival we're all going to, so he's a bit excited, old
Well,
Maxie.
good on you, Max. I'm always happy when you get excited. All right, he wants
Shot.
his 50. He's going to get it, and he's going to do it with power. And what a day he's having. The big players step up when the pressure's on as Jason van der Merwe goes back-to-back half-centuries on Group F Finals Day, and he takes Osbeck down over mid-wicket.
Well done to this man. He is single-handedly taking them to the final. He destroyed the Portuguese. Unfortunately, he's destroying Istanbul KSK right now. I mean, if they get through and he has a good final, back-to-back-to-back, he could. He's that good.
A lot of the time he's shortening the pitch. He gets a full toss and he bangs it. He puts it the other side of the fielder. It's 4 more. And so right now there's carnage out there. And I think he was good enough to know that that fielder had snuck around a little bit. It was the captain, Ali Turkman, who'd gone a little bit wider to where that ball went over. And this goes to a fairly normal long on. And Turkman couldn't get there.
They've been so brave, this team, Istanbul, the whole tournament. They've overachieved, they've shocked us all, but it feels like it's just finally the balloon has burst almost, and things just aren't going well. There's Nick Smith, who had a pretty good tournament for the Portuguese. Nice sunnies as well.
A slightly slower ball and goes over the fence as well. Maximarks and crashes into it. The fielder went right back. He put the 2 hands up, but well, tell you what, he didn't get the 3 figures earlier, but the way he's going, who's going to count him out this time as another one disappears?
Yeah, good batting. He gets it. And that brings up the 100 as well in the 6th. So 100 for none off 6. And the batting has clicked today for the Irish. Look at the Irish, 63 off 19 for him, and Doherty, 29 off 17.
100 partnership in 36 balls.
What did he make this morning? 89.
89 not out.
Is that the 4th highest ever ECL score behind the 300s? Because I don't think we've had a 90. So Scotty Edwards, Baba Hussain and Nabi have centuries, but I don't think we've ever had a 90. So I think he got the 4th highest ever ECL score. And if he bats another 4 overs, he's on 100 watch. He easily could make a century. And Zaga brings himself back, and I went for 21 off his first. It can only get better, you'd hope.
You'd hope. More carnage on the way. That's what they want. The Irish supporters get 1 first ball here. For some reason, ever since Carson McCulloch cracked the ball into our internet router,
I was in front.
haven't always had perfect connections.
Here we go, Vin. Let's just look up and enjoy this, because you just feel Van der Merwe is going to try send this to the moon.
And I think you're right. And leg side, big wide, well handled by
What's
Munir.
he got here? 23 balls. He's on 63 off 19. If he can face 10 to 12 out of those 23 balls, he does have a red hot chance of getting there. That's a wide down the leg side.
Zaga plays with passion. And he might need more than that to deal with this assault from Van der Merwe, who lifts this up again over the leg side. Maximo, 69 of 20 balls. Oh, well, yeah, don't want to use the C word live on air, but right now it could be on.
What word do you mean, Vinny?
You know what I mean.
So is it the 4th highest score he hit this morning on ECLs? I think it was, because I don't remember us ever having a 90. So yeah, it is. It's been confirmed. He's 89 this morning, was behind Scott Edwards, Nabi and Baba Hussain. He then made 89 not out this morning. He's on 69 not out, and he's looking violent.
That's about as big as it gets, and that is flying over the trees. I mean, that one's a 16. Zaga takes the pace off. It's put back on some moments later by Jason Van der Merwe.
My word, he put some muscle into that. That was huge. Yeah.
Watch this one fly. What a great shot from the camera.
Usually when it clears the trees, it's a big one. That really cleared the trees.
Oh, yeah, that was...
Van der Merwe has clicked today.
That was humongous. Now gets a slower ball. Ayo will knock it down.
Well, century watch is definitely on. And, well, look, KSK have been so brave. This whole tournament's probably not going their way in this one, but they can still keep their heads up high. What a partnership, and how destructive that man on your screen has been. Those forearms, Vinny.
Yeah.
Well, look at him.
He said he has big ludus.
What?
As he says.
What did you say?
Big ludus.
Ludus?
It's big arms.
Oh.
And now slow ball, Doherty gets in on the action, catching practice in the fan zone. It's raining sixes at the Cartama Oval. Everyone take cover and COMS reach 120 and they're going higher.
This is a little bit more of what we sort of expected when teams came up against the team from Istanbul. It's only the first time they've been caught out, and the ladies out there are loving it. Everyone's enjoying themselves. It's tough for the men on the field, but just hasn't been there 7 overs. Doherty, he's playing a very good innings also, 36 off 19. And he does miscue that one and runs a single. I'm sure there's a few people that wish they didn't run the single. But at the end of 7 violent overs, the score currently is 122 for none.
Yeah, it's hard to see any road back, but let's have a look at the teams that will feature in Championship Week. We're talking about the squads a little bit, so yeah, tell us a bit more. No Baba for Pakai Care, but they do have the young gun, Hashim Ali in there.
Yeah,
Kid
he's
Dynamite.
So Pakai Care have lost Baba and Yassine, so they'll be disappointed with that. And I think Alphaz have lost 4 or 5 also. Beverin have made 4 or 5 changes, and Farmers also have made 4 or 5 changes. Drew are pretty much the same, and Hornchurch, I think, have actually added some good names to the squad. I saw a few, so for me, it's open. It's really open. Even Sporting Alphaz with their 4 or 5 changes brought in a few, and the Farmers team have brought in Nikolai Damsard from Denmark, the tall left-handed batsman. He whacks it.
Right.
So
Yeah, okay.
for me, this year, it is honestly anyone's game. I'm excited for finals week. We're not far away.
25 matches in Championship Week coming up starting on Monday. Now here's Mohammed Isa into the lineup. And they're throwing in the ball in the 8th over. See if he can claw something back.
Well, that's been laced.
Hit pretty hard.
Well, I'm on century watch. Let's get around it. We don't get many at the ECL. So just off the top of my head, Scotty Edwards hit a 137. I think what was Nabi's highest score?
105.
105.
104 of them in boundaries, the first 104.
And Baba Hussain?
Bubba's saying, I think 102.
Was it? Can't remember Bubba's. It was against the Turks, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, 76 off 22. Pretty good strike rate, that.
Yeah. So here is Van der Merwe. It's well ahead of the century pace. It's a decent delivery, but even that, I mean, violently digs out that block hole delivery.
He's just powerful, isn't he? He really is, with a bit of technique mixed in there. 77 off 23 is a remarkable innings. This feels a little bit like just 2 openers just enjoying themselves, seeing the ball well, and yeah, they're going to make a big score, aren't they?
Ariana Keefe watching on with interest. Down
Shot.
the ground, that's 4 probably. It is. Picks the gap, and Doherty saying, don't forget about me. I mean, he hasn't been slow here at all. He's about 200 pace as well. CIYMS, this is just a violent opening partnership.
Everyone, the talk around this morning was if you can get that top order, you've got a chance against them, but they've only lost 1 wicket today. This must be one of the highest opening partnerships we've ever had in an ECL as well. Must be close.
Well, 222 is pretty good.
Would be second. Shot.
Change of pace, work for the fielder. It does well. There's a slight fumble. They'll take the opportunity to come back for 2.
Yeah, I know 2-2-2's there, but I'd say this must be getting close to the second highest opening partnership. It's pretty big.
Yeah, probably think about the England 11. I suppose that was ECC, but it was here at the Cartama Oval. They put on 149. Here's Isa. The score at 130. Doherty picks out Ao. Does well to knock it down.
Yeah, Ao does well there. Does very well. And Doherty's looking at a personal milestone, I should say, himself. As, well, 44 himself. Van der Merwe 77. Just destructive from these two. Batting them out the game completely.
Got a few questions about squads. I'll come back to that in a second.
It is tough, I mean, with time off work, and some people have national duties. It's just the way it is. It's the way the cookie crumbles. And
but what I'll do, I've just put in the comment section, I'll put a link. You can go check out all the squads.
I might click on it
direct
myself.
link to the website. Check out every team. Of course, look at the team still in it, probably. Anyway, Isa, not the worst over at the moment, just 9. And, well, that's good fielding by the stumps. It'll stay at 9, but will work out okay for Jason Van der Merwe, who's on century watch. He's on 77. And after 8 overs, the score, 131 without loss.
Yeah, the stumps actually probably give him a chance of 100 here because he keeps the strike. It's a nice shot.
Imagine he made the 100 and went and like pulled out the middle stump. Anyway.
Look, that worm's pretty crazy. It's massive, but my heart sort of feels a bit for Istabel Kraske because they've overachieved and everyone knows it. And it's just this is what people sort of expected it would be like for them. But to win 3 games, and it's the first time they've been taken to. Even in the previous game, they could have won that.
The thing is that with the shorter format, a team like the Irish team, they have to get going quicker. You know, they have to get going day 3, otherwise it's all over. We've seen some teams fall by the wayside, not being able to turn things around quick enough. But yeah, you're right. Now here's Adil Raza in the 9th.
Oh, not expecting him to play a little cute shot.
Yeah, I don't think he picked that very well. It's a very, very late cut.
Yeah, it was a late cut. Played right under the eyes. Just the left-hander on strike. He's probably thinking of 50.
Yeah, it probably is. This is Van der Merwe. Had a shot at the 100 earlier.
He's going to need
the strike later on.
He needs 1 boundary this over Van der Merwe to get real close, you feel. If he doesn't get a boundary this over...
I can't remember how many he needed exactly. I think he needed 13 in the last over, but didn't really...
What did he make? 89.
89.
Not out.
Yep. Goes after this Doherty. Will find grass. In fact, it's going to be tapped over the bar. And it's Elec that can't make the stop. Doherty moves to 48.
Yeah, there's the Portuguese behind them. They'll be supporting a few of the Spanish players out there, and I'm sure they're offering some support. It's been a tough few overs for them here. That one just burst through the hands, and it goes for 4.
I'm liking Maxi's random questions. It's a bit early for random questions, but I'll address it after this ball. Well, he goes for this, but it's a bit of a top edge. It'll still probably fly out of the ground, and it does. Maximo! Doherty brings up his 50. Not to be sneezed at either. 27 balls going it to a ball. This opening partnership is up above the clouds at the moment. It brings it up in style.
Yeah, well batted. Personal milestone, and he's enjoying the leg spin here. This might go as well.
It won't go anywhere except back to the bowler to be re-bowled.
This must be the second highest opening partnership we've ever had at an ECL. I think if Max O'Dowd's listening at the moment, Max and Scott hit 2-2-2. This must be the next. There's the Spanish and the Portuguese, who don't usually get along. Seem to be enjoying themselves.
Still segregated though.
There's Danny's head. I heard he walked into a pole.
He did walk into a pole last night. Good upstate info. Still trying to get back to Max's question. He said, would I rather have legs as long as my fingers or fingers as long as my legs? I'd say fingers as long as my legs, because size is everything.
Yeah, well said.
Speaking of size, Doherty wants to go large.
Gone.
He's outside the leg stump, and he might have hit it.
Give him something. Just give him something.
He's not out on 2 counts.
Bats. That's not bat though, is it?
I think he gets outside the line of off stump. Look where he ends up.
But it's the inside.
Nah, you can see the off stump.
Ah, but give him something,
I
Vinny.
think it's just be out anyway.
Come on, it's Istanbul.
Hey.
How have they got themselves to the prelim final? Fair play. Look, anyway, century watch. Van der Merwe needs to hit a boundary in the next 2 balls. Otherwise, I don't think he can do it.
22 off a potential 8.
There's Azhar Andani.
Well, it's going to be 4 buys, or a buy, or 2 buys. Whatever it is, it wasn't hit. So maybe the keeper got a bit of a glove on that. So
maybe.
This is where Doherty just gets a free shot. Before, when we talked about the century watch, the game was still kind of in the balance. They're in the kind of 120s. I think with this many runs on the board, you can probably afford to try and manipulate the strike a little bit to make sure Van der Merwe is facing.
Unbelievable. They've only lost 1 wicket today, the Irish, and they've gone bang, bang it. Look, if KSK chase this down, it'd be freakish, but it's pretty tough.
As you'd say, it's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. Nice ball, the over coming up. Doherty trying to make it disappear.
Yep.
He gets the ball to do it, and he will. That's going to be Maximo. 150 up, 150 partnership up in 9 overs. What a dominant display by these 2 highly aggressive, highly talented Irish batters. It's 151 for none after 9.
Yeah, congratulations to those 2 men. They've taken all the bowlers to the sword, and there's some pretty rough economy rates, has to be said. But hey, look, if people understand this format, what's going on, KSK Istanbul can hold their head up high. They've overachieved massively compared to the team that came from Turkey last year, which were getting bowled out for 16-18. It just hasn't been their preliminary final, and that can happen.
Yeah, you know, they've won the hearts as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of these players didn't think they would actually be able to take part until something like 24 hours before they arrived here in Malaga. Issa gets the second,
Shot.
and it's a really clever shot. No outfielder back there, just slices it away. Van der Merwe, so on century watch. He's into the 80s, and could be only the second century we've had this year after Lala, aka Mebabali, hit 140, including 20 Maximos in
Yeah,
Malta.
if people didn't see that, we were in Malta and that man, Mebabali, nicknamed Lala, just decided to lose the plot. 26s in that innings.
I'm not sure if it was the next innings, but it might have been maybe the next innings, and he got out first ball.
Do you reckon he can hit 3 6s out of 5 balls?
I know he can hit 3 6 out of 5 balls. If you've been watching him today. Poor Issa in the crosshairs. Doesn't quite get it.
Watch the bounce.
They'll want 2 here, but they're never going to get it.
I think that might be it for Century Watch. Okay, unless he goes bang, bang, bang with the
strike
last
back.
3. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't. Doherty's actually caught up quite a bit. There was a stage he was further away.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Doherty here? How much of a close bond do you have with Jason Van der Merwe? Enough to knock a 1?
Yeah, nah.
I reckon I'm knocking a 1.
What, to give him,
I
a,
think
to
pay
give him a
it forward.
chance?
Maybe one day I'll be in the other position.
Yeah, you never know.
You got 156 on the board. I think he's going to knock. Oh, an accidental one. He launched at it.
It's big appeal. There's a thick inside edge. Well, he's got 3 bites of the cherry.
All right.
I remember we saw that once. You and I were in...
Gulam Dustgear.
No, Rotterdam.
Yeah.
Musa
Musa
Ahmed
Ahmed did
needed
it as
3
well.
6s and he went 6 6 6 to get there.
Gulam Dustgear did it actually when his team needed 18 off 3 balls as well to win the game.
And to bring his 100.
He went from 82 to 100.
As you do.
Anyway, Maximo or bust for Jason Van der Merwe. Needs to be perfect from here to get the century.
Get up.
Oh, not quite. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well, consolation prize isn't too bad at all. He moved to 87. And lightning strikes twice on finals day for the Burleigh CIYMS opener.
Can you imagine if the Swans this morning caught him when he was on 17, or if the Turks had caught him this morning when he was on 12? But that's cricket. That's the way it goes.
Yep.
And he's cashed in. What is he now? None for what? None for 100 and...
169? No, 100 and... What's that? 89 and 87. 176. What about a 99 knot?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Here we go. 2 to come. Cloths it.
Might get 2 here.
Yeah, probably go for it. Has to get up rolling. And he will get 2. So he equals his score from this morning.
Hey,
89
we
not
might
out.
get one of our first 90s in the ECL. If he doesn't get out and it scores at least 1, we will. He hit the 4th highest score this morning. He's about to surpass that in the next game they play. Pretty
89
impressive.
off 32 this morning. Right now he's 89 off 29. And here's his curtain call. And he puts it miles back. Well, what an innings from Jason Van der Merwe. Stand up and applaud for this Irish opening pair. He'll finish on 95 not out of 30. Doherty as well. I mean, applaud his contribution. 62 off 30. Brutal hitting as CIYMS, the Irish champions, rack up 169 without losing a wicket.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Well done to those gentlemen. Good to see a warm round of applause from KSK and a lot of the guys getting around saying congratulations. But that is brutal from those 2. They've probably battered them out the game, but what do you do? Sometimes that's cricket.
I mean, the Irish couldn't chase 80 yesterday against this Turkish side. And Doherty applauds. I mean, he should also be applauded for his contribution. The Irish bats, we talked about it at the start of the day, got to get that top order, got to make inroads. No team has on finals day so far. And as for Jason Van der Merwe, I mean, you look at what he's done today, 184 runs without being dismissed on finals day, and you feel that he isn't done yet. Well, Istanbul KSK, at one stage they were top of the tree after 3 matches played, but since then they were on the downslide, weren't they? And they hit the ground hard. Big reality check for the Turkish champions. They tried what they could, but it was just brutal stuff, really. No mercy from these Irish batters.
Yeah, no mercy at all. They pick their spots at will. They hit it to all parts, no wickets going down. And, well, it was a beautiful partnership to watch. They pounded everything all over the field. And It was tough for KSK. They tried their best. They brought Osbeck earlier back for his second to try and break the partnership, but they didn't really give a chance either. They just hit it so well.
Yeah, they did. Yes, that one chance that you mentioned, but yeah, I mean, trying to see where they went wrong. Obviously, the horn was getting a fair workout, but I mean,
That was huge.
yeah, some of these, they weren't just sixes, they were more. I mean, that one that sailed over the top of the trees, this one would have been out if someone had a touch, but they weren't able to. There was a touch on that from Elek. A lot of fielding being done off the field, as we saw Spain and Portugal, friendly rivalry there. Again, it's hard to really analyse this too much because it was just the two Irish top order players putting on a show, and they were enjoying it. They've got a mountain of runs. I mean, it would have to be the highest chase we've ever seen. They say nothing's impossible, and the Turkish side have overcome a lot of obstacles to get here, but this has to be the sternest yet, as they will require 170 for an unlikely win and a place in the final. Van der Merwe with 95 off 30. He was very, very destructive. The right-hander, he hit 9 Maximo 7-4s in his innings, striking at 317. For Chris Doherty, also played a very important hand, 62 not off 30, 4 sixes and 6 fours for him. And if you don't like violence, look away now, because there is some cruel and unusual punishment in the bowling figures. Nobody able to take a wicket, obviously. Ao, his over only went for 9, but he wasn't used again. They went back to Easter in the 10. But it's just one of those innings where the Turkish could never really get a look in. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes. Take you to the reply, and Istanbul KSK, well, they'll be having a dash, that's for sure. Let's see what they can put up on the scoreboard. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, as we get ready for the second half of this qualifier 1 in Group F. And it was pretty entertaining first half of the game. If you are a fan of big hitting, as CIYMS, they won the toss, they elected to bat. They've racked up 169 runs for the Irish champions. And so Istamel KSK, well, they've been the sweethearts of Group F, haven't they? No one expected too much from them. They did win their first 3 games, but unfortunately they've been brought back to earth with a bit of a thud here. And the thud was the sound of a bunch of sixes in the first innings, to be honest. If I go back to the stats, with 13 Maximos, 13 fours, and consider that's only 10 overs of cricket, was pretty destructive. Anyway, look, Istanbul KSK, they'd have to pull off the biggest chase we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network, but I think they'll be having a crack at it. I mean, when you think about the fact that these guys have had to overcome many obstacles. Now, that's Corey. Notice he's not up here. He's obviously down there, just with a few coaching tips, perhaps, for the Portuguese. Not shy to give some advice. Ilak and Farhad come out to open the innings for Istanbul KSK. First Turkish club to ever win a game at the ECL. They didn't just win 1, they won 3, including both on opening day. All kinds of scenes going on then, but as my coach used to say, you don't win tournaments on day 1. This is going to be McCulloch to open the bowling. 170 to win. Pats back a full toss, gets 1. So with Corey down there, and evidently staying down there, I've got a special guest commentator, and he's a guy I'm really thrilled to have in the box. He's the Spanish national cricket captain and the Sporting Alfaz Cricket Club captain, Christian Munoz Mills. Hello, Christian. Welcome to the commentary box.
Hi, Vinny. How are you?
Very, very well. Maybe a bit better than the Turkish supporters right now, as this is up, and this is going to make them smile, though. One bouncing to the top of the fence. Farhad, he is a live wire. He set the ground on fire at times. Gets one a bit short, puts away for 4. So, yeah, Christian, firstly, big congratulations on Wednesday night. Sporting Alfaz, your club, made it through to Championship Week. How are you feeling at the moment?
Very, very good. I mean, we started the tournament pretty well. Obviously, we had a few players that had never played T10, so they got used to it at the end of the tournament, which was good. And yeah, I think we did a good tournament.
Oh, you did yourself proud, that's for sure. As we see Farhad just swivels on this, gets back-to-back boundaries. Well, I don't know how you go about chasing 170, but I suppose you need 17 and over. Sometimes I think, okay, if you needed 17 off 1 over, you'd feel you'd have a chance of doing it. You just got to try and reproduce that again and again and again. McCulloch does lose his line and length sometimes. This one is up and it's out of the ground. Maximal. This might have been too high as well, just the way he hit it. It was like a proper tennis forehand. Should be an interesting replay. Let's have a look. Yeah, so I think this will be okay, just because it's the spinner. Yeah. What do you think? Probably just okay?
It's close.
Borderline, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's been called. Yeah, you know, that's one I think has been consistent with what we've seen so far. I know not everyone will agree with it, but I think as a bowler, I know you bowl a little bit yourself. I've seen you bowl before. You shouldn't really be putting it there in the first place.
Yeah, true.
The difference is Farhad knew where to put it. He put it over the fence. So free hit coming up. Just get the 1. So there's the 17 you need off the first over. Anyway, so you guys are in a bit of a funny position because you played on Wednesday night. You've got essentially 4 days off, and then you start Championship Week. So I'm going to ask you kind of what you've been up to, what you're planning to be up to in those 4 days off. I know a few personnel changes as well for your team.
Yeah, we're changing a few players. Oh, that's going to be over.
Hold on a second. Now, how's this got through? We've got a 5 here. Wow, you can't take your eyes off the action at the moment. I mean, does this hit somebody or something? I mean, or was it just a really bad throw? It's gonna, yeah, okay. Let's see what happens when the ball comes back. It comes in, and, well, that doesn't help me too much. Felt like it took a deflection off something, but, well, that's an Agatha Christie mystery for me. It'll be 1 + 4 overthrows. Wow. Sometimes it's hard to get a conversation in, Christian. I know that we've had a few good chats away from the microphone. So this goes magical first over, 22 without loss.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if Turkey can, the team can get a few runs, then
this will be just a single. So extra pack first over. It's 23 without loss.
if the
After
pool is
one.
this surprise now, it would be crazy for the Turkish team.
They already surprised us a fair bit as we have a look at the golden ball counter. 94 matches since the golden ball. I remember that you were playing, not in this match, but in the first tournament where we had a golden ball. It was at Alfaz back in March 2020. From memory, I think it was Madrid United versus Levante Lightning.
Yep.
And there was the good old-fashioned edge for 4, which was the first ever golden ball. And I think it was Wakas. That was the batter on strike. Won the game from Madrid United. Anyway, here we go with over number 2. And look who's back, Coulter. Missed the game due to an injury picked up in the warm-up this morning, but he's come up for the afternoon game. He's quite important, a seamer. Yeah, so, yeah, what do you do with these 4 days off? It's a weird little gap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's it's a hard place to be because you don't want to get too tired neither. So, yeah, I mean, I think everybody's rested a bit.
Hits this, but shouldn't beat mid off, just a single. And how's your body feeling? Because it's a compressed format. I mean, you guys were, I suppose, catapulted into Group E in unusual circumstances. Looked to be a little bit less than 100% during the group stage. Because I believe you ask you about your knee in a second. This is hit pretty well. Fielder should handle it. So, yeah, how's the knee feeling? How are you feeling, Christian?
Yeah, the knee's a bit swollen, but I'll be fine for finals week. I think it'll be better than than at the beginning of this week, which was swollen and hurting, but I'll be fine for finals week.
Well, we look forward to seeing you. Hits it, sends his partner back. Hello to Jules Orderbridge, who's saying, or Jules Orderbridge saying that have thoroughly enjoyed watching the ECL last few weeks. A little bit gutted that Istanbul KSK been hit around the park in this one, but impressed by the batting from CIYMS. Sometimes you've got to tip your hat to the batters that do the job. They certainly went on with it. Now this is high-ish, but he is charging and he works it away for 6. And so Alec likes it. I mean, there's some question about the height. He is on the walk, but it's a fairly pace-on delivery. Yeah, he's coming a long way. Again, you don't get a great look at it there. Super tough to call. I think you kind of give up the benefit when you go that far out of your crease, but he works it from the hip. I think they're going to say that one's fine. I kind of agree with the thinking there. Yep. And, again, problem here, you don't really get a kind of the silhouette of the ball even coming into the camera shot. So you see, it is high. It's about hip high. And, well, it's been given. All right. Well, you know what? Given the game situation, I don't mind it. Coulter, yes, too high to be a reasonable ball. Coulter's had 3 goes at trying to bowl this like he's invisible and trying to ignore the free hit. We will get some more questions for you in a second, Christian. But right now, it's game on. Coulter. Yeah, it goes upstairs and says, oh, that's a high one for you. Well, it's called a wide. Wow, have a look at this one. Didn't seem that high to me, but hey, I'm not in the best position. It's a bit of a harsh one.
Good ball.
Let's have another free hit. Well, only 137 to go, 136 to go. Anyway, Coulter, at least he's still got some fire despite that injury. Plunk set, doesn't want to run. So, yeah, so question from Terry in the comment section. Who do you think is your biggest threat in Championship Week? Well, good question.
For Sporting Alphas?
Yeah.
I think being a team, to be honest. I think we played really well together. Every player performed, and yeah, I think it's especially a team performance. So we don't really have stars in the team. I think everybody contributes. So it's yeah, I would say the whole team.
Yeah. Yeah, no, your team certainly had a lot of people that could move the needle as we get to the end of the second over, 34 without loss. And look, one thing we love about the European Cricket Network is when we're not at Cartama, we're getting around Europe. And so we've got some T10 international women's cricket coming next weekend involving Spain. So the Spain women's team will be featuring, as well as the women's teams from Malta and Austria. Then we go to Portugal for a couple of weeks in Cyprus, and we'll be going to Milan. Hey, Christian, I know that I see you a lot when I'm here in Spain, but you must know that we have a pretty cool life going from place to place covering cricket.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the way you see them going around Europe and just exposing all these players.
Yeah, and I think you see that when they come here to Cartama as well, where how much the other teams are improving. Some of the lower ranked teams are really kind of sticking it to some of the higher ranked teams. Okay, so let's talk about the other teams in Championship Week. Obviously, it's pretty fascinating with you guys being in there, Sporting Alphas and Pakai Care Badalona, the defending champions. Are you looking forward to that clash?
Yeah, I am. Kami's told me he's going to bowl extra quick at me, so
I can imagine he's sending us pretty threatening texts. As this is an edge which is slashed away for 4. So they're trying to stay at the target here. And it's hard to believe, but they're believing as trying to do the impossible. This would be something else. Yeah, Pakai Care, obviously, you've got kind of different styles of teams in there as well. You've got a team like Farmers that probably brought up a lot more traditional longer form cricket trying to adapt. But then you've got some kind of totally rogue teams like Dreux from France and Beveren of Belgium. So, I mean, I'm sure you've been watching, right?
Yeah, I've been watching all the games, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very fun last week, and I think there's going to be really good cricket to be played.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, it's also a slightly different format. So you're kind of used to playing your 2 games a day. That's kind of the regular format here. Okay, finals day, occasionally you'll play a third one. But in Championship Week, you play 4 days of group matches. 2 of those days you'll play 2 matches. The other 2 you'll just play 1. So I think it's quite interesting that you might just play the 1 game. Is Kennedy giving inside edge saves the batter here. Yeah, so I just think it's a lot of build-up for then only 10 overs of cricket aside, isn't it? Yeah. So if it doesn't go well, you can then go back to the hotel and you have a lot of things turning in your mind, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's, there's 6 games in 4 days is good. I think watching all the other teams as well in the same week helps to see what we can look for.
A little edge, and I think this is out. Yeah, he just tried to swing around that one. Elek, a little feather through to the keeper, Doherty, who took it with ease. Kennedy's been really good for CIYMS. He's really stepped up, and he's shown he can bowl a bit earlier today. He was kind of forced into the opening bowling role with the injury to Coulter this morning. This time he finds himself bowling the 3rd, and that will be the first wicket of this chase. Istanbul lose that 39 for 1. Yeah. So, yeah, just having played it. So these kind of tournaments are very similar to the kind of indoor cricket or action cricket tournaments that I played a lot of, where there's kind of 2 hours a game. You'll often play 2, even 3 matches in a day. And you really need to keep a level head, don't you? Because you might have some big highs, big lows. For example, you guys started with a pretty bad loss to Roma CC. But it's a skill to kind of manage that, isn't it, in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, players have to get used to as well, just trying to hit a ball, really, because T10 just changes so quickly. So, yeah, I think, yeah, just practicing that, and as we did, we've got better every game.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you got your second opportunity at Roma. You made it count. Kennedy finishing off a really good over. Really like the spring in his step. Adil Raza comes out at 3, so they're trying him a bit higher. Keeps climbing the batting order ladder, but that's the end of the power play. And it is 40 for 1 after 3. Want to say a very, very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching around the world. Corey's taking a breather to keep an eye on the fan zone. While he does, we've got his Spanish national team captain, Christian Munoz Mills, also Sporting Alphas captain. Just saying once again, well done. If there's any quick questions for Christian, please put them in the comments section. I'm going to ask you a favour in a second, because you amaze me with your background, your cricketing skill. I'm going to ask you, maybe you can commentate it over, but only in Spanish. Because as you know, I've been trying to work on my Spanish. Is it getting a little bit better?
It's getting better.
A little bit better. It couldn't get worse, right? So will you do that for me?
Yeah, for sure.
Do it over in Spanish here.
This one?
Well, yeah, this over. Why not? And I can't say I'll offer too much back, but this looks like it's going to be Mulder to bowl over número 4. Comienza.
Es le ha dado en el leg side.
Necesito muchas más carreras. ¿Sí?
Sí, necesitan muchas más, demasiado. Pero bueno, lo van a intentar. Van a seguir. Buen tiro. Sí, necesitan muchas carreras y los turcos la verdad es que han sorprendido con su juego en esta semana y la verdad es que siguen sorprendiendo, aunque lo van a tener difícil en este partido. Un tiro en el leg side, pero solo vale uno.
Jacob Mulder, bola es de Perth, Australia. Mi ciudad.
Sí.
Sí. 27 años.
Sí, tu español está mejorando, ¿eh? Muy bien, muy bien.
Ese es. No carreras. Rápido. Pelota.
Buen tiro y se va por el 4. Necesitan bastantes de esas porque si no van a necesitar demasiado al final. Así que van a tener que dar 4 y 6 este over porque si no se va a hacer muy complicado.
Fahad, 28 carreras.
Y terminan bien el over con un run.
Well, that's the end of the over. Well, first class honours for you. Your Spanish is very good. I've got to tell you that, Christian, as we get to the end of the 4th. And what's that? 14-8 carreras. Uno fuera. Hey, una fuera?
Yeah.
1 wicket?
Yeah.
Una wicket. So 48 for 1 after 4 overs. Well, this red line, if you're going to try and travel up there, bring an oxygen tent because it's pretty high up. That's 17 and over required. Obviously not quite going that high, but they're still making a fist of it. 12 runs and over at the moment. I always like that. So we've had, we know we had Pavel before doing over in Romanian, German, a few other languages around the place. Even some Bulgarian, I think. And so we head into the 5th over. Corey's just reappeared and he's just maybe brought some more Turkish treats with him. That's one thing that I've really enjoyed about having the Turkish team here. They brought a lot of presents of the food variety. Robinson took 4 wickets earlier. This time it's up, it's in the air, should be gone. It's caught. Well, buckets match it, hasn't dropped too many at all in this series. And so Farhad, he's going to exit the stage left for 29. And Robinson just has a knack of taking wickets. That's his 5th on finals day. Istanbul 48 for 2. I've got a question for you in the comment section from John Gray. I think this might be via Google Translate. He's saying, Christian, ¿qué piensas que sería el equipo el más difícil a jugar a semana que viene?
Shall I respond in Spanish or English?
You could probably try English because I don't think you can translate. Was that which team do you think will be the most difficult challenge in the week coming up?
Yeah, I think Pakai, to be honest. Having Kami there, as I said before, he's going to bowl extra pace at me, so yeah, it's going to be fun.
I can just imagine him sending you a text in the Spanish national team group with you and kind of some sort of a bullseye on your helmet.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's pretty much, he sends that to everyone, I think. In the air, it's another opportunity. Match it, just doesn't drop catches. He's not going to start now. So is coming down and they're falling like flies now. We said what goes up must come down. That's what we're seeing now. And it's going to be a first baller for Ali Turkman. And I have that as Robinson on a hat trick. It's 48 for 3. Nicely held by Matchett. I mean, you fielded in a very similar position to that. I mean, I think you know the importance of holding these catches, Christian.
Yeah, I would go a bit straighter, just behind the bowler. But yeah, me and Danny in the field we have for Spain and for Sporting Alphas, I think it helps with the bowler because a lot of batsmen play straight, so a lot of balls come straight. Yes,
you're taught as a batter that straight
it's a safe
is
shot.
Safe. Yeah. Anyway, here's a hat trick ball for Robinson. Got 2 for none. Well, he might get a hat trick. Go on, run, John, run! Oh, and he drops it. He got hands to it. And I don't know if they ran. I don't really care. Zaga took it on, and it was almost a hat trick for Matchett. I think he gets there in the end. He couldn't quite hold on. I tried to spur him on. That would have been a great moment for Robinson. Let's have a look. Does he get there? He does. He loses a hat in the process. Well, shades of Shane Warne dropping Damien Fleming's hat trick. And now no one's catching this because this is out of the ground. Maximo! I think Zaga didn't even run on that one because he was in shock, and he puts the next one out of the ground. Well, ECN cricket, Christian. It's something else, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. You can be out one ball and then the next one get in for 6. So
I think that, apologies to John, didn't need Google Translate. He's got some language skills. It's wow, that was crazy. Anyway, Robinson does have some runs against his name now. 6 of them there, the only runs in the over. Last ball of it coming up. And more work for Matchett, the guy that just dropped a hat trick. And it will be the end of the 5th over. So after 5 overs, it is 55 for 3. And well, this is one thing that I want to touch on with you, Christian, the fact that we've gone from having only 8 teams in the ECL to 30 in the second edition, 31 this year. Isn't it really great that you get the opportunity to play against some players that you probably otherwise would never, ever play against?
Yeah, I mean, it's so good the way the ECN is growing with the ICL, ECC. I mean, it's amazing, and you get to know more people as well. So I think the format of 3 days is a lot better than the whole week.
Yeah, it really makes you play your best cricket. Here we go with another ball starting, and it's going to disappear. It's going to be 4 straight down the ground. It's a nice bit of striking straight, isn't it, as Best has come on. And so, 4 carreras, 4 runs to start the over. Yeah, John speaks 7 languages, 6 fluently. I'm very impressed, John. I can speak 1.02. Anyway, Best comes in again and it's worked away to the leg side. Oh, Christian, I want to say big thank you for joining us in the commentary box. Wishing you all the best, not only with this week, obviously with the Spanish national team. We didn't even get to talk about how you bowled out Isle of Man for 10. Who knows? I may get to see you guys locking horns again sometime soon. But yeah, wishing you all the best for finals week, you and your team. You thoroughly deserve your spot after your performance the other night, and wishing you a very healthy summer ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Christian Munoz Mills. Great to have him up here in the box. And this next one sneaks past. So no run there. Raza's come out at 3, try and move things along. Clunks off the pad. Won't get a run here in the end. So I've said hello to Christian Munoz Mills. Oh, he's one player we'll see in Championship Week, but I also wanted to have a few overs, a bit of time with one of our Portuguese friends from this tournament. As this is up in the air, should be another catch, and it's held. It's a pretty good catch by Jason van der Merwe. Oh, can't do anything wrong at the moment. He's staring right in the teeth of the sun, but he cradles that one low down. And at the moment, I think you see it's going to be one-way traffic for a while until Raza tries to elevate, but he can't get over the fielder as he departs. It's 60 for 4. So I want to say a big hello from the Awaris Cricket Club to Nicholas Smith. Now, Nick,
Oh, Vinny.
yeah, great to have you in the commentary box. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, how was your ECL experience? You did a great job opening the batting for Awaris.
Yeah, been a good time. Yeah, the boys asked me to come over and play for them. First time here, experiencing T10. And the first day, a bit of a mind-boggling for me. First time playing the format.
Yeah, that's true. Is this next ball just wandered down in the infield?
So yeah, it took me the day to kind of figure out what I wanted to do and where I wanted to hit the ball, how I wanted to play. But yeah, what an experience. Awesome setup, awesome organization, and absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, well, we're so happy to have you here. Obviously, you played some great cricket as well. As we get to the end of the 6th over, 61 for 4. So, tell us one thing that was what you expected and one thing that wasn't like what you expected in the tournament.
I mean, watching it on TV, it looked like good fun. So that's what I was expecting to come here and do. You know, just come out, have some fun. Wasn't expecting, you know, I thought the standard of our group was really good. So, yeah, had to adjust to that and, you know, ended up having to play some good cricket shots. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking of good cricket shots, there's one of them. Romeo Nath just smashes that one out of here. That was painful. And Robinson comes back to earth. And that's a Maximo. That's 6 to the total. Romeo, wherefore art thou, Pelota? As that one has gone miles. Gotta love the action, though. I mean, it never ceases to amaze me. I know you've played a lot of high-level cricket yourself, and yeah, still, cricket's cricket. I think, you know, you need those cricket skills. Maybe try something similar. It doesn't come out with anything but fresh air. So tell us a bit about your cricket background then. Tell us a bit about your cricket career.
Been travelling between the UK, South Africa. Started as club cricket. Did a season in the Netherlands.
Yes, so Chris has a question. Wait for that after this ball. Not a bad looking cut. Kicks out the fielder. Now, they're trying to work out how this is going to be out, and I think they've worked out a way. They're going to have a look at it. That's super clever fielding because there was a huge mix-up, and he was sizing up whether he should throw it one stump. Then he goes to Doherty, who is calling for it and getting to the stumps in quick time. They've gone to the third umpire. Oh, is he out or not? I think he might just be in. I think the bat's down there. I think the bat meets the shadow. Yeah, for me, they're the bats on the ground. So I think he's just in. But I like the strategy to at least try and get the ball to the keeper. So he won't be out. Surprises me, actually. Yeah, have a look at this, because he sees it, but he's triple clutches it and waits and then gets the ball to the keeper. Jeez, what's happening in this inning so far? Robinson searching for another wicket on finals day. I'll get one here. Yeah, so Chris was asking about what do you remember from VCC, from your time in the Netherlands?
Yeah, had a good time there. We had a team of a few South Africans, a couple Australians. We all lived together. So
sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it was a little bit. But yeah, I mean, adjusting to having never played on mats before.
Sure.
Was interesting. But good standard of cricket. Very competitive. You know, the Dutch guys are very competitive naturally.
Yeah, that's true. And if we get to the end of the 7th over, just 1 second, Nick. My apologies. It is 68 for 4 after 7. Just a reminder for all of our viewers, what is coming up later on this evening. It will be the final. It's starting at around about an hour and 35 minutes. It'll be Ariana Keefe versus the winner of this game. It seems pretty clear now. It'll be Ariana Keefe versus CIYMS. Just quickly, give us your tip then. As a wait for this first ball. Sent back, no run. So the Swedes or the Irish, who are you liking?
If the Irish get going with the bat, obviously which have done in the first 2 games today, don't see anyone stopping them. But the Swedes have got a really organised bowling attack, and if they take a couple early wickets, you know, and the boys are scrambling for pads in the Irish dugout, could get really interesting.
And as we saw on Wednesday night, for example, there was a bit of an upset. Even Saturday night, last Saturday night, there was a bit of an upset. Oh, close. Maybe height. It's okay for line for me originally. Yeah, so we saw the Scots get upset by the French, and then we saw, touch and go that one. Then we saw Sporting Alphaz upset Roma CC, who hadn't lost a game to that point. Yeah, my question was about, you know, you mentioned in the Netherlands having to play on a mat or artificial.
Yep.
How do you find that, having played most of your cricket on a turf pitch? Did you find it easy to do that transition, or is it more difficult going from a mat back onto a turf wicket?
Well, originally going onto the mat from the turf, the mat's being quite slow. Not too sure about the bounce. You know, you only really practice on mats, and it's just practice. So yeah, it was quite difficult, but I was lucky to be at VCC where we had really good.
Now, hold on 1 second. And that's another one. Romeo going absolutely crazy here as he tries to keep the score ticking. He does more than that. And McCulloch ends up going for 31 here in qualifier 2. That might be some concern. He's got that slight hand injury, not quite coming out as consistently as he would have liked. As we get to the end of the 8th over, 76 for 4. Yeah, so, I can understand. It can be a little bit difficult.
VCC had a really good turf wicket, so being my club, it was quite nice to play 50% of the games there.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual to have that competition where it's half and half.
Yeah.
There are some places that
and then
like
a couple clubs with their own turfs, VRA and Excelsior, you know, so get to play a lot of games on turf, so it's not so bad.
Yeah, so Chris, who is in the comment section right now, he was and still is the scorer at VCC. That's how he remembers you, of course. Big supporter of the ECN. Kennedy coming back, loves to rattle stumps. Doherty doesn't handle this one cleanly at first. So, what are your plans then for this summer? Because I know that you came as a wild card for Awaresh. You playing cricket in the UK?
Yeah, contracted at Isha Cricket Club in Surrey. Will be my 2nd summer there. And so yeah, looking forward to that. It's a competitive league, really, really strong. Good players in there, you know.
Yeah, and well, we'd love to see you maybe in Awaresh colours again, and who knows, you know, if you can sneak away for a game or two. It's not a bad place to go to play cricket in Portugal. We're off there very shortly for a European cricket series. But I'm sure you'd love to make your way back here to the Cartama Oval one way or another in the future, right?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know if my summer allows me to get away. It's quite a busy schedule.
Yeah.
At a massive cricket club. Biggest junior section. So, you know.
This is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be another catch for Matchett, and he'll take it. And it's going to be a 2nd wicket for Kennedy. He puts it through over the bar. And Kennedy, having a bit of fun. His skipper is too. Istanbul were brave early in this chase, but yeah, the weight of the chase taking its toll now, 76 for 5. So, yeah, who knows? I mean, sometimes we do have ECS cricket, which is Monday to Friday. You get on the old London to Lisbon flight, get over, play a couple of games, come back.
I'll have to. I think my boss Duncan, the Colonel, I think he's busy watching. So I might ask him for a couple of days leave. You know, get away in midweek.
It's R&R. It's kind of a mental wellness kind of a thing.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly. You know, you can't do too much work. You want to have a bit of a break. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to. I mean, the atmosphere around these competitions honestly unbelievable. It's awesome for the growth of cricket.
It's igniting cricket. That's the word that gets used
Yeah.
a lot, igniting cricket, getting people excited about cricket, which is in turn what we really love doing. Match it, grabs it, thinks about throwing, doesn't for some reason. Ta'ullah is off the mark. And I think it's also packaging it in a format that non-cricket watchers or people that are new to the game, they see all the bits that make us love it. I mean, from a more traditional cricket background, you kind of appreciate that it will be a long time, sometimes in a game, before one of those moments happen. There's kind of these nuances. But I honestly think that this T10 format is the same length as a football game, for example. It's a format which is pretty friendly for new viewers. And obviously, with 5 games a day at the moment, there's 5 potential close finishes. Obviously, a lot of drama in 10 hours of cricket.
Yeah, massive fan of introducing this sort of format, especially to, I mean, maybe just your average cricketers, you know, because I think cricket in general across the world are losing, we're losing players just because it takes the whole day.
That's true.
So introducing the sort of format into schools, especially into South Africa, Australia, you know, UK, where you are losing your majority of players to other summer sports, just because of the time.
Yeah.
And you know, this makes it more fun, interactive. You know, you're done in an hour and a half, and if you're a kid, you know, and the parents, you're done in an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you get the rest of the day off. It's it's great. It's exciting.
Yeah, certainly has met numerous advantages. We're into the last over now. Istanbul, KSK, almost at the 79, which was enough to beat the Irish yesterday. Doesn't look like it'll be that way today. Mulder comes in. The last over, it's pretty close, and he's gone. Gets him right in front of off stump. And so Mulder gets his first wicket. Confidence booster for him. This one just slides in. It's a pretty clever bowl. I mean, you face him a little bit. Not really a traditional leg spinner, a bit more of a contemporary spinner, kind of slides on, and that's kind of what happens this time.
Yeah, pretty smooth. Pretty smooth action. I mean, the control he's got, he lands it where he wants to, how he wants to, what pace. And I mean, he hits that Yorker, that block hole really well. He's got a couple flippers. He's got a flipper that he bowls accurately. You know, it's unbelievable. The control that he's got as a leggy.
That flipper's a very difficult ball to bowl and land, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to say, quick shout out to Romeo Nath. Hit 2 big sixes, and so he was able to contribute 16 to the total. Here is Ayo coming out with 5 balls remaining. I mean, this is something that I think, Nick, you would appreciate. The fact that you would play against all these cricketers that you never in a million years would have played against. The fact that you're seeing them and their approach. And some have a very different mindset, don't
100%, and that's what it's all about, is just broadening your horizon, seeing how other players play. And it might change a little aspect of your own game.
We're going to see that in the final between the Swedes and the Irish team as Mulder tips one over the bar. And, I'll just get a single here. Yeah, but it's super interesting. I think I've spent a lot of time in the cricket universe. I spent some time out of the cricket universe before the start of the European Cricket Network, and so I've kind of seen both sides.
Yeah.
And I think that cricket can learn a lot from other sports as well. I mean, in baseball now, which I also played a lot of, there's a big debate about the game running too long, and that game is normally about 3 hours long. And a T20 is longer than that, you know. And we tend to think it's a short game, and for a lot of people, it's still a bit difficult to put that kind of time aside. And you mentioned losing players to other summer sports and things, but even just there's more distractions these days, you know, with devices and whatnot.
Yeah.
People just want to go to the gym and pump some iron. And it's,
and I mean, the ECN right now is doing exactly, I think, what the cricket world needs right now. Is the shorter format, entertainment, you know, coloured kits.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, that's it. Just make it fun again.
Here's the last ball, and I don't think. Well, let's see. I don't know if this is out or not. I just want
This is a weird way that we're going to finish. I think he's in, but then he just walks away for no reason because he thinks the game's over. See here. And then, yeah, he just like walks out. And then Doherty says, hey, I want that stumping. Ooh. I don't even think he pulled it out with the hand with the ball.
I don't think he's done it the right way.
Anyway, I don't think so. But it's kind of a bit irrelevant in the wash-up. Nick, I want to say a big thank you to you. Wishing you all the best with the season ahead. Hopefully see you again at the Cartama.
Thank you so much for having me, Vinny. Really appreciate it.
Nick Smith from Uerash certainly turned some heads with his performance. So did Istanbul KSK, who was so brave in this tournament. 3 wins, but they end up going out with 3 losses in their next 3 matches. And so it will be the Irish side, CIYMS. They'll face off with Ariana Keefe in the final. Kind of clash of styles, clash of cultures in a lot of ways, cricket cultures. And that will start in around about an hour and 25 minutes.
Yeah, well, nice to see that wrap up, Vinny. It was very exciting indeed, and there's a nice moment on the field right now as well going on in the background.
Yeah, we might just try and cut away and show the ovation that the Turkish team are getting right now. They are so proud of what they've achieved, and so they should be. And, well, who knows? We could see Istanbul KSK back at the ECL in 2024. They'll be observing the final like all of us will. Congratulations to CIYMS, though they do walk off with the win. And they will feature as...
No, they've done everybody proud. No one thought they would come over and do anything like this, and they have, Vinny, and they deserve it. So well done to them. They'll be disappointed to go out, but overall they've won some new cricket fans around the world.
Yeah, including you, I think, including me, including a lot of our viewers. So, yeah, the Turkish side, they will have a long summer ahead to get back here to the Cartama Oval. Let's roll into the highlights then. 170 were required. And, well, we knew there was only one way they were going to go about it. They were going to be attacking, weren't they? And it was Farhad and Ilek who were opening the batting. Well, that's when you were down there. We didn't know if we'd get you back for a while. But really, it was a big first over. And just made you think maybe anything was possible. There were 2 4s, a no ball, 6 and a 5. So collected the whole bingo card in their first over from McCulloch that went for 23. But, I mean, it didn't seem that sustainable, did it? That one was up at their hip. It was caught. I guess they had doubt about it. So that's why it was a no ball. Ultimately, they had a little bit of luck early as well. The power play yielded 40 runs. But yeah, I've got to say, Kennedy, again, was a bit of a difference maker with the ball. But I just suppose with that many runs on the board, it would have to be a calamitous display to blow it from there. And they weren't going to. It was a funny little period in the middle where we saw 2 wickets and 2 balls. Robertson was on a hat-trick, match it. Oh, he did really well to get there, but he couldn't hold on. And you can see there, bittersweet stuff. Made something out of nothing almost. Best. And Van der Merwe. And really, all the CIYMS guys have been contributing now. They're getting more players popping up. I suppose the question will be, how will they go if they lose wickets? But that's a big if. You can see CIYMS, they've only lost 1 wicket in 20 overs today. Well, Zagat, he tried his best to move things along. It's yeah, ultimately Mulder come back. It's a kind of weird finish to the game. I don't know if this was given out. No, it wasn't given out. I think the game was over. Batter was walking off. Doherty tried to steal a stumping, but that was the Turkish team, Istanbul, that stole our hearts in Group F, but they won't be featuring in Championship Week. Now we know it will be Ariana Keefe versus CIYMS, and that is starting in an hour and 20 minutes. You don't want to miss it. Farhad with 29 top scores, 16 for Romeo Nath. Liked a couple of his shots, sent them high into the Spanish sky. Apart from that, pair of 13s for Ishak Ilak opening, and then Zaga down the order. No luck for Adil Raza and Ali Turkman in the middle order there. 2 for 8, Kennedy. Another great display from him. Also 2 wickets from Robinson. Just keeps popping up. Mulder very miserly, as you'd imagine. 1 for 10 for him. And Mark Best chipping in with a wicket as well. This gives us an opportunity to take a bit of a break as we reflect on the scoreline. 89 runs between these 2 teams. It went a little bit more to script after Istanbul upset CIYMS in the group stages yesterday. So it will be the Irish side taking on the Swedish side in the Group F final. One of those teams will return on Monday. One of them, they'll be on the plane home
So we'll be back in about an hour and 15 minutes. The toss will come up shortly. The result will be in the comment section, also on our website, europeancricket.com. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for European Cricket. Hopefully you're enjoying Group F Finals Day as much as we are. The lights will be on. Saturday Night Fever will return when we return for the Group F Final right here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport.
Group F finals are here. Saturday Night Fever on the way. Ariana Keefe, real surprise packet. They play a really bold brand of cricket. But CIYMS, do you hear them coming? They were thunderous today with the bat. Can they do the three-peat and find their way to Championship Week? I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Group F final in the European Cricket League 2023. And it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello there, buenas tardes. Welcome to the Cartama Oval. It is Group F finals time. I've got a great crowd behind me as well. Loving the action here. And well, we're about to find out which is the seventh and final member of the Magnificent Seven that will be coming back on Monday for Championship Week. So it's a huge game. Doesn't get much bigger. Ariana Keefe of Sweden taking on CIYMS of Ireland. Let's see what happened a few moments earlier at the coin toss. Rob Kemming had the two captains.
Heads. Heads to score. It is heads. Well back.
So the news from the coin toss was John Matchett. You won the coin toss for CIYMS. You elected to bat. No real surprise considering how well your batting has gone today, John.
Yeah, it started to fire kind of maybe at the right time. So hopefully we can do it again. One more go in the Championship Week. Yeah.
It's been a real mixed bag, I think, not just for you guys, but for a lot of the teams in this group. How's it been controlling the emotions through this 3 days?
Yeah, it's tough. It's just probably important not to get too high or too low. You know, we had a couple of disappointing defeats, but just put it down to a bit of learning, and hopefully we kind of come out the other side of them pretty well. So, like I said, just one more to go.
Yeah, well, best of luck in the final. I've also got Daminder Singh here of Ariana Keefe of Sweden. Actually, we'll be chasing, but you guys don't mind chasing in finals, right?
Yes, if we won the toss, we can also decide ball first because we want to be our comfortable zone. Yes, they were in their comfortable zone, but yeah, it's the same thing we decide. Yeah.
With the Irish club, they've only lost 1 wicket in 20 overs today. How are you going to get these guys out?
Yeah, we have a plan against them. So don't worry about this. We will show you in the field.
Well, I can't wait to see this one get going. Corey Ruckers will take you through the next few moments. We'll be back for the anthems very shortly. Over to you, Corey.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world for, well, the final of Group F. The Fabulous Seven is almost decided and really looking forward to this. And the Swedes, Ariana Keefe, they've earned their stripes and got themselves there. And CIYMS from the Ireland have made it as well. We'll have our national anthems and a few more pleasantries to go through before we get into the first ball, and I'm really looking forward to this clash. It should be a good game, contrasting styles. Who's going to come out on top? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be 20 good overs of cricket under lights in Cartama, beautiful part of the world. As you can see, the pretty pitches there, and it should be a good final. We've had some corkers, it must be said. Sporting Alphaz getting over Roma recently, Dreux getting over Forfarshire. These are the two lineups. Will we have another corker? 4-1 for Ariana Keefe, 4-2 for CIYMS. And the real question is, who's going to take out that top order? Jason van der Merwe, Chris Doherty. They have been so dominant today. Will anybody with the ball? Rahatullah maybe. Maybe the left arm bowler of Baluch. But we'll have to wait and see, as here come the two lineups sporting the lovely blue and pink and the blue and yellow. Good luck to all 22 men and the 2 or 3 officials that are involved in this game. Should be a good match as the players enter the field, and with some good fans and good support out there. Great to have a little crowd out here today. It's a nice, cool, calm evening. And we will soon be into the national anthems, which is a proud moment for all these players representing their countries. So good luck to all the gentlemen as we'll sit back and listen to the national anthems.
Once again, welcome to everybody here at the ground and wherever you're watching from around the world. It is our 6th and final group final in ECL 23. A very entertaining group, Group F, highly unpredictable. And well, this morning we had no idea which two teams would make it this far, but it is Ariana Keefe from Sweden taking on CIYMS of Ireland. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please be standing now for the national anthem of Sweden. Sweden represented by Ariana Keefe and led by their captain, Dharmender Singh. Please remain standing, ladies and gentlemen, for the anthem of Ireland. Ireland represented by All-Ireland champions, Church of Ireland Young Men's Society Cricket Club, and led by their captain, John Matchett. Well, two teams will play, only one can stay. Let's get ready for your Group F final.
What a brilliant reception there from the fans and the players as the anthems are done and all the pleasantries. And it looks like Ali and Gooch will be Hassan and Gooch will be our umpires tonight. Good luck to our standing officials as well. I'm sure they'll be a little bit nervous under the Cartama sky. And big smile, Stefan Gooch. He always has a good fun. I'm sure he's looking forward to a day off tomorrow as well. And here come the openers, CIYMS. My word, these two have had a day out, especially Jason van der Merwe, who's just gone on and clattered the ball everywhere today. Let's have a look at the supercomputer. It's telling us it's going to be a close one. Well, if it plays like that, we're in for a doozy. We've had some remarkable finals in Group A, B, C, D and E. A few upsets along the way. Under lights, anything can happen, and we're under lights now. There's Ariana Keefe. Final words before they get into their positions. And it's not very often we have a final where I actually think the first 4 or 5 overs determines everything here. If they don't take early wickets, and those two top men in form, Doherty and van der Merwe, get in, there could be curtains early. The batting display from those two has been fantastic today. There he is, man of the hour. Man of the day, Jason van der Merwe, hasn't been dismissed today. and he clattered 89 not out and then 95 not out. They are small numbers. That is massive striking. So can he go again? He's had a good compatriot in Doherty, the way they say in Ireland. They'll be looking to put on another big partnership. But here's a man that wants to stop it. Baluch, probably the bowler of Group F as well. Took a hat-trick in one of the games of the very first 3 balls. Gets it to swing late, and he's quick. This will be a matchup. This is a really big matchup. Can he break through? Can Van der Merwe get him away? We're about to find out under lights at Cartama. Group F finals. One more spot open in for championship week. We're almost set to go. Deep fine leg, deep mid-on are the 2 boundary riders. Slight adjustment as one man's about to run across the middle of the pitch. And you see the bowler's face there. He's in the wrong position. He's now in the right position. So we're almost set to go. Finals time. One more spot open. Umpire says play. Here we go. Oh, and I'll tell you what. He got it on the money first up. A little inside edge. This is the contest right now. This is it. Can they see Baluch off? Can Baluch get them out? Probably pitching outside and missing leg anyway, but a thick inside edge. Really big contest this. Baluch is their spearhead. His 12 balls could determine how this game goes. They're going to want 1 or 2 early wickets. We know the Irish team's a little bit more soft in the middle, but will they get to show that middle? Doherty on strike now, deep mid off, and it looks like it's going to be a deep third man. No, it looks like it's going to be deep point instead. They brought third man up. Shot. What a shot that is. And he goes to dive. Looks like he got shot. It goes for 4. And Doherty, he hits the first boundary in this final. These 2 openers have been in red hot touch, and you can see why. What a lovely cricket shot. And look at this for a bit of fielding. Whoop, there you go. You're not going to stop it that way. Well, Benny Hill music needed in the background. So 4 to start. As I touched on, I really feel these first 3 or 4 overs determines which way this final could go. These 2 have been in such good form, a pleasure to watch, but this man with the ball's also been a pleasure to watch. Maybe a danger sign. The ball hasn't swung so much his first 2 deliveries that we're used to seeing from him. Oh, play and miss, and on another day that could have been an underneath edge and he could have been gone. And that ball hasn't swung too much just yet. I think in the previous final we had Sporting Alfaz versus Roma CC. Alfaz got the ball to hoop, and that's what got them through. They took some big wickets from Roma CC early. Respectfully played and pushed into the offside for a single. I actually think this might be a bonus that for the Swedish team as well. They know that Van der Merwe is on a stormer today. He's single-handedly potentially going to get his team into championship week, but you probably want your spearhead to bowl to their spearhead batsman. That's the best matchup you can have, and I reckon this man will agree with me. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back.
Never disagree with you, unless I thought it was right. Yeah, clash of the Titans here. Van der Merwe faces up. But beats him for pace. That hasn't happened too much today. Now what's happened? They forgot to field the ball, and it's gone for 4-leg pliers.
No way.
It got up with the appeal, and somehow Khalid Mohammed has not fielded the ball. And I was wondering why Jason Van der Merwe wasn't turning around. I don't know if anyone was tracking the ball here. This is just going to him, and he misfielded it.
Oh, no.
I can't believe they had enough pace on it to go to the rope, but it did. Wow.
Right, well, I can't believe the ball.
Victory goes to the bowler, but...
This is a huge ball, Vinny. Huge ball.
Shot. Just clips it off the pads. All things considered, I think they'll take the 11 off Baluch, who's been a game swinger. Anyway, a very interesting first over. 11 without loss.
Yeah, 11 for none, and this is why it's such a huge matchup. Baluch has 7 wickets at an economy of 7, and Van der Merwe has gone to town today with his partner Doherty. Yeah, this is the match. I think this first 3 overs determines it, Vinny.
These two have put on 220 runs in partnerships today. So that's pretty good. And to be honest, they start on 169, which was unbroken last game, make that 180 after that over. Yeah, 300 runs for Van der Merwe now, an average of 150.
He's having arguably one of the greatest final days we've ever seen at the ECL. He's almost...
I think the most runs ever made by a player in one ECN day is 200 exactly in Belgium. 200 in a day. I think Scott Edwards
Scotty would be close as well.
50 odd. I think
he made a 60 and a 130, but let's see. Anyway.
Here we go with Kumar.
Oh.
Does hoop it in, doesn't he? Kumar, but I mean, I asked the captain, Amanda Singh, how are you going to get these guys out? He said, we've got our plans. Well,
it's good to have plans. Well, I think you're right. I heard them say in the pre-game while you're doing your lovely little intro that they did want to bowl first, and I agree. In this twilight period, we've seen the ball do quite a lot.
It's not good time to bat. I mean, if you speak to guys that have been trying to stick them in this night game, because the sun's setting later now as we head more and more towards that summer period. In the early groups, it started pitch black at the 7:30 local start. But now you can kind of get a sense of it there. There's a mixture of the natural light fading and the artificial lights taking over. Anyone will tell you that's an awkward time to bat. Doherty, left-hander, faces up. And this is skied. Now, where's it going? Well, probably not the man you want chasing it.
Oh, he's misfielded it again!
It's all right. He's got under control this time. It'll just be the single.
He's having... What's he doing? Khalid Mohammed's having a stinker.
The old WG Grace about that. Marked his territory. And
oh, that could have been easily out.
He's there to bat, not field.
Oh, boy.
Easily. I don't think it was going to be an easy catch for anybody.
Yeah, but Vinny, you know right now, these two, this is the first 3 or 4 overs could really determine the whole final here.
Well, they were going to get done for first-degree murder for killing that previous game. And they're trying to do something here. Double jeopardy on finals day between these two. Swing and a miss, though.
Oh, it's tense, it's tight. Everyone knows what's at stake right now.
I just know that it started these two and probably Carson McCulloch. None of the Irish batters have really gotten going for any length of time.
I think even if Doherty baited 20, 25 balls, you'd be like, okay, look, they might get scored. But if Van der Merwe bats 20, 25 balls, he's hitting another 75. He is so powerful.
Nothing away from Doherty's 60-odd.
Oh, he was very good as well.
2 a ball pace last game. Kumar. It goes up, heaves it away. It's a chance. It's not a chance. Wow, that's gone miles up the side. Maximal. This guy is so strong. I mean, I'd like to see an arm wrestle between him and Nabi because they've got some big biceps and he uses them. He goes with the movement out of the ground for 6.
There's a sign of things to come, I think. This man is just red hot today. How many runs is it today not out?
Well,
he made 95 and 89. You're good at maths.
Yeah, 95 and 89. It's 184. 193. I don't think this record's going down.
He could have almost on a double ton without being dismissed.
Good in swing at that time. Take on the field. Go straight away. They'll get there. And a Merwe to double figures. I suppose the other wild card is this Ariana Keefe batting. I mean, we kind of knew the Turkish team weren't going to get 170, but even if they're chasing something large, I mean, they're just so dynamic. If they got on a heater. You know, we've seen some big chases before. You'll remember, of course, when your Spanish side beat the Ireland 11 in the ECC, chased down something in the 130s under lights. Right now, everyone probably just starting to settle into the game a bit, but you've got to make sure that you're staying focused. Last ball of the second. Edged and gone, and there's the wicket they wanted. Doherty nicks behind it. Kumar comes up with the wicket. Couldn't deal with the away swing. Nicely held by Burt behind the stumps. And finally, the partnership is broken after 189 runs. And that's also the end of the second over. 20 for 1.
Well, that's one big fish gone. There's one other big fish you've got to get. And you can see how pumped up they are. What a good little delivery this is. Leaving the left-hander. He fishes a bit, but good safe catch.
I mean, probably Doherty wouldn't be happy about the mode of dismissal because he's only really looking to nudge a 1 anyway. So it wasn't a big upside to that stroke. He just fends at it and Hardeep did the rest. So they've done something.
They've got 1.
Istanbul couldn't do earlier. They broke the opening partnership. Doherty goes for 6 and it's 20 for 1.
They've got one big fish, and here we go. Nasser Baluch gets his second over. He's got Van der Merwe on strike. This, for me, this over could determine everything.
This is how we got here. CIYMS swept aside the Portuguese in the eliminator again on the back of a big total. Did the same to Istanbul KSK. Ariana Keefe, they won that 1 versus 2. They had the easy path through to the Group F final. They've had the break. And now we are...
Here we go, Vinny. This is
contest. Big. Right a middle stump, go with a hit. Just get a single.
Now I'm wondering at this stage, do you see the 5 balls off of him or do you attack him? We know how effective he can be. Van der Merwe shows some pretty big respect there, just pushing that down for 1.
This is the big over, isn't it? With Baluch just getting the 2 overs, obviously in the 10. Bowls 1 and 3 typically. They need early wickets. McCulloch faces up, won't be easy. It's a bit too hard.
Yeah, I get
Sometimes it's not a bad thing to bowl. At least he gets that ball again, and he's a wicket-taking weapon, isn't he, Baluch?
Yeah, well, I get what he's trying to do here. He wants that tail back in. He wants those LBWs. He wants the ball. He actually hasn't got it to swing as much as I would have thought at twilight. So
sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Swing is like a dark art. No one really understands why some balls swing more than others, some don't. Partly conditions. There's another crack, Baluch. Oh, close. I think it's going down.
Oh, he got it perfect as well. That is just going down the leg side. That's a great delivery. That's pretty unlucky, Vinny.
A bit extra on this as well. Look at that wrist snap.
Look at
that time he did get it to move.
That's a seed. That is a seed. He got it to do too much.
I'm loving this contest. You feel that this contest has such a big bearing on the match, like you said.
You said it right then. His wrist snap was perfect. If he gets that right again and gets a little bit more outside off stump, he might castle him here. This is a big contest.
Probably best bowler versus best batter.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
The group so far. Here we go. He takes a chance, shows a bit of their furniture, gets away with it, Van der Merwe.
I just have this feeling Van der Merwe might feast on the other bowlers, so this just feels like a big moment in the game.
Well, Terry is watching in the comment section saying he's of Irish descent and currently in Stockholm, so he doesn't know who to go for.
Yeah, well, hedge your bets.
This is such a good contest.
Here we go, Vin. Here we go.
Low full toss, carved away. This will be 4. We're trying so hard for that Yorker, but he doesn't quite get online. This one doesn't really come back, so McCulloch off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. As it comes for 4, and well, might get we've got some good guests up here as well. They're enjoying all the action.
We've got Judith and Toby with us at the moment, so yeah, hopefully all the way from Switzerland. And I know that Judith has been a wonderful addition to our ECN organisation. All right, Baluch gets us online. They're going to run, so we won't get to see the Baluch versus Jason Van der Merwe.
I think CI would be super happy. They've not, that wickets tally says 0 for Baluch, and that's a big thing in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Hasn't bowled badly.
No, he's bowled very well.
Hasn't bowled with the amount of movement we've seen on some occasions. I mean, he's got to be, I think he's human. I mean, he's got to be a little bit fatigued from plundering 200 runs in a day.
You don't get fatigued from just hitting bombs. You enjoy it too much. Last ball of this spell.
Yeah, here we go. Last ball of power play as well.
Yeah, they definitely spoke about seeing him off. It's quite clever, I think, because one of the best bowlers of Group F, that's the last time we'll see him bowl in this group stage, and after 3, it's 28 for 1.
Big moment in the game as the power play comes to an end. But if you just look at it as a kind of regular play, take all the personalities and everything out of it, I mean, fairly evenly poised, I think. Just a tick under 10 and over with the 1 wicket. So you normally say that's about a draw for power play, maybe a few under even for the batting team. But that's the thing. Jason Van der Merwe has been so good today, and with him in the crease, you feel like the Irish side are always in control.
Yeah, I sort of feel that Irish are noses ahead because they've only lost 1. We've seen how they struggled when they lost 2 or 3 in the power play. So interesting dynamic in this game, and this man's going to have to be pretty good with the ball as well. It's dash time, Vinny.
Yeah, get your dash out.
Yeah, smooth operator.
That's what they're saying in the fan zone.
Here we go.
In swinger from dash, needs to be knocked down. It is. They might think it 2. They won't because McCulloch just jogging through for the run. That's Malhotra. He's had a very interesting time so far this week in Group F. Got to say, the Ariana Keefe strip. I think for me it's the winner now.
Yeah, you do.
I'm liking it.
There's a lot of good
liking
strips.
the mixture of stripes and swirls in it. Anyway, dash to McCulloch. Pops it up, there's nobody home. Just be a single.
Oh, you just feel Van der Merwe is ready to pounce here. He's ready to go.
One of the few times you got the 3 seed against the 1 seed in the final, but I don't think, speaking to the fans and the neutrals, I mean, not too many people, if any, are tipping against the 3 seed Star YMS just because of how destructive they've been on finals day. Tell that to the Swedes though. Slow ball, it's cut away. It's an edgy kind of a stroke. Khalid.
Oh, it could be out.
Run out.
Oh, it's a bad throw. Oh, he would have been run out if it was a good throw, Vinny. Van der Merwe. Oh, I can't believe it. He turned for 2, but that was never on.
Yeah, that wasn't a great call, considering what's at stake. You see when the ball comes in, yeah, better throw.
Better throw, yeah.
Has the shot. Even then, he does pretty well. Hard to get onto the stumps, but he kind of just made up his mind. He was going for 2. It was about the big boys in the finals. Remember Nabi getting run out, or causing a run out in the Group D final. That's Saturday night fever for you, Corey.
Yeah, just have a feeling he's about to unleash one.
He wants to strike. It's pretty obvious. Has gone to the 200 run mark today now. And he's bowled! Big moment, and Dash gets the breakthrough. The Swedes will come from everywhere. As the openers have fallen with 32 on the board. Van der Merwe goes to the well once too often. I think it's 200 and out, as he will have to go. In fact, it's 199, but that is potentially a match-swinging delivery.
That's a huge moment in the game. I can't believe it. I just had a feeling he was going to go big, but he plays across it, and he has to go. Dash wins the battle, and this really opens up this final now, Vinny.
It does. They've got batting to come for sure, but Van der Merwe, he was playing a high-risk kind of game, wasn't he? And Dash, who I don't even know if he was in their 5 bowlers originally, but he seems to be keeping his cool. He's bowling earlier and earlier.
What a special day by him, though. He's got his team there. It's exceptional effort.
He just falls short of that record we were talking about. 199 runs he scores today, and he's only dismissed once.
Well, this looks like a change in the order. Mulder's gone up to 4.
This is something, well, I think they changed it a couple of games ago. The only issue is we haven't seen a number 4 yet for a while. But this is what they're thinking. They're batting match it in the middle order. They're sending Mulder up.
To give it a whack, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Is that they're looking for players who hit boundaries, maybe play a slightly different middle order role than you would in T20 cricket. Anyway, here's Debachan Dash with his tail up. Mulder wants to get away, won't.
So those 2 wickets just changed the context to this, because we haven't really seen anyone else go really big for CIYMS. Carson has a little bit.
Yeah.
What can Mulder do? Yeah, they have lengthened the order, I guess, a bit with Matchett still to come. Yeah, big game. And there's a lot of pressure out there, and you can feel it. There's the Swedish fans.
They're right up and about now, aren't they?
I can imagine. Oh, well bowled. A little bit of a way swing that time. Under lights, he finally gets it to go, and at the end of a very eventful first 4 overs, the score is 32 for 2.
Big over. And yeah, as the sun sets in Malaga, the sun setting one of these 2 teams after this game. You can see there's the 2 wickets. They'll be so happy to have both openers in the shed with 32 on the board. And look, the run rate also, it's not like they did a lot of damage. It's just 8 and over at the moment. And, well, mission accomplished, I suppose, but the new challenge is there. Maybe it's a chance for the Irish middle order to show what they can do. New bowler, it's one of their better ones as well, so Hart coming in. He's been really good at keeping it full and not giving the batter anything to get under. So I think that McCulloch has been good, but he's been kind of patchy with the bat. Has runs where he's gotten some big boundary runs, but has been tied down from time to time as well. So Hart gets hit over cover. This is a good shot from Carson. And yeah, for this time, he doesn't quite get it up in the block hole. McCulloch takes a really correct shot, just elevated. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, nice batting. It's a half volley, you got to put it away, and he lofts it gorgeously. A lot of bottom hand to come through to get the elevation. Interesting moments in this game.
I wonder how many people that tipped
CIYMS would say if it was 32 for 2 after 4, does it change your choice?
Well, of course, it doesn't change it completely, but it swings the pendulum quite a lot.
Might flip. The old game show conundrum. Wide.
Good signs though, they're starting. I don't know if it's just gone a little bit later, but the ball didn't swing as much as we've seen the first few overs. This is starting to bend a little bit.
Yeah.
And late.
Yeah,
that's late swing.
Yeah, a few people might know the Monty Hall problem. All the mathematicians out there. Would you change your choice if the host revealed one door to you? One door open, one door closed now as we approach the halfway point of this innings. Sahak looking for a boundary, goes for 6 in the first half of the over. Chance for Mulder to really show us what he can do. Had a few kind of bit part innings at the end. Came in some difficult situations, but now he has over half the innings to get to work at number 4.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity here to play an innings of substance. Here comes Sahak once again.
On the charge, and he absolutely bangs it, but there's a fielder almost dead straight. I know you like that one. Pawan Kumar cleans up.
Yeah, they just shifted the field. They brought deep square up and moved deep cover into position, meaning that mid-off could go very straight, and we see the ball go there so often these days. 2 balls remaining.
Goes away, and, well, guess who's got to clean up? That's Khalid Mohammed. I was a bit nervous for him that time, but he was able to make the stop. I think just the one wide.
It's a decent swing on that. He is getting it to go just a little bit, isn't he? And it's going late. If he can get it right, if he can get it in the right spot with a bit of swing, he brings an edge into the game.
Goes after this, does he get it? Not sure, yes he does. Into the fence, Maximal! McCulloch likes that area. Don't think it was right out of the middle, but he is strong, and he gets half a dozen for the Irish.
Yeah, it's a half volley, has to be said. You've got to put him away, and he's bowled a couple this over. Yes, he might be getting the ball to swing, but a half volley's a half volley, and they don't want to ruin this good start, Ariana Keefe.
Last ball the over. It's gone for 14, so a pretty decent one for CIYMS. Just punches, they put the cover back now. And so this is the end of the first half. Pretty entertaining first half. The score is 47 for 5. Well, a warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. We are in the Dreambox. Beautiful time of day to be here as well. Vinny Sander here. Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers, really enjoyed your company in the second half of today. It's been a topsy-turvy group. I mean, at CIYMS, they started well. We thought, okay, it's going to go the way we thought. They hit a big speed hump. They've batted their way out of it, but now they've hit another roadblock with those openers back in the pavilion in the first half of this innings.
Well, we said if Ariana Keefe are going to win, they need to get the openers. So they've done step 1, but there's step 2, 3, and 4 that still have to come. But I think we're on for a spicy final now.
The other thing about Ariana Keefe is they're the kind of team that could chase 140 but fail to chase 80.
Yep.
You know, they are highly unpredictable. They're highly aggressive, no matter the situation. So don't go anywhere. Put on another popcorn or so, because I think this is going to be a good encounter. Of course, the big prize up for grabs, the 7th and final golden ticket to Championship Week.
Dash time. Well bowled.
Well bowled. I think this is fine.
Yeah, he gets a slow ball and he keeps inside the tram line.
Yeah, just that kind of rolling leg cutter. And I can understand this to McCulloch. For some reason, he just backs away a little bit. I'm expecting something on the stumps, but it wasn't. Yeah, Dash. He's going to be an important player. You talk about the big player stepping up. He's one guy that has stepped up on finals day with the bat and the ball for Ariana Keefe. Yeah, this one's angled away. The deep backward point, just a single.
They'll still sort of feel that. Wicket 3 and 4 do bring in some more batsmen that maybe haven't had the tournament they would have liked. Good to see the kids are out late.
It's Emily that gave me my beautiful painted green shell.
Why didn't I get one?
Well, you know what? This painted green shell, some games it gives me more than you do. But you've been right up and about here on finals day. Dash to Mulder. On the charge, but this one will be a wide.
Oh, he's gone!
Oh, he's gone, I can't believe it.
He's run him out. I think he's run him out. I think he's fallen asleep.
You reckon he's stumped here because he wasn't really running, he was dozing. Well, asleep at the wheel. Can you believe it? Mulder is going to go in bizarre circumstances.
No way. It was a wide, he turned back nonchalantly and he's gone.
I mean, he had lots of time to get back because it was a slow ball. It took forever to get to the keeper. Have a look at this, and there you go. He just knows it straight away.
Unbelievable bat in the air. You got to go.
He's got to be stumped. He never runs. He just kind of plays this shot. He turns around like the Queen Mary.
Have a look at the whole thing. It's crazy, actually. I mean, they'll definitely take that. It takes a moment to look at McCullough.
That is unbelievable.
I don't know what he's looking for. I mean, that's just an interesting one. I mean, whether it cost them or not, we don't know, because they've still got heaps of batting to come. Matchett's coming out now, but I think you've got to give that stumped.
Yeah, that will be stumped. Stumped in a wide, I believe, Vinny, but haven't seen one of those before. Very interesting. Ariana Keefe still fighting hard this game. Locked horns at the moment.
Crazy one, really.
So I don't think I've seen that. Have you ever seen that where the batsman's caught sleeping like that?
Yeah, but not with so much time to get back. It's not like there's nothing sneaky about it from the keeper. It wasn't even particularly quick work. It was just really slow work from the batter.
This is one of the main partnerships. Matchett coming out there as well. They'll want one or two more. You get one or two more, they're right up on and about.
The thing is, Matchett could have easily come out in the 4th spot anyway.
Exactly.
So, you know, probably at this stage, you say it doesn't cost them too much, except that Mulder uses 3 balls for 1. Matchett, the captain, we haven't quite seen the best of him so far in this series. Easy come out of this situation. It's like a pack of hyenas coming at you at the moment.
They are pumped up. They are really pumped up. So it should be very inspired. They're getting that ball every now and then to swing quite a bit.
They are. And it's not that predictable from the hand swing either. It's kind of going late.
Dash. What a little game from Dash so far. 2 for 6.
It's bizarre, that last dismissal. Another slow ball, liking it. I don't think Matchett will spend too much time out of his crease. Well, nice moment to be by the fire.
Yeah, there's James Canner looking over your shoulder.
Looking in the background like some sort of evil villain.
James is a bit evil at the best of times. We got a proper final on our hand, people.
We do.
Yep. Matchett's looked all at sea. His first 2 deliveries, pretty loose-looking strokes.
Nice to see the keeper actually hit the stumps with an underarm as well.
Yeah,
you don't see very often as you should. Matchett on strike 2. Take that strike 3. This goes pretty close to the outside edge. How about Dash in the final? He gets the big fish. He also catches Mulder's sleeping at the wheel. And now he gets 3 past the Irish skipper.
I wonder if the skipper's picking it up well. It's 3 plays and misses and loose batting, 1 ball to come. What a spell from Dash. Even if this ball went for 6, you take that spell every day of the week.
This last night, they messed their order up a little bit. So Matchett, I don't think he's batted out of lights yet. Plays a shot here. Saw this one okay, didn't he? Gets off the mark, 4th attempt. So Dash will get stroked away to the point boundary. The crowd applaud, and it's going to be a good one. You can tell. 50's up as well. It's also the end of the 6th over. 53 for 3.
Yeah, 4th time lucky. 3 plays and misses, then plays a glorious square drive. That's cricket for you. It's a peculiar game. Hey, look, they got through the openers. They got through Mulder, but there's still 2 men at the crease that we know can wield the willow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a spell from Dash. 2 for 10 in the final. And that wicket of Van der Merwe. It's almost like taking a 5 in 1 delivery. It's that valuable.
Yeah, so do you think that they'll go to spin at all, or do you think they're going to stick with all these mediums?
Seem to like going with the mediums. They do have some spin options. They've got Rahatula. Still haven't seen Gulami bowl at all in the series. But I think this is their modus operandi at the moment. Sahart trying to jam it in. And, you know, as long as it's working, I think they'll stick with the pace.
Yep, fair enough. They've got their methods. They got what they want to do.
Dash was clever, wasn't he, with his range of kind of cutters, the way he tried to keep away from the batter.
Well, so he looks like he's setting up for a split finger. That's a very, very wide grip on the ball.
This one probably would have been a wide, but batter chooses to hit it and get one.
I think,
good point.
I think from here, Ireland will still want 100, 105, and I think that's a tough chase for Ariana Keefe. They're such a random batting team. It's so hard to judge them. But yeah, you're right. They could chase 140 and they could maybe not chase 80 one day.
That's why it's going to be game on regardless. Hit down to long off. And look, think about some of the things they didn't do very well, such as that 4-leg bias getting away that shouldn't have. But look, all things considered, you have to give it on point so far. Swedish team, but
well, they could have been batted out of it. They're definitely not batted out of it.
86 pace at the moment, COMS. And yeah, see Sahar, even though, it's interesting that grip, you said that kind of split finger grip, which is pretty unusual, but he still seems to have good control. He doesn't bowl too many short ones. He bowls block hole, and occasionally bowls a drivable length, but you rarely see batters getting under him. Slides this one in, gets it past the fielder. This will be 4. Just straight with line that time. It's a nice little flick away to find leg. McCulloch gets the boundary.
Very nice shot. Just strays on the legs and he catches up with it. Goes away for 4. Cruel game. If you miss your lines by a little bit, you get punished.
Hello to Kitty, watching from the USA, and hello to Michael Dowd as well. Great time for you to join us. Saying if he was younger and was getting married, he would invite us to his wedding. Very kind
Much
of
appreciated.
Now short top edge. Now where's this going? Not an easy one. It's going to go no man's land. You see the fielder wasn't sure if he was going to get cleaned up there. I think that's a bit of a rapu. It will be a single. McCulloch keeps the strike. 7 overs down. Anybody's match. It's 62 for 3.
62 for 3. There's the Turkish and some of the Swedish supporters sitting together.
Now. I'm going to cover your eyes. Now I'm going to uncover your eyes. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. It's finals time, baby. Beverin Drew first up, and then Hornchurch Pack-like hair. That is a great morning to start.
Whoever wins this game, they'll be playing against Drew first up in match 4.
Baptism of fire.
So, yeah, join us. We have 21 matches in 4 days in the group stage of Championship Week, starting on Monday. Same time, 10:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 4 p.m. in India. Bevan Drew first up, and Pack-like versus
Malhotra coming on, and the keeper's coming up. Not so sure with the ball swinging late.
Malhotra's occasionally gone to the cleaners, but he's back. And gets the first one online.
I tell you what, if he's going to bowl medium pace half volleys, this is their chance. I wouldn't be surprised if Matchett really tries to cash in here. I don't like the keeper up as well, makes me panic for them. There's the Swedish supporters. They've been so vocal and so good the whole week.
I like the keeper up. That's another possible mode of dismissal. Warns this, and I don't think it's been seen too well by the outfielder. Can get the jump at Baluch. Malhotra's just got to find a way to get in the block hole. I think that at the moment, anything that bounces, batters are feeling pretty confident about it. Matchett gets a boundary.
Yeah, so this is the thing. He's not quick. It's pretty military medium, and I think Matchett is licking his lips here. This could be a huge over.
We got a big Saturday Night Fever run chase on our hands as well. Imagine how loud the crowd's going to be when the sixes start disappearing.
I don't think that's out. That actually stayed quite low. That's a better length though. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's a touch full. I still think, you know, if you play that with a straighter bat, pretty drivable.
Oh, he did good from the keeper there, because if he lifted it for any moment.
That's good stuff. Yeah, I just think it's a momentum kind of a game, and Chase is going to be all about momentum as well. You can see that around O'Keefe of kind of. Oh, hello. Oh, it's Melody there. That's one way to get noticed. Hello, Melody. We've got Noah as well. Well, they had a bit of a tour of all the media stuff that we do here at ECN earlier. Well, this is it in the air. It's a catching opportunity, but is he going to see it? He does, and he drops it. So Matchett gets a life on 10. It hung up a long time. He had time to make position, but he couldn't hold on.
Big moment, really big moment. Matchett's a good enough player, and well, that's a shelled one. That was straight to him. He never looked comfortable. Looked comfortable.
He found it in the end in a bit of time to make position, though.
Can't be dropping those. Not in the final.
It goes large now. McCulloch goes up and away. Maximal. Well, I mean, if that catch is taken, McCulloch's not on strike. The new batter's on strike.
Correct.
But he takes this slot delivery from Malhotra and he puts it out of the ground. Horns, baby.
Yeah, that dropped catch. It's a big swing. New batsman would have been on strike, and instead, it's another 6 that goes begging to the man in touch. 32 off 18 for Carson. And, well, I still think Malhotra, he's got to get it wide hole or something. It's just a bit too easy for them.
He's getting a little bit fuller.
You reckon fuller? I don't know.
Jam the block hole.
I don't think he can.
Go shorter.
Yeah, so I don't mind that length. I don't mind if it's back of a length. It's harder to sort of get. When it's half volley though, it goes, and the end of 8 overs, it's 75 for 3.
Pierce Fletcher in the chat. Nice to see you, Pierce. He had a question about how Championship Week works, because there are 7 teams in Championship Week. I'll come to that in a second. First, let's see how this run rate's tracking. Pretty consistent, around that kind of 8 to 10. A little bit of an uptick with that last over. They're on 94 pace at the moment. So it's actually pretty simple. All 7 teams will play the other teams. So it's a single round robin. Each team plays 6 matches against each of the other 7 teams. That's 21 group matches. So we actually have 6 matches on Wednesday. So there's 5 on Monday, 5 on Tuesday,
21.
6 on Wednesday.
21 group matches, and then
it's just the same top 4 we always have.
Top 4. So 3 teams go bust after the round robin.
Yeah, so that's the only thing. 3 teams miss out, not just 1. Top 2 still get that double chance. And that will be Friday. Finals Friday is back for the final day of ECL 23. Good bowl to bring back Kumar. He gets hit in the air, he gets hit miles into the night. Maximal! This is what McCulloch can do. He just tends to find his mojo. Don't know if they're in any position to be taking crowd catches, but it's worth 6 for the Irish.
Hey, he's cashing in on any half volley at the moment. And once again, it's there. He just swipes at it and he gets a lot of air. Like 6 more valuable runs. Can't be dishing up half volleys in this match.
And Kumar didn't get his natural in-swing there really at all.
No.
It was about straight as it comes. Slower ball, clever.
I reckon he's lucky that seemed like a more premeditated respect shot, because that could have gone.
I think it was maybe a change of pace. He didn't pick up straight away. He didn't feel like he loaded up enough to go for the big shot. I'll say quick hello to Shrug as well. Hello to Dave, of course.
A lot of people tuning in for the Saturday, what day is it? Saturday Night Fever. Yeah.
Saturday Night Fever.
I don't know what day it is anymore, Vinny. We're here quite often.
Yeah, that's true. 10 to come. Matchett nicks, and this has...
Oh, he stopped it.
Wow.
What a man.
Where's the ball?
Where has he eaten it?
He's obscured every camera angle we've got.
Where did the ball go?
I don't know, but I was waiting for a 4 signal. Let's have a look. What happened here? Oh, he's needed to point or something.
He kicked it. It's a little kick off to point. Well done. Saves
that
3.
Was the best spot the ball I think we've had. I was just waiting for someone to fetch it from beyond the boundary. So that's only 1. Brings McCulloch back, who's on 40, playing a good hand. It's 1 up in the block hole, just a single.
How's that?
What a piece of field.
Hey, compared to the one he missed in the very first over, that's a pretty big difference.
What? I was like, has it gone up?
Oh, there's the Portuguese, and well, let's just say they've enjoyed the last 6 hours.
And some of the Spanish as well.
I'm a little bit worried about how big tonight could be.
There's shoe phones coming back with Miguel Stoneman there. Wow, okay. In the air, this is a chance, I think. Fielder comes around, has room to move, and taken. So Sahar's the man. That'll end Matchett's innings. He goes for a dozen. Kumar rolls the dice with the length ball. The horns are out. The 4th wicket is on the table now. Matchett goes for 12. It's 84 for 4.
Yep, nice, smart catch in the night sky. Also means the new batsman will be on strike for the last ball, which is extra handy. They dropped one earlier, not this time. It was off the toe ender. He'll be disappointed. Felt like it was there to go. But another wicket goes. More importantly, a dot ball, and new man has to come striding out to the crease. The old Venezuela's made a comeback. I feel like I'm watching the 2010 South Africa World Cup.
Wasn't that a crazy World Cup? Imagine if we started using those Jabulani balls in East End.
Sometimes we do with some of the bowling we see.
I could work out what was going on with those.
Just quietly.
Yeah.
This is a freebie, I think, here for Best. You want the other bloke on strike at the end, so why not just swing? And do you even take the 1?
No.
Yep.
I wouldn't. Well, having said that, Best is a good striker, but I think, yeah, I probably wouldn't. It also depends. You know, this 1s can sometimes be 2s, but there's not many 2s out there.
So
I'd definitely have a deep mid-wicket back.
Oh, my, they've got no one back on the leg side. It's almost as if a lefty comes out and they're playing a different sport.
Yeah, I think, now Diamenda goes back.
Okay.
They've got a very fine 3rd man for the nick as well.
You don't want to bowl slot here to Best.
Deep square leg. They've gone for an extra man on the offside. Here we go, last ball of the night. Doesn't get under it.
So I'm not too sure you take that one. I think I'd want Carson facing when he's 41 off 22.
That's true. I guess it shows confidence in Best, who has hit some good blows in the series. End of 9 overs. The score is 85 for 4.
Yeah, massive 6 balls coming up, because I think Malhotra bowling it is the type of bowler that could potentially go for 20 or 25 off an over. No disrespect, but there's not too much about it. If this over goes for 10 or something around then you say Ariane O'Keefe take the mojo into the batting. He's really big 6 balls.
Malhotra's first over went for 13. If you were the Swedish side, would you take that?
Yeah, I think so. But my worry is that he bowls a lot of balls stump to stump and half volleys.
Left-handed though, near to the crease is Best. Now he's facing up. He wants to get funky, and he does. How much contact does he get? Well, this will be a good race.
Get down!
And
no way.
I don't know if he stopped this or not.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think it's worth a look. He hit both feet.
I don't think he did.
But where was... I don't know about this. I'm going to say it's 4.
No, I think it's been signalled. How could it be?
Look.
Oh, he stepped on the rope with that foot.
He stepped on the rope, then kicked it up to his other foot and backheeled it.
Hit his other foot in the air, right? Hit his other foot in the air. So if he hadn't stepped on the rope with the first foot, it would have been fine.
This over could go big. That's clever bang for Best. The keeper's up to the stump, so why not?
Yeah.
What a game.
A bit of weird fielding for Khaled. Now, Best will get the one.
Easy throws, take it easy. 4 balls, huge 4 balls. This man on your screen could easily go 6-4, 6-4, something like that, and make 110.
You're right.
This is a really big 6 balls. 4 balls, sorry.
Yeah, 4 balls now.
What a game under lights. You got to love it. Final game of the whole group stage.
Got Brian Damage watching from Iraq.
Shafat Ali Saeed, hello as well. He'll be here for Pack Eye Care in the chat. A lot of people tuning in.
Why wouldn't you be? You're going to fill in the final piece of the puzzle tonight. Like a jigsaw puzzle.
Malhotra, don't bowl slot.
He will.
Slot.
There it goes, but does he get into the gap? I think this is 4. So
just don't bowl slot.
Bowls to 45. Well, tell you what, if any bowling machines going cheap, you could do better than getting Malhotra. Look, he is consistent, but yeah, at this level, it's rolling the dice. It's a challenge kind of delivery at this stage. There's not that much to gain.
Just wide and short outside off. Try and make him cut it. I don't know, but you can't be bowling wheelhouse
94 now. Will they get the ton? Odds on at the moment. This time he goes large, and this one's out of here. That's a camera endangerer. Maximo as McCulloch hits 50 in the final. Brings up his half century off 24 balls. Well batted.
Well batted. You can only put away what you're dishing up, and he puts that a slot ball again. Malhotra, you got to get this right. That is slot. That is terrible.
I say insanity is repeating the same action over and over and expecting a different result. He's got to go something different, anything different. 2 to come. Goes a little bit shorter, and it induces a miss hit. Sahak's under it. He's got a pretty good pair of hands, and he catches it despite a fumble. So McCulloch goes 51 and out, and that was just a little bit shorter. I mean, it was something different, wasn't it?
Simple.
He just brings it back. A nice hand from Sahak eventually. So they reach the 100, but they lose McCulloch with the ball remaining. 100 for 5.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Just a slight adjustment from Malhotra, and it makes all the difference because it comes off the toe of the bat. And, well, it was meant to be a nice safe catch, but he catches it on the juggle. 100 for 5, 1 ball remaining. This is a final, Vinny.
Sure is. Well, Bishnu is in the comment section saying, love your commentary, Corey. He's definitely recommending the Star team to welcome you for IPL commentary.
Look, yeah, I'm gonna need
base price is way too high.
I'm gonna need multiple breaks a day, breaks a game.
Hey, let's take a moment to acknowledge Carson McCulloch. He was so good out there, wasn't he?
Proper innings.
Yeah, without his 51, I mean, that's over half the runs.
Yeah.
Where would they be? So, really good effort with him. And he's really come of age as a batter in T10 cricket in this series. Coulter comes out, missed the first game with a slight injury picked up in the warm-up this morning. So Malhotra, a cheeky little one for. He's got 1 ball to go.
What do you reckon he's bowling here, Vin?
Glad I'm not bowling, put it that way. Coulter be swinging for the fences.
Well bowled.
Little edge, guess who? Drops.
They're gonna
well,
get
now
2.
he's going to have to get up. They might get 3 here. They get 2. Come on,
Pick it up.
I'd definitely be running. No, they're not. They showed too much respect for the arm. So they get a couple. Couple they shouldn't have got, to be honest.
Yeah.
But they're going to finish 102 for 5. Can Khalid Mohammed. He looked around if there was anyone else that would possibly chase that.
Fumbled that as well.
Yeah, and then here comes the throw. Well, we don't have time to show all of it, but it will be 102. 103 the target for Ariane O'Keefe. Who's the happier of the 2 teams here?
I think Ariane O'Keefe, only because there was danger signs that they could be batted out of it, and Jason van der Merwe and Doherty, they got out. If they batted so well again, they would have been batted out of this game. But it's game on, and I think the Irish also are pretty confident.
Oh, they backed themselves to defend this, but I agree with you, and they were my thoughts. I thought there's always the chance that COMS could just go large opening partnership again and essentially bat them out of the contest. Always a proud moment for the 2 teams in the final to sit or stand actually and hear the anthems for their respective countries. Also a great moment for Asad Ali and Stefan Gooch with the old double foot slide. The electric slide not really working out. This was the early contest, wasn't it?
Baluch against the openers. This is one that somehow gains pace off Khalid Mohammed and went for 4-leg buys. But yeah, it was always going to be interesting to see if they could get the openers. In the end, they got them both within the first 4 overs.
Yeah, they did. This was the first one. A nice safe catch from the keeper, Verk, who made a good dive to his left, and Doherty had to go. So that was one big fish gone. And this was the second big fish. The man that made 199 runs on finals day couldn't get the double ton.
Unbelievable, and that was a huge roar, went around the ground. But Carson McCulloch saying, don't forget me. We didn't see him bat in the last game, but his elevation to 3 has actually been a masterstroke. This was a weird one where it was a little skip away because Mulder knew he'd made a boo-boo there, and he got stumped in bizarre circumstances. That didn't hurt them too much because they didn't run out of wickets in the end. Well, there's Melody and Noah. They were enjoying the final as well. Big supporters of cricket here at the Cartama Oval. But yeah, McCulloch was important, wasn't he? His 50 set up this 100-plus total.
Yeah, it was. He hit the ball to all parts, and, well, when they overpitched to him and didn't get it right, he really cashed in. This was the one good bit of fielding Khalid Mohammed did. He smothered the ball to point.
Still don't know how he did that.
Don't know how he did it.
Look, in the end, they did just kept it from getting out of control. But then you looked at some of the bowling, you said, well, hold on, they should have tried something else. There are a few of these slot deliveries. Don't think they hit their spots as well as they would have hoped for. Sahak took a catch late in the piece, and yeah, you can see there. Oh, that's Tony. He's a big supporter of the Irish. Ultimately, they get the 100 on the board. I think 100 plus in the final, normal circumstances, you take it. They've probably been spoiled so far on finals day. The fact they haven't really been put under pressure too much with the ball, maybe a little bit from Awaris this morning, chasing 131. But Carson McCulloch, he was the star out there, wasn't he? 51 of 25 balls. That's over 2 a ball. 4 Maximos, 4 fours for him. The openers only able to gather 21 between them with a 4 and a 6 between them. Van der Merwe, the big wicket, went for just 15. Match it with 12 late in the piece. Best was clever late on as well. He grabbed a boundary in the 10th. 2 wickets for Kumar, who takes the figures 2 for 19. 2 for 10, though, Dash for me. Best of the bowlers, especially when you consider who he got out there. Got the big fish of Van der Merwe. That might save you 50 runs, literally. Malhotra, 1 for 30. We were a bit worried about him in that last over. He ended up going for 17 in it. Also, I think Baluch didn't bowl too badly, but he didn't take a wicket, very importantly. But luckily, they were able to get them at the other end. We'll take a break, Corey. This is going to be a humdinger of a chase. You don't want to go anywhere. 2 teams are here. Only one can survive in ECL 23. It'll be 103 the target for the Swedes if they are once again to be represented in Championship Week, CIYMS. Well, the team Brigade last year were able to make it. Can CIYMS defend this and fly the flag for Ireland again? For now, we'll take a quick break. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back with Corey Ruckers after this with the final innings of the group phase. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is brought to you by HCL Software, Dream 11, and Andalusia European Region for Sport. Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the beautiful Costa del Sol in the Andalusia region of Spain. It is your Group F final in ECL 23. It's the Champions League of European Cricket. 31 clubs from all around the continent doing battle over 4 weeks of T10 action. And, well, hello, we've got Melody. Let us commentate. Well,
no.
If there were
Get
no
out.
spelling errors in that, I'd consider it, but there's a double M in commentate, Melody.
I'm too threatened for my job. I don't want that, Vinny.
Get the red squiggly line out of that. Coy Rucker's with me at the moment. Don't think he'll be displaced for the next innings. What a game we've got here in the Group F final. 102 CRYMS after winning the toss and electing to bat. That's what they put on the board. Carson McCulloch, brilliant with the bat, 51. Now, can he do it with the ball? 103 for a spot in the final for Ariana Keefe. And it starts with a wicket. And can you believe it? Kumar just tried to cut that, got a bit big on him, didn't really turn, got cramped for room, offers a chance. It's handled by Kennedy, and that's none for one, the worst possible start for the Swedes.
Yeah, tried to play a cut shot coming into him. There was no room to play it, and it ballooned straight to the fielder. So a wicket off the first ball, a nightmare for Ariana Keefe. It's a soft dismissal, it has to be said, but could be big in the context of this game.
I often say, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one, get out the way. But yeah, disappointment for Kumar. He just couldn't get on top of that one. Be replaced by Malhotra. Kennedy held his nerve under pressure. McCulloch, what a final he's having. Kumar goes without scoring, 0 for 1.
How was Kumar's week, Vinny, overall?
He's been pretty good with the bat. I mean, he's...
How big of a loss is that wicket? Who else can...
Pretty big, but I mean, often they don't have players still to come in. Balance batted 7 last game. It shows you something about their batting depth. And the other thing is that Dharmender Singh hasn't been averse to making kind of tactical switches with himself. For example, as a left-hander with the wind earlier, came up the order up above Balic. Anyway, Malhotra, he's got a point to prove. He's coming off a run of golden ducks in this series. Bangs this, and it's going to be another one. Another golden for Malhotra. 2 balls, 2 wickets. Well, Balic did it earlier in the tournament. McCulloch's on a hat-trick, and we've only had 2 balls.
And McCulloch's having a great final, and gee, what a loose shot that is. First ball, Ariana Keefe now well behind in this game. It's another ball just there outside off, and he lobs it straight to mid-off. It's loose batting, and 2 wickets go down. What a start for CI.
Well, he didn't go up, he didn't go down. He hit it flat, Matcher did the rest. Well, come the moment, come the man, as it'll be Khaled to come and face the hat-trick ball. Dhiraj, well, he makes decent contact, but picks out Matcher. Couldn't have picked him out any better. It's none for 2.
And Malhotra's had a bit of a bad last 20 minutes with the ball and with the bat. And here comes a man on a hat-trick ball that, well, beggars belief, really.
Get the graphic up, because he's going to have a go at it.
Yeah?
I don't think he ain't blocking this. He doesn't know how to spell block. Probably put an X in it. Khalid Mohammed. Meanwhile, Dash is watching from the other end.
Yeah, how much pressure on Dash at the other end. This man on your screen's having a great final. And let's have a look at what he decides to do here. Will it be an arm ball into the pad? How's Mohammed going to play this? Let's just say, could be anything happening.
Here we go. He launches it. Oh, it doesn't carry it. Pretty sporting.
Wow, that is the closest you can be to a hat trick. Wowee.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that earlier we were pretty close to one when Matcher wasn't able to hold on to a chance. But yeah, you can see from Khalid Mohammed, he's not holding back. He's there in the power play.
Good on it.
Smack boundaries.
Real good honesty.
Yeah. It was pretty quick, wasn't it? He ends up going straight. He's a bit late on it. Oh, he's got to run. He gave him a bit too much respect.
If he wins this game for the Vinny,
you're done. I know what you're going to say.
Dash. It's all on Dash for me. What a horrific start this is for the Swedish champions.
Two match winners for him, Dash and Baluch.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, I agree.
Khalid, slide the ball in, won't turn it a lot. Oh, gets one bang back at him, bounces off. Well, I think Dash knows Khalid Mohammed's capability, so they don't get a run here. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, that stings. That's not a nice one to get under the cold of the evening, but he hit that pretty well, Dash.
You gotta laugh sometimes.
Power play's huge. Talk about it all the time.
Well, they're well behind now. All of a sudden, it's already at 11 and over, and they've lost 2 batsmen. That's it. He's got to shake that off because that hit him quite hard, didn't it?
Has a crack at this. What an over. They've burnt an over there. They lose 2 wickets. They only get 1 run. McCulloch, there might be a statue of him at CIYMS when he gets home. And at the end of 1, it is 1 for 2.
Well, Vinny, 95 games, hits the golden ball, and I'm not too sure, will we see it tonight? It'll have to be a good comeback from here. And I just love the man on your screen. Probably going to face one of the fastest bowlers in the group. Under lights, Khalid Mohammed doesn't care. He's failing Alan Coulter. What a unit. What a human.
Nervous for
Oh,
him.
God.
Here we go.
No.
Hold me. He gets a bit of it. He'll get a single.
He defies everything why I never want to retire.
That's why you don't want to do IPL. No. Because
you want to do.
You won't find too many Khalid Mohammeds in the IPL.
What a man.
But that's the beauty of European
If
cricket.
he goes on and makes a 50 not out of sight.
You don't understand. I've seen him play some pretty handy knocks in the ECS. His dash on strike won't face up just yet. Now Coulter, good to have him back on the park. If you're an Irish fan, had some sort of an unfortunate incident in the warm-up earlier. Didn't play the first game. He came back in qualifier 2 and bowled without incident. So Coulter versus Dash. This is a pretty good matchup as well to watch. Not a bad shot. Finds the gap, gets 4. Well, that's a steadier for Ariana Keefe. I mean, look, they're chasing 103, not 203. You know, they are very capable of doing this. They need to find a boundary and over, though, to stay in the hunt. Dash finds 4 there.
And it's not the most technical shot you ever see, but it's effective. Yeah, him and Baluch, who are yet to come, are big names. I mean, Mohammed, you've told me a few times, can Elliott. You can imagine that dugout with 2 early wickets. It's very nervous, though.
Yeah, they can only play one way, though. Ariana Keefe. He's a bit shorter. Get cracked to the offside, but it'll just be a single this time.
Here he comes.
Well, here's the thing with Khalid Mohammed. I don't see any way he's not trying to slog this to mid-wicket. And Coulter, he's already established that he can bowl that kind of offside line.
Does the big unit have any other shots besides mid-wicket?
Tell you what, a bouncer would be interesting. So anyway, let's see what Coulter goes to. He doesn't mind the short ball. Goes at him. Off the pad.
He's got the helmet! He's the greatest batsman in the world! Khalid Mohammed.
Dead ball. It'll be 5, and Khalid Mohammed will be back on strike.
What a shot from Khalid Mohammed. The big unit hits the helmet.
Yeah, so he'll be back on strike. They won't get that run because at the point that it hit their helmet, they hadn't crossed. And trust me, they hadn't crossed.
I don't think you even saw that, but that's unreal.
So you don't get runs unless they'd crossed at the point. And to be honest, this isn't a tough call to make.
That's what they're discussing. That's what they're discussing
so
now.
Khaled's going to have to cross back because
maybe not.
Well, he should have to cross back. Otherwise, they've got it wrong. So if I was the Irish team, I'd be saying, hey, they don't get that run. So hold on. This is wrong. I mean, the same batters should be on strike because they didn't cross. So you got to know that rule because they don't get the run in progress unless they've crossed. So they'll probably sort this out. Yeah, now they do. How about that, though? The old helmet banger off the head. Khalid Mohammed, he just can defy the laws of physics, can't he?
Old Khalid thought, well, I'm not going to wear a helmet, but I'm going to hit the helmet. So it's a 5.
Yeah.
And, well,
5.
In a 5. Why is the helmet still on the field?
I don't know, but keep it there. Remember we had 2 in a row before? Could we get 2 in a row?
Okay, so Khalid Mohammed's back on strike, not Dash.
To be honest, Doherty should have got that. He would say that.
He got missed. His feet went the wrong way.
Well.
Here we go. Here's the man.
Get him back on strike. Now he hits one onto his foot.
He's gone for that helmet, I tell you. He's pinpointing the helmet. Look at the man. Look at the human wrecking ball, Vinny.
Wow.
If he hits it, if he hits one out the middle, it might leave orbit. This human. I haven't seen him hit one out of the middle all week, but it's tonight the night.
Well, I don't know what to say. He just got 5% of the target by kicking one. Oh, I love this cricket. 2 to come in the second. Is this all right? I'm still surprised Coulter hasn't just aimed one at his melon or kind of gone outside the off stump because he's dicing with danger there. This Mulder, I wonder
when he'll be brought into attack.
He'll bowl the next one.
Yeah,
and
he bowled the third earlier.
Yeah, he'll definitely be bowling the next one. So that'll be difficult. I think there's still one ball left in the overs, or is that over, Vinny?
Let's go back to everything's breaking down now. I guess that's the end of the over. Give us a score.
I can't tell you.
We'll be right back. Ever since Carson McCulloch hit our modem, we've been running behind.
Well, I know we're not on 1.4 overs, but the score, there it is, 13 for 2.
13 for 2.
Back to the spin.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, why not? We didn't really think of it, but it makes sense. The guy's just taken 2 for 1. Keep him out there.
I know we have a bit of fun with Khalid Mohammed, but can he actually launch some sixes? Because I've seen him do this a few times. 5 off 8, 6 off 9.
The thing is, it's probably slightly different level. That's the thing. You know? Up in the air and gone. Mulder takes the catch and Dash is gone. Top 3 back in the shed in the power play. Ariana Keefe, 14 for 3. They bring McCulloch back. What a game he's having. He scored 50 with the bat. Now he has 3 wickets.
Oh, I reckon the writing's on the wall now. Dash is gone. He was one man that's been in such red-hot form for this, well, lottery-style team, Sweden, who sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't. It just feels maybe it's one of those nights it's not going to come off.
You say that, but Baluch hasn't been Baluched out there yet. Good catch by Mulder. Dash, again, another one that doesn't go under. Doesn't go over either.
Either way, someone's going to have to play a remarkable innings now. 3 early wickets. I think they've got the number on them with their bowling, and well, they haven't even used Mulder yet, who's got 2 in the middle. I know they'll struggle there.
Just a reminder that whoever wins this game will be the Group F champion. It will complete the set of 7 sides. That will return on Monday to play 5 days of the championship week, culminating on the final Friday night. Put it in your diary. That is the final of the Champions League of European Cricket. Only comes around once a year. Join us for that action starting on Monday. Right now, yeah, I like this move. I put Baluch in there. No use waiting any longer. But he's going to have his hands full. I think of the bowlers still to bowl. Mulder, you've got Kennedy, who's taken a bunch of wickets.
They are very...
Chris Robinson taking a bunch of wickets as well.
Vinny, they are very far
Give me
behind.
a 1 in shot. 1 in what of winning from here?
1 in 50.
That's not very likely.
Well, unless Khalid Mohammed, who you've told me can hit 6s, starts bombing them, I don't see it. I just with Mulder to bowl 2 of his flippers, he hasn't been hit the whole tournament.
Baluch, though, we mentioned him as the other potential match winner, and he's out there now, gets off the mark. Here's Khalid. Oh, clever bowling.
So the thing is, he's not running quick singles either, so he's 4 off 8. I know it's a step up, but...
That's one, he gets a wide for that if he gets out of the way. I don't know if it's deliberate or not, but McCulloch kind of sees a big target and just aims at it. Oh. Mohammed 4 off 8. Now whatever, they'll charge at it maybe.
So for me, there's just too much lack of technique, and skill will always come out on top. That's a really loose-looking shot as well. It doesn't look like it's going to hit it.
Hold up a bit, but that's good location.
And he's 4 off 9. I know they've lost 3 wickets, but he has to get a move on.
Last ball, the over. Now, does go for it, but it'll just be a single. Good fielding. And he'll take us to the end of the...
That's out. He's going to be run out. Oh, my word. He was falling asleep. Big Khalid Mohammed's going to be run out here, Vin. Oh, you wouldn't believe this. He was just walking.
I'll say this to you. Is that a good result or a bad result?
It's a good result, but I can't believe this man. Watch this. Clever work from McCulloch. He just grabs it. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, you know.
Khalid Mohammed's going to be out. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That is one of the craziest innings from a batsman. He hit it to deep long on and he's gone. Wow. Wow. He's not.
When Mulder's just run a guy out napping, and remember Mulder was napping earlier and he got stumped in not dissimilar circumstances. But it will be none instead of 1. It is a 4th wicket. So that will be.
Oh, look, he's jogging off. Hey,
here's the thing, though.
That'll go down as the worst innings in ACL history.
Wow. I mean, it's harsh on Khalid, but...
You can't not be running. He went to deep long on. He walked it.
This is the thing, though. I was about to pose to you, do you retire him?
It's not happening. You don't want to be, how long can you wait? You know, how long can you wait to make a change? So I think it is clever. It saves the run. I don't know, though. Like, it's a guy, I think, he wasn't hurting Ireland, put it that way.
Honestly, it just feels like the wheels have just fallen off for Ariana Keefe, and they're the lottery team. Sometimes you go to lottery and you get a couple of Powerball numbers, sometimes you get none. Right now they're getting none because this man is going to bowl about 4 flippers.
Well, you got to do something this over. You can't sit in your hands against Mulder, who's a very good bowler.
Gone.
Close. Might have just been drifting.
So this is so he's got this delivery that he clicks out the front and it actually swings in.
I had this missing leg.
Okay,
line,
yeah, fair enough.
Probably just.
Can I show this on the air? Can I show this with an apple? Because what he's doing is actually exceptional.
Oh. Do that if you use a cricket
apple
ball.
or a cricket ball?
Wait for this ball from Mulder to Medavarapu. He works around the corner and he's gone as well. So everything turning to goal now. Angus Farrell takes the catch in the circle and Ariana Keefe falling apart at the seams. It's 15 for 5.
Boy, oh boy, the wheels have fallen off. The Swedish champs are on the ropes. Let's have a look at the catch. Pretty safe. He goes hand under his belly, but he held on to it. And it's exceptional cricket from CI, who look like they are going to be in championship week at this stage.
Well, as we see, Hardeep coming to the crease to try and save the day. Okay, so Corey, show us this delivery you're talking about, because we don't see it that often actually in any kind of cricket.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal delivery that he's got, and he bowls it so well. He was I was having a beverage with him the other night, and he was saying he has more control of his flipper than his leg spinner. So when he comes over the top, instead of keeping and rolling out the leg spinner, he actually clicks it through and keeps the seam up. So he's coming through like this, and then clicks, the ball slips out the front, and it swings in. Mate, I only know Shane Warne used to have a flipper.
Instead of spinning that way, it has that kind of underspin, a bit more like a seam up.
I mean, the man's played ODI cricket for Ireland. You can see why. No one's been able to touch him.
Vierick in the hot seat right now.
So that's the flipper again. So I was having a quiet beverage, a Victoria Cerveza the other night with him, and he said he's more confident bowling his flipper than his leg spinner at the moment. You can see why. It just drifts in beautifully. It's great bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to see him
counter it, how do you play that? I mean,
you just get on one knee and try and bomb it.
I just think, you don't treat him like a leg spinner. You treat him expecting.
And you know what?
Like slow medium bowling.
I don't even know if I'd know how to play it. This is proper bowling.
I treat him as like an in-swing bowler. You know, try and get him to do something different. They're always just coming in. It's gone as well. It is. So now Balic is going to have to go. And it is a first-class royal mess right now for Sweden in the final. Their club Ariana Keefe are 16 for 6. Mulder gets another one.
Well, tell me how you're meant to play this, because he pitches this on a good length and it bounces. Watch the extra bounce of the leg. What a catch from the keeper, Doherty. They have run riot. Balic is gone, and that is sayonara for the Swedes.
Start the car. It's a nightmare, really, for Ariana Keefe, who worked so hard to get here. Right now, nothing going right for them. As Balic, what a series he's had. He's been a revelation, but he's going to have to go for just one in the final. 16 for 6.
Well, the question marks will now be if they are going to get there. How are CI going to go on championship week? I mean, they've come from nowhere today.
I'm looking forward to seeing their openers in the championship week.
I wonder if they'll have anyone else come in last minute. A lot of teams have had to make changes. But look, 16 for 6, the game's not over yet. But it'd be a miracle.
Throw the Adair brothers in here. Be pretty handy if they had their services. He's just in drifter. I mean, I'm not pretending to know how to play Mulder. I think
honestly,
but I think I'd play him as like a dibbly dobble that swings the ball into you a little bit, because he's not really ever challenging the outside edge of the bat by turning it. So I would treat him as like a bit of a medium pacer that's bringing it in. But easier said than done. One does slide through, and what an over that is. Pair of deuces there for Mulder, 2 for 2 as we hit the end of the 4th over, and it is 17 for 6.
Well, there's a lovely message. Now they're sad, and
I don't believe him.
Yeah, I don't believe him either.
Yeah,
that's a big smile there.
Look at that. Yeah, way smiling there, Melody. I'm watching you over there.
Yeah, I sort of feel a little bit for the Swedes, but this is the lottery that they play. We've been saying so they will come out, swing the bat. Some days it comes off, and some days it doesn't, and right now it's not.
Happy that line can't go below 0. And at the moment, it's been a real rough one. Doesn't get much rougher, you have to say.
So we're going to have the Irish, who started this comp super slow, and well, their openers came good, and now the bowling's coming good. They're going to get their Vin.
I mean, the run rate required, we've seen that.
Can Sahak or Verk do anything here? Do you know much about them?
Let's just say that they haven't hit the point of no return yet, run rate wise. Swing and a miss, though. That's the only way to really go about it. But I've been really impressed with Kennedy. He's really learned on the fly, I think, with what he's trying to do. He's quite versatile. So he's a guy I think can bowl at any stage of the innings. He started bowling in the middle of the innings. When Coulter was out this morning, he did a really good job in the second over.
Sorry, I've just had a bit of an epiphany.
Go on.
Irish versus the English.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a goodie.
How about Mohammed Kamran to
Van der Merwe.
Irish openers, yeah. Now, swings.
You know they've got 17 with a helmet?
What's that?
They've got 17 on the ball with one helmet. It's like, they have not made many runs off the bat.
I suppose that was probably going for 4 anyway.
Nah, it's more fun that it hit
but
the helmet.
5 is, there we go, the helmet comes off now. They said enough's enough. Yeah, Mulder runs it off. It's Sting out of this game now.
Yeah, it is a shame. You want a corker of a final, but this is how it goes sometimes.
We'll get one here. Look, I think sometimes it's like the 7 stages of grief. I think when you have a batting performance like this, you've got a bit more time to come to terms with it before the end of the game. If it's a last ball thriller, then it's harder to get over.
While we've got a lot of time in this game to go through, how many teams have won their group that didn't finish in first? Because it feels like, can you find that out during these 5 overs?
I can tell you if you want.
Yeah, that'd be nice. High in the air, and looks like Matchett setting himself under it, and he shelves it. Well, he hasn't had the best record of catching at night. During the day he's been good, and they'll get back for 2.
Yeah, a lucky break for Sahak. Matchett, not a huge fan of fielding at night.
I'm having flashbacks to him at deep mid-off for Spain in the Group A final.
That you have talked about a lot.
He's good during the day, old Matchy. There's the umpires.
It always looks like an awkward father and son reunion show when Rob and Charles are on the camera.
Well, that looked like a horror film all of a sudden.
Getting on great.
Did you see that? That looked like the Freddie the 13th.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, so how many teams are going to win their group that didn't finish first?
We'll look at it after this ball.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Oh, look. Look at Rob. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's someone that's sucking up, wanting the good games next week. They're all good games, though, in Championship week.
From Friday night at Freddie's, that was a bit creepy.
Weird things happen over there. Last ball of the over. Digs it in. Wild swing. This will be the end of the over. So it's 21 for 6 after 5.
Yeah, so go on, Vin. Let's go
So
through
I'll
it.
actually tell you the numbers, so you count how many are out of the top 2. Hornchurch won from 4th.
Yeah.
Farmers won from 2nd.
Yeah.
Beverin won from 4th, I think.
No, they got the double
second.
chance.
Second,
Yeah.
sorry, they were second at the last moment. Drew won from, I think, 3rd.
No, they were first.
First? Okay,
You can't look it up.
Sorry, they were
You don't
3rd
have-
last year. Drew won from 1st, you're right. Sporting Alphas won from 2nd.
Okay, so most teams that got the double chance did get there.
Yeah.
So only 2 teams in probably CI that didn't have a double chance, and Hornchurch that didn't have a double chance are going to get through.
Drew were 3rd last year, lost the final in the group.
So Drew were the only team to finish first and win it.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of seconds.
But what I think it also shows is how even this how much more even this competition is from, for example, the first edition in 2019, where there was a big gulf between some of the teams.
Massively, yeah.
A big gulf between where these countries were at, their confidence levels against better opposition.
Oh, shot.
That'll do.
Oh.
That's shot of the day. They've just come out and absolutely hit the cover off that one.
That's 1980s West Indian, that. He just crunched that.
Proper swashbuckle. Enjoying that.
What did I tell you before the ECC before the ECL, why did I tell you I prefer this more?
You said you think there's more teams that can win it.
I think at the ECC level.
For Robinson, getting a bowl. Goes straight, hanging. This could be a chance. McCulloch holds on to the catch. Another one goes down. Vic plays one of the best shots this century, but unfortunately doesn't last out the over. Robinson once again amongst the wickets as Ariana Keefe loses 7th. 25 for 7.
Yeah, it's an ugly looking scorecard, and 25-7, nice catch out there in the deep, and another wicket go. It's just a matter of time now before CIYMS book their championship week. But yeah, Vinny, I was saying that I think in the ECC level, you've got England, Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland, then you might get maybe a Spain, maybe an Italy, maybe a Belgium. But at this level, it just seems wider.
It's like it doesn't, because all 7 are realistic shots in championship week. But you think about teams that I think could have won it with the cricket they played.
We were talking about.
Farnholm was one of them. Forfarshire is one of them.
Roma.
Even like a Darmstadt CC, they were
pretty decent.
Packed.
So this is wide open. Honestly, this finals week, I mean, you get to 4th. Let's say you finish 4th. Let's say a hypothetical, a Drew or a Hornchurch finish 4th. If Hankins and Malik turn up for a day, or Nabby decides to go crazy, they win the comp.
Yeah.
So it's wide open.
So, I mean, what we're going to see, obviously, in championship week is the top 4 of 7 teams qualifying for finals day rather than the top 4 of 5. So that's huge. I mean, considering you only play 6 matches over 4 days, there are a couple of days where you only play 1 match. That's a lot of thinking about it, and then just 10 overs each. It's going to be pretty rapid.
My gut feel is telling me we've got to have a new champion this year. I don't know. I just feel like a Smokey's going to do it. This is how the year's sort of gone.
He's the captain. Batted well earlier, Darmenda. And he goes for it straight away, but he's picked out Matchett, and this time he does hold on to it. So Robinson on a hat-trick. And, well, we know that Matchett and Robinson combination has been pretty good. Earlier, Matchett took 2 catches in a row off Robinson, dropped the 3rd. Well, now Robinson's on a hat-trick once again. Will history repeat? It looks like it could be a swift execution here in the final, as it now is 25 for 8.
Oh, you boy, there it is. He catches it under lights. He's happy with that one. He'll have a little smile to himself, but the next wicket goes down, and 25 for 8. And Ariana Keefe, honestly, Vinny, they probably just want to close their eyes and pretend this is a bad dream, because 25 minutes ago they would have been thinking we're almost there. And
that's T10 cricket for you.
But it's T10 cricket, but it's the way they play. They are really live and die by the sword, and unfortunately they're going to die this time.
Yeah, that's the way it's going to go. Dave's saying Drew didn't have much competition in the group stage.
Hey?
Yeah.
Who said that?
That was Dave. Maybe he meant the amount of teams that were realistically in the hunt. But Forfarshire were a really good team. I picked Forfarshire maybe winning the whole thing.
Forfarshire were outstanding.
After a day and a half of that group.
Who else was in that group?
I'll tell you in a second. Because right now we've got a hat-trick opportunity. Chris Robinson gets another bite at a hat-trick. And he'll do it! A hat-trick in the final for Robinson! Rahatullah goes first ball, and the best jobs are sometimes done yourself. Memorable moment for the Irish as Chris Robinson does the job. 1, 2, 3. He takes a hat-trick, and Ariana O'Keefe, 25 for 9.
Well done, Mr. Robinson. He gets his name on the honours board, and a hat-trick in a final, always a special feeling for him. And he'll be happy with that one. I'm sure he'll be celebrating tonight with a couple of victorious surveys. Hit back to him. No caught and bowled is easy. I think it lands in his left juke. Right in the left juke. And wow, what a crazy 30 minutes this has been.
It's absolutely crazy. He can finish things pretty quickly. Rahatullah, well, credit to him for taking it on as well. We didn't have to in that situation. But Robinson, great reaction catch. It's the 6th hat-trick of season 2023. And right now, I feel it's one of the earlier bowled outs we'll ever see, actually. Although Punjab Lions bowled out 7 overs earlier. Gulami, I'm a bit sad we haven't seen a bit more of Gulami, actually. He's a pretty talented cricketer. He didn't see him get a bowl in this tournament.
Should have bowled. Absolutely. Oh, look where he's batting. Oh, might be the greatest number 11 of all time. He's a metre outside his crease.
Yeah, he's more than an 11, though, Gulami.
4 and 4.
Oh. Enough's enough, he says.
Get him up.
Madness.
Get him up the order.
It's the end of 6. The score is 25 for 9.
It's one of the most lovely technical 4 defences from a number 11 I've ever seen.
He can bat. Let's have a look.
Big poke.
at what's coming up shortly. First, we'll have a look at this. And you've got penalty runs there. Second top scorer with Dash. 25 for 9. What a disaster this has been. So let's have a look at what's coming Monday then. And we can almost fill it in for you. I'll show you in a second.
Yeah, pretty excited for Monday. Here comes Mulder to wrap it up, you'd imagine. Flipper. Gone. He got it right. It's the flipper. It hits his foot on the full. He's gone. They're bundled out for 25. Nobody, and I mean nobody, saw that coming. But congratulations to CIY MS from Ireland. They have done it the tough way, but they are going to be in Championship Week.
Yeah, they will. And look, congratulations to the Irish. And Mulder finishes it off. I mean, Mulder had a bit of a folly, didn't he, in the first half, but you can't say enough good things about his bowling. Not just his either. I mean, their batting unit, they were a bit kind of all over the place, but when it came down to it, they needed runs on finals day. They got them. They needed more bowlers to step up. They did. You look at McCulloch, 3 wickets in the final. Mulder, 3 wickets in the final. Robinson, 3 wickets in the final. Kennedy and Coulter, the 4th and 5th bowlers I didn't mention there, were super important for them. I mean, CIYMS, they certainly started in impressive fashion with a big win over Ariane O'Keefe, and there's a bit of bookends about that because they now are the 7th team to qualify as Group F champions, and well, it sets up a mouth-watering Championship Week starting on Monday, Corey.
Yeah, it does, and congratulations to these teams on the list: Hornchurch Farmers, Bever and Drew, Sporting Alphaz, CIYMS, and Pakai Care Ballona, who will be sitting there watching all of this, and they'll be oh so excited. Let's have a look at the highlights. It was carnage, it was chaos, and wickets to galore. The first one caught at short third man. We thought, what's happening here? A nice, safe, easy catch there for Kennedy. But the very next ball, well, Malhotra, he got shut and he's gone. A golden duck again. Had a shocking little night, didn't he? And this was the hat-trick ball, which some real honesty from Best could easily have been out.
The hat-trick bonanza today, really, wasn't it?
This was the most exciting part of the whole innings batting-wise. It hit the helmet for 5, and well, they still believed at this stage, but as soon as Dash was caught at deep mid-on, it sort of felt that this one is going to be all over. Even though the sportsmanship was good, unfortunately, it wasn't a very tense final. And watch this run out. Watch this run out. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and the thing is, at that stage, I actually thought that might actually work in the Swedish team's favour, because he just hadn't been able to do anything. But who was to know the carnage to come? The wickets just kept on coming.
Yeah, and the man of the hour also, the leg spinner, Jacob Mulder. So talented. Probably one of the best spinners we've seen here on the ECN network, not just at the ECL. Never seems to bowl a bad ball. He was taking wickets fun. The kids were sad, but we were having a bit of fun. There goes the helmet, the highest scorer at that stage.
Yeah, well, they might be sad, but I think of some other players that are a little bit sad. Yeah, weird stuff going on there as well, but it was weird out in the middle as well, wasn't it? And yeah, well, ultimately, you know, they held their chances. The teams that held their catches did well on finals day, didn't they? And I think that no one held more than CIYMS. And how about that for Chris Robinson? A hat-trick in the Group F final.
Yeah, what a nice moment for him. And Mulder comes in, bowls the flipper once more, and that is out. All she wrote. Tough for Ariane O'Keefe, but they're going to finish second in this group. And congratulations to those men on your screen. They've had a very good day of cricket, and that's all it takes sometimes to get yourself through to Championship Week. We have a quick look at the scorecard, and well, it's a telephone number, 05041 063 000. Give us a call on that anytime. 6 extras was equal top scorer. 5 penalty runs was second top scorer. Unbelievable. And, well, 25 for 10. It's an evening for the Swedes they'll never want to look back at. We have a look at the bowling figures. Well done to Carson McCulloch, 3 for 3. Jacob Mulder, 3 for 2. And Robson, 3 for 4. How often have you ever had 3 3-fers?
I was going to say, not that often. Sometimes it's a bit like when we get 5 2-fers. It can happen. But yeah, it's happened a few times. But I mean, just have a look at those economy rates. They were just giving nothing away. As you mentioned, that ball hitting the helmet, a bit of a bizarre one. Probably the highlight of the innings. I don't think we really saw a lot of boundaries. We saw 2 4s, no 6s. We saw a helmet 5. So, well, it's going to be a very interesting day on Monday, no doubt about it. Starting with Bever and Drew. So 2 power-packed teams in match 1. Then Hornchurch versus Pakai Badalona. Clash of styles there for sure. And you mentioned some of the ins for Hornchurch. Bever versus Farmers, Jersey in there as well. And look, we'll see plenty of action for sure in Championship Week. And look, Hall of Fame. We didn't have time to get it up during the game because it finished so quickly, but Chris Robinson becomes the 6th man to take a hat-trick. In fact, in Group F, we had 2 hat-tricks, 2 of the 3 hat-tricks in the ECL so far. So big well done to Chris. Well, what can
it's
you say
over, Vinny. We've done the group stages.
Well, I know you love an early finish, and in the end, they got bowled out in 6.1 overs.
Yep.
Look, we always knew there was the possibility that could happen on another day.
Ariana Keefe might have chased down 140. I mean, they're that kind of team. They're the kind of team that wins over a lot of fans because of their approach, because of some of their characters they've got. I know they'll be bitterly disappointed to kind of progress as the top seed and not to hold on. But really, in the end, on the night, you'd have to say COIMS, they were just too good with the bat and the ball. They performed.
Yeah, they put a score on the board. Maybe they didn't bat them out the game, but that start with the ball was 10 out of 10. They were, to be honest, today they've almost played perfect cricket.
Yeah.
They were pretty sloppy day one, day two. They've come out, they beat the Portuguese, they beat the surprise packer Istanbul, and they've beaten a decent Swedish team quite comfortably.
And look, some people say, you know, with the format, you know, why do we have a final? Why do we have a finals day and not just maybe go with the round robin results? It's because I think the teams need to be rewarded that can step up under pressure. Because when you get to championship week, you are constantly going to be under pressure. And certainly we saw that COIMS played their best cricket under pressure. What a day for Jason van der Merwe. Even for Chris Robinson at the end taking a hat trick. I think it was really entertaining. I've got to say, bad luck to the other teams though as well. We'll have the after the final ball. We'll shoot it shortly. That'll be on our social media at European Cricket. We'll talk a little about that and look ahead to Championship Week as well. Don't forget, you can go to our website as well, europeancricket.com. Check out the fixtures. We'll be updated with, of course, COIMS playing. We know that they'll play their first game in match 4 on Monday. They'll just play the one on Monday because they're coming off the most recent group. And if you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. And thanks to everyone for their interactions today. Well, it's been pretty thrilling, but the groups are done. They are finito. They're done after 3 weeks.
We've done the groups. So
we are going to Championship Week. I'll see you there. It'll be good, hey?
Yeah, we'll be there. It's going to be good. 7 teams. Honestly, take your pick. Anyone could win this.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Hopefully we see you there as well. We're going to leave you with some highlights of the day thanks to Spring Productions. On behalf of European Cricket Network and all of the European Cricket family, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Corey Ruckers and Rico Full, hope you have a happy, a safe day off tomorrow. We'll see you Monday. Do not be late because it's going to be great. Championship Week is on the way. And, well, this time next week we'll know the champion of the 3rd edition of the European Cricket League. It's hasta mañana. In fact, hasta lunes, because we'll see you on Monday right here at the Cartama Oval for more European Cricket League. Good night, everybody.